I guess it's about time I should probably start, isn't it? Considering we're set on the 0 point on the timer. Yeah. Another day, another Pokemon stream. Hopefully it should be a good one. Hopefully. We'll see. We shall see. I'm hoping for good things, but I don't know, honestly. We need some good RNG today. We got some good progress to make today in the run as well. I don't really have anything to say. I'm just going to get going, I think, because... yeah, there's nothing really to say. So, might as well just crack on. I think last time we charged the controller as well, so I don't have to worry about that today, which is nice. So I'm just going to get straight on with it. There's no point messing around and hanging about. I might as well just crack on straight away with the game, because, well... there's nothing really to talk about, so... the only things to mention are that the Twilight Masquerade booster box is being delivered by Royal Mail, so that would be a fucking disaster. And the pre-orders for Surging Sparks, at least one of them has now been, like, dispatched, so... They're on the way, I guess. Which is nice. So we're at least making some small degree of progress on the, process of getting all of the booster boxes ready for Christmas, so that's good news, I suppose. But other than that, nothing much to report, so hopefully we can have a good day today. I don't really know what to expect, so hopefully it's going to be alright, and we'll go from there, I suppose. So, what did we do last time? We beat Gym 1 and 2, didn't we? And then we were just aimlessly running around, so I guess we'll just, get straight on with stuff, maybe? I mean, first thing we have to do is go beat big boy up top. Who's going to be good for this next gym as well? Electric? I mean, Wooper's actually going to be really good because we'll have Clodsire. That would be handy. Alright, we'll switch up Nacli up front. That'll probably be the best option, and then we'll run over there now. So I haven't found any shinies this run, didn't find any last run, so it would be nice to finish with a flourish on Hall of Fame and find one, but am I expecting anything? Nope. You never expect anything, you can't really be disappointed when you don't get one, so at the same time as wanting to get all the shinies, I don't really expect we'll ever find any, and then I just assume that we'll, you know, never find one. And then we're always surprised when we do, which is nice. So hopefully we find one today, that would be cool. We're going to go up and fight Bombardier though straight away, and we'll run with Nacli up front, try and knock it out with that, and then if that doesn't work, we'll switch to someone else. Honchkrow is probably a good candidate for this one. Deals a lot of damage even though it's weak to one of its moves, so should be okay. I think we'll be fine. But yeah, the aim of the day today obviously is to get to Larry, that's where we normally go for. Defeat Larry and then just defeat the rival fight right after, because you can't do one without the other. You get forced straight into it, which I don't like, to be fair, but would be fine if you had at least an option to do something beforehand, but the fact it just immediately forces you into the fight, I don't really like. Feels like it should be more of a choice rather than just immediately getting thrown into it, but, you know, what can you do? So, we'll do those two fights. That'll probably be the end point of today. So, we've just got to get there now. We know where we're starting. We know where we're ending. All we got to do is find out how we get there. And to do that, of course, we need to grind up a little bit. Get up to Iono level and start powering through content. So, first thing we're going to do is go beat Bombardier. In, like, record pace as well. Because it'll be... what? 10 minutes, 15 minutes into stream. I might as well get on with it. There's no point hanging around, really. You know, as always with the day like this as well with Pokemon, like, worst comes to the worst, we can always switch over and do some tiny bit of grinding on War Thunder if we, you know, if we finish everything up, so. Maybe we'll unlock the Swing Fire today as well, who knows. You never know. I think we should be fine for this with the team we have. I mean, it's not exactly the best fight in the world against a Bombardier, but we have options at least, if nothing else. Worst part about today is going to be the eternal amount of grinding we're going to have to do, because there is going to be a lot. Purely just from the volume of mons that we currently have. There is going to require a lot of grinding. And it's going to be kind of annoying, so the sooner we get on with it, the better, really. So getting through this now is a good thing. That's not bad damage, actually. We took probably more than we wanted, though, on Nacli. Definitely a lot more than we wanted on Nacli. That's very frustrating. Well, we've got to think about this from the perspective of who do we want in the next fight as well. Because remember, this one is another double fight where we don't have a choice. We just have to do them straight back to back, so... Maybe I shouldn't have done this fight yet. Try and go for a defense drop with Screech. Maybe. That's probably my only option, not gonna lie. And we're dead anyway. Doesn't matter. Okay. This is twice in a row now that we've gone up against Bombardier, and it's been a lot worse than it probably could have been. Yeah, I could bring in Honchkrow, but, like, if I lose Honchkrow, I lose probably one of my best mons for winning this, so... It's kind of a bit of a risk here, but we're going to have to go for it, I think. We don't have a choice. And then do we go Night Slash? I think we have to go Night Slash. He's faster than us as well. That's incredible. And it's a 2-hit kill. Nice. That was a crit as well. Say this is a problem is putting it lightly. Oh my god. Why are we finding this so difficult to be a fucking Bombardier? This is really not the start to the day that we wanted. This is pretty piss poor. Hi Shags, welcome in, man. Time for yikes, honestly, dude. Maybe I went in a bit too quick on this. It's also not helping that he's hit every rock throw he's gone for, which is what, 85% accuracy? Which whenever anyone else, like me, uses it, it always misses, but whenever the AI uses it, it never does. Kind of annoyingly. That poison might help a lot, actually, there from Pooper. Ugh. I think we're going to lose this, honestly. Genuinely think, unless something crazy happens. I mean, we've done it before where we've won somehow out of nowhere. I genuinely think we're in trouble here. Quick Attack might save us on at least this bit, and then it'll leave Bronzor at the end. Yeah, we might get saved by Quick Attack, but then we have to do the secondary fight anyway, so... We're basically going to have to rely really heavily on Nacli here. Nacli's going to have to carry in the next fight and do a lot of damage. Like, the Arven's Nacli as well. That's the worst part. It's not even anything I can control. If he boosts too much and uses a bunch of rock polishers, we're in trouble. So we're going to need Arven and his Nacli to basically go kind of crazy really early on and do a lot of damage. Otherwise, we are in trouble. I mean, we're in trouble anyway, to be fair. We're kind of under the pump right now. I'm a bit concerned, but... I mean, best option for us really is just Quick Attack, put consistent damage on, and hope that Nacli is able to do some damage. And that he uses, like, Torment and things. Okay, oh, that was a crit. Oh, no. And he's attacked us straight away. Okay. He almost always goes Torment on turn 1 as well. So, Nacli does get the smackdown, though. Okay, we're in on the damage front. That's at least good. And Bronzor might not die immediately. This is looking kind of rough, though. Ooh. Bronzor might be able to clutch this, though. Okay, he takes the rock throw. Gets the confused ray. Come on, Bronzor, you legend. Zong him. Hey, welcome in, Bruce. Thank you for the redeems. And Shags as well. I got it. It started working again today, which is nice. So we actually have a young Nox cat back again, which is good. Go for a gyro ball. Confusion. Will he hit himself? Come on. Yes, he will. Okay. Bronzor. Bronzor's going places. Nacli up to +4 speed now. This is looking potentially solid. Not a lot of damage, but Bronzor just needs to hold out. That's all he needs to do. Smackdown from Nacli. Big damage. Snaps out of confusion. That's bullshit. Goes for the Torment. It's a wasted turn. We're going to get the clutch, surely. There ain't no way we're not clutching this one now. With the double boost and the smackdowns, there ain't no way. It's going to get the kill here, I think, is Arven. Oh, we can't because we're tormented. We use Confuse Ray on them. Nacli saves the day. Dude, Nacli and Bronzor saving the day there, actually. Not just Nacli. Oh, my God. I thought we were done after that first round. What a legend. Bronzor, the absolute wall. The sole survivor as well. I mean, we didn't necessarily have the most prepared team in the world, nor did we necessarily have the best levels and things. So, like, maybe it was a little naive to go in for the fight that early. But at the same time, it worked out. So, like, you know, it's the end of the world, really. It worked out for us just. So, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, Noxcat with the clutch there. Yeah, we evolved Sprigatito last time. The middle form of Sprigatito is okay. Meowscarada's cool, though. To be perfectly honest, I don't really like Sprigatito all that much. I'm not the biggest fan. I know that's kind of a hot, controversial take, but I don't really like Sprigatito. If you want to look at the actual 3 baby form starters, my favorite is Quaxly, middle is Fuecoco, third is Sprigatito. If you want to look at the middle ones, I'm not really the biggest fan of any of them, admittedly. They're all okay. I'm not... I think generally when it comes to Pokemon, though, most of the middle evolutions are all just kind of okay. None of them are ever that great. Some of them are cooler than others, but it's quite unusual that you get a second evolution that's actually cool. Most of them are just kind of weird. Like, Croconaw is kind of cool. Frogadier, I'd say, is kind of cool. You know, like, most of the rest of them aren't that great, though. And then out of the third, final stages, I mean... Meowscarada and Skeledirge are definitely better than Quaquaval. Quaquaval's unique, but I'm not a huge fan of it. But I can appreciate what they were going for with its design. Know you love Charizard? Yeah, my favorite Pokemon, Charizard, yeah. Favorite Pokemon in the entire game. I love it so much. Can you tell how much I love Charizard? He's so cool, man. He's just so cool. And my favorite part about Charizard is the fact that he's involved in literally everything Pokemon that's ever existed. And that you can't play a game or see a piece of media that doesn't involve bloody Charizard these days. Great, isn't it? It's kind of funny, though. In the TCG, in the last, like, couple of years, there's been, like, I think 3 special Charizard-themed products at this point, which is kind of funny. Well, I guess 4, technically. I mean, there was a UPC, like the ones we opened for 151, the Mew box. There was one of those during Sword and Shield that was a Charizard-specific one. Then they made a special, like, premium box, which I think if you want to have a look at the image of it, I think there's one on the throne. If you wanted to see it. You'll know it when you see it, because it's orange and there's Charizards all over it. But to be fair, there's promos in it I don't have, so I thought I'd put it up on there, because, you know, why not? But yeah, there's that box, and then I guess technically you could call Obsidian Flames like a Charizard product as well, so they made a whole set that was basically just Charizard. And then they also made this brand new special box again recently. That's another Charizard themed thing, so it's like, I just wish there was less Charizard and more of some of the other stuff around. You know? Why aren't Blastoise and Venusaur getting the same amount of stuff as the others? Or just any of the starters. It would be nice to see some of the other starters getting a look in every now and then. You know? We don't always need Zard. We'd sometimes like other stuff. On behalf of the entire Pokemon community, please use other things other than Charizard. That would be nice. We have the ability to swim now. I was going to say sprint. No, it's not. Well, me flashing the team screen... Oh, no, it already healed everybody. Bronzor was the only survivor against Bombardier, so that was a hell of a scrap, to be fair. Yeah, we aren't going to talk about that fight anymore. That was not the greatest in the world. Bit dodgy there, but it is what it is. Welcome in, Mystic. How's it going? Hello, hello. How are you? There's a Frank there. You can catch them. And Sadiola, welcome in as well. How are you guys? I'm okay, I guess. Nothing, nothing special. Just okay. Yeah. It's all right. Feel like been a few bad brain days this week, you know. But we're trying. The main thing. Where am I going to go now? I need to level grind, don't I? And then do Iono's gym. And there's a rival fight before the gym that I can't forget like I did before. Alright. So let's go to Lavincia. We'll come back and meet Giacomo later. Over here. But yeah. How are you guys doing? I'm glad you're doing good. Mystic. To say I'm just kind of existing today and that's about it. Done a lot of thinking over the last few days, which is never a good thing. So this has been a bit of a weird week. For me at least, anyway. A very odd week. There's been some good things though, don't get me wrong. Like some of the TCG stuff coming in and getting the Twilight Masquerade box yesterday, which was that's a bit of a win, we'll take that. But yeah, bit of a weird week. Some good things, some bad things, you know. I guess that works if we self out to average, but yeah. Been a week, nothing more. Thank you for the lurk as well, I appreciate it. It will be 1 million. Yeah, I don't think so. They ain't paying $1 million for food. And they have a Psyduck. Well, I'm definitely switching, aren't I? No, I'm staying in with Knackley. Nice thing about this next gym coming up as well is we actually have some good mons for it, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, should be okay. I think. Nice, but confused as well. I mean, realistically, the amount of damage Psyduck can do is he's got his piercing gaze staring straight at our soul here. He can't really do that much to Floragato, so he should be fine. But there you go, we did 3/4 damage in one hit, so not really that worried. He can hit 15 if he maxes out on his Fury swipes as well, so like, not the end of the world. Not really too concerned about it. We're in a fairly good position. And we snap out on turn 2. Yes, let's go. Bit of RNG going our way. Nice. We love a bit of RNG. Okay. Okay. Random thing here as well, but I found this out right before stream as well. But I'm only mentioning it because we played it not that long ago. But Dishonored. First Dishonored. If any of you have Prime as well on Twitch, you have Amazon Prime, you can actually get the Dishonored Definitive Edition free at the minute through the like Prime Gaming stuff. So if you want to get Dishonored 1 for free, the definitive like remaster edition, then there you go. with all the DLC. You can get it for free. You just have to click the little Prime Crown box at the top of your screen, where like the whispers and that are on Twitch. We have a few people who are level 15 here as well, which is going to be a bit annoying to level. What's the best way of doing this? Going to the town first? Or fighting the people, some of these people here first, and then... Who have we got here? I mean, Riolu needs to level up as well, but that's a friendship one. We have Drowsy and Wingull. Certainly not the best lineup in the world. I also don't have either of the exclusive dragons yet that we would be using for this run. There is a Dreepy and a Bagon available. We don't have either of those yet, so we will be using them eventually, but at least for now we don't have them, so I'm not going to be. I'd have to import them from another game, which I can do, I just haven't got around to doing yet, so we'll do that eventually and it'll help. Yeah. Should be good, I think, when we get them. But at least for now, we haven't got them. So, I mean, they would be useful today, to be fair, considering we are doing the electric gym. They would actually be quite decent for that, but it's not the end of the world, though. They're gonna add an element of power to the team, but like, probably nothing too crazy. It'll be good, though, but nothing too wild. Let's just follow down. Let's do all the fights here. Make sure we don't go too crazy on the leveling, though, because we don't want to level up above 24, of course. So we need to make sure that we are at 23 or under before we go and do the gym fights. So we don't have any risk of doing that, because that would be terrible, of course, if we accidentally over-leveled. Especially on one of our good mons. And although it sounds really weird, Honchkrow is one of those mons I might end up actually using for the gym just because of how powerful it is. Regardless of the fact that its type matchup sucks against what we're going to be fighting in electric. Because it's flying, of course. But, yeah, I think we'll be able to make it work. Honchkrow probably hits hard enough to warrant it being in the team, so I think we can mitigate the weaknesses, really, and maybe use it effectively. I don't know. We're going to try, though. There's no point not, really, is there? I would say. We might as well give it a go. What have we got to lose, other than, well, actually we do have the flawless record that we could lose, which we don't necessarily want to, but... I think if we finish this one flawlessly as well, it will mean that we landed 4 flawlesses, 2 with a defeat, if I remember correctly, for the entire playthrough. Which is funny as well, because if I remember rightly, and I could be wrong on this, I was about to say I don't know if anyone remembers, but I'll be honest, no one's going to remember. Because it was quite a long time ago. I'm pretty sure in the 2 runs where we've had defeats, the only person we've lost to is Arven. In both of them. Or at least we've definitely lost to him in those ones. Maybe in the other one we lost another fight, I don't remember. But we've definitely lost to Arven in both of the ones where we did lose. Evan, what the fuck? I'm not going to help you. It's your own fault. Your own fault, and now you can fix it yourself. There you go. I hope it's painful. Confused and poisoned. That's what we love to see. Sooner we can get out of this fight with Shroodle, the better, really. You know what? What? Better than being British, not gonna lie. Probably is, to be fair. Probably is. Items, that's what we're up here. Items and trainers, that's what we're looking for. Any trainers about? Yes, there's one down there. No idea what this person has, though. That's the only thing. Because I don't really think I fight this guy very often, so I've... Squawker Billy, that's what it's got. Hey, oh, 205 stream streak. Good damn. I feel like time has slowed down, because there was a period of time for a while where when those stream streaks came in, it felt like they were like every other stream. But that's just because it was, you know, time was kind of speeding through so quickly. It feels like it's slowed down now, because between the intervals of 5, it feels like ages since I see them now. Really odd. But yeah, thank you so much for the 205, Bevan. That's pretty wild right there. 205 streams in a row. I think it's sadly impossible for anyone to hit 250 by the end of the year, which would have been kind of cool. So no 250s available, but it's going to be like 240 something or something like that by the end of the year, which is pretty crazy. I thank you for the 205, man. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing, yes. Doing okay, I guess. A bit of a weird brain day today, but you know. Yeah, is what it is. Fair enough indeed. Time? Is it really that time again? I don't know what you're referring to, Bruce, so I can't tell you if it's that time again or not. Tell you what it is almost time for, though. Cheeky segue. In like a month and a week or 2 weeks, it's going to be special stream time. There's like 6 weeks. And then we're doing our special stream. I'm very excited. And hopefully I'll have at least another 2 boxes by the end of this week as well. That'd be good. Tell me you never played Half-Life? Nope. Never played Half-Life, no. I didn't play a lot of games growing up, to be fair. Just in general. Like, until me and my brother played almost exclusively Nintendo stuff. Until we were both about... I don't know. Well... No, he's older than me, so I guess it wouldn't be we both were. Until I was maybe, like, 13. Maybe. Maybe even older than that, before I got my first Xbox and things like that. Yeah, I've never played Half-Life or anything like that, no. Never played Portal when it came out, but I have played it since on stream. Some of, like, the classics from... a few years back. No, I haven't played some of them. So some references do kind of miss me sometimes. Have a dive off there. Actually, I should probably just go back to the Pokemon Center up top again. I don't know why I jumped all the way down here. It'd just be easier to go back up here, I reckon. I was talking to Mirage about this the other day, actually, because I got an interesting thing about, you know, back when I was a youth. I got a random message the other day, and I only checked because he told me about it on Messenger. I don't use Messenger anymore, really. But I got a random message on there from someone that we used to go to school with, that I guess they were sending out to everyone, and they were talking about wanting to do like a 10-year reunion event. And both me and him, when we kind of talked about it, we're just like, fuck that. Why would I why would I want to go and see those people again that I went to school with 10 years ago? No. And I was like, damn, that'd be a depressing thought, going and seeing all those people from 10 years ago again. That sounds fucking awful. But no chance I'm doing that. Would anyone actually do that? If someone, like, did a thing for you to do a reunion for the people that you went to school with, would you go? What do you reckon? If it was, like, 10 years down the line. The thing with me is, as well, is, like, I haven't spoken to basically well, I mean, I'm not the most social person in the world, but I've probably only spoken to, like, 5 people I went to school with in the last 10 years. You know? So it's like, I don't even... Half of them I didn't even like when I was at school anyway. I say half of them, more than that. I disliked most people when I was when I was a youth, and most people disliked me. So that's the way it was, you know. Nope. Yeah, I wouldn't either, to be fair. Maybe. I suppose yours is slightly different as a perspective, though, Bevan, isn't it? Because yours is kind of slightly more recent. So, like, I guess it's kind of... I think perspectives on that type of stuff change after a while, and it depends what type of person you are as well, I guess, doesn't it? Like, with me, I'm just not that social of a person, so it doesn't really bother me that much, wanting to meet up with people from years ago that I haven't kept in contact with for a reason, you know? That's like, it's one of those things where, like, for me, it doesn't really bother me. Like, I'm not really that interested in going and meeting up with people that I used to go to school with. I just don't like people at the best of times, let alone the people I used to know when I was growing up. I was very much not a fan of school. And memories of meeting the people that I used to go to school with back then doesn't sound very appealing to me. Maybe that's just me, though. Maybe that's just me because I'm cynical, you know? What's this guy have? Dealing and something else. Dealing and... Stantler. Have a go against this guy. Have a crack at this bloke. We've already done one fight today, if anyone missed it as well. We already beat Bombardier, which is one of the Titans. We've done that today so far. That was quite a good little start off for today. And after that, we are now ploughing towards our fight with Iono. So it's actually going surprisingly quickly today. Nice. Number 19. The closer we get to 24, the better, really, because it just means there's less grinding to do afterwards. And it's going to be a bit annoying. Open Night Slash can mitigate the... Oh, why did I think this thing had Intimidate, not Frisk? That's weird. I was going to say it can mitigate the damage lost from the Intimidate, but I guess not, because it doesn't have it. Weird. Name is on the In Memoriam page, so I doubt I'll get the email. Fair enough. Yeah, like for me, I just don't have any interest in doing it. Me and Mirage both said the same thing, because he told me about it when I was in VC with him the other day. He said that there was someone from back then who was like messaging everybody. And I checked and they hadn't sent one to me yet, and I said to him, I'm not surprised they haven't messaged me, to be honest, because I didn't like any of those people then anyway. Nor did any of them like me, so I wasn't surprised. And then I checked yesterday and I found out they eventually had done it. And I was very disappointed that they bothered. So I'm just going to do, you know, classic thing that I do in those situations and leave it on red and never open that page ever again. So there you go. Yeah, I was just like, damn. Surprised they even want to do anything. It just sounds a bit like... a bit of a... you know... crap idea. The other thing as well I found kind of funny about it is they were like, oh yeah, I'm planning on like going and like renting out a venue for this thing, because it's like not like a organization where like the school or anything is doing that, and they're like, yeah, you should do a thing. It's just one person's like, we should do this, and I guess they're messaging everybody. And one of the first things they did is they put a link to like a Cash App or something, and they're like, oh yeah, you should pay this amount to help cover like the rent of the place. And I'm just like, bruh, you're the one who wants to do this shit. You fucking pay for it. Like, what? I want to meet up with you people. Why should I have to fucking pay? Yeah, safe to say I'm not going to be going to that. If you couldn't tell. I know it was, I probably sounded like I was on the fence there. So, you know, you might have thought that I might have actually been going. But no, I'm not going to bother. It's next year anyway. It's like next summer. Because believe it or not, I left school, quote unquote, depending on what your definition of school is. I left school in 2015. So 2025 is the 10-year anniversary of me leaving school. School being pre-uni and that type of stuff, right? Because uni is technically considered school in North America, but we don't call it that over here. We just call it what it is, which is uni. So, school is like, you know, teachers and that type of stuff when you're like a school kid. Once you get past that point, then everything you just call it by whatever name it is. College or uni. You don't call it like under the bracket of school anymore. That's how it works over here. Think you might be there. You reckon, Shags? You think there's still a chance? Optimistic. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't think of anything worse, to be honest. But the thing is with an event like that as well, is it's like, alright, there's a few people who are cool that I like used to know, right? But like if I wanted to, I could just go and talk to them when I wanted to. I wouldn't have to just like go to an event to see those people. So I don't know, it just feels like a waste of time, but maybe that's just me, as I say, being cynical, because that's what I'm like, but it just feels like a big waste of my time. Find it weird that the word school gets used in a university context with adults. Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it, that I guess it gets like lumped in as one big kind of like just general term for education, isn't it? Because I guess that's what it is. It's just kind of a general term that people use for any place that provides education. And I think for people who don't use it, it can kind of be a bit like... It can be a bit jarring sometimes. Makes those people feel like teenagers. Yeah, a little bit. I know what you mean, Shags. Because like, there's a few times where I'll be in stream and someone will be like... If it's someone who we know is like not a kid, right? But it's like one of those... It's one of those telltale things. Like if I was here now, Shags, and you were a new person who came into stream, and you just went, oh, I've got school tomorrow. I'd be like, Shags a kid? I'd be like, huh? School? Like, what is this guy, like 14? It immediately makes me think that when I see school, just because of how it's programmed over here, where I view school as until like 15, 16. And then you leave school at 16, do college maybe for 2 years or whatever you want to do. And then you're a student at 18 as a uni student. If you go. So it's like, it's so like jarring. It just makes me immediately think that when I hear the word school and people talk about it, that makes me think they're a kid. You know? I'm just like, uh-oh. Child alert. Time to ban. And then it turns out, no, they're not. They're actually just talking about, like, college degrees. And it's like, oh, okay, never mind. To be fair, for me as a foreigner, the whole US university culture sounds a bit teen-coded for me. Coded. Oh, that's a very modern term, Shags. You're trying to be down with the kids, as people like to say with that one. The whole coded thing, that's a recent thing that people have started using. Can't say I've ever said it myself, other than when I'm saying things that people have written, like in that case. But I kind of know what you mean, though. Then again, over here isn't much better, to be fair. But I kind of know what you mean, though, Shags, I think. Yeah, I'm never going to unironically use words like coded. Because for however much I would look at it and say I'm not actually that old, I just feel moronic saying things like that, personally. It just feels wrong for me to just say things like that. It's in the same way that when American people come into stream and they say the word, you know, they use the the equivalent American expression for you all, which involves the non-you part. It's just the Y and then all, of course. I'm not going to say it. I feel like I just sound like a fucking moron when I say it, because it just feels so wrong for me. As someone who doesn't use that as part of their dialect, because I'm from England, not the US. It just feels really wrong to say it. Not that it's like I'm not saying it's a stupid word or anything, but just for someone who doesn't regularly say it, it just feels so wrong. So I just avoid saying it. You'll notice it if anyone ever says it in their message. I will always say you all. I won't say the word. I'll always say you all. Because it just feels weird. I don't like saying it. Ugh. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think we got almost all the items now. If not, we have got all of them? Maybe? Unless there's one behind here. There might be one behind here. But yeah, I don't know. It just... There's certain words that I just don't like saying. Just because they just sound... Just feels wrong when I say them. You know? Not bad words, obviously. I'm not talking about that. I mean, you know, certain ones obviously you just don't say anyway. But I mean, like... Just colloquialisms and things. You know? Just feels a bit weird for me to say them. Not being from that part of the world or whatever. Just feels wrong. So, yeah, I wouldn't go for it if it was me. Let's go fight our rival. Let's do the Iona battle. I assume you mean the Russian T-34, do you, Sadiola? Rather than the American heavy tank T-34, I'm guessing, because that thing doesn't have problems penning things. Albeit that thing's got a crap ammo choice, but still. I assume you mean the Russian T-34.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Wow. Bang!
Trying to think what kind of things run around at the tier with the T-34s, the more armored stuff. I mean, from what I remember, to be honest, the T-34 was more of a pest than anything else. Thank you for this warning when I start blasting, Chase. I used to find the T-34 really annoying to fight against, to be honest. I didn't think it was crap, but again, that's just people's personal experiences of things, isn't it? People are always going to enjoy certain vehicles more than others. But I always used to hate fighting T-34s. They were a right pain in the ass. Eventually, I figured out you could almost always set them on fire if you shot them in a certain spot. But before that, they were just a bane of my existence. And then using them myself, I always felt like I had a bit of Russian magic, you know, which helped. So, like, there's something about it. It's just like playing Russian vehicles, you just somehow get away with everything because you're playing a Russian vehicle. Yes, it reminds me of a funny... I got a funny comment actually yesterday on the YouTube short that I posted. Because I posted it on YouTube and TikTok, and I got a response from a guy with like a Russian name. And it said that they commented on it, and I was like, oh god, what's this going to be? Is it going to be another person complaining it's arcade? And they made a great comment, which I actually found kind of funny. I'll go and find it and read it for you. I thought it was quite comical. Let me go find it. Beat Quackswell real quick as well. Yeah, the guy. So there was like an IS-3 nearby or something. And the guy just goes, yeah, the IS-3 used its telekinetic attack on you. As usual, Soviet Stalinium comes out on top. Man, I just thought it was great. I was attacked by the Russian telekinetic attack, which sent me flying through the building. That's why, you see. That's what the problem was. I'm a shite player too. I mean... I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't really say, like... I don't really think skill has that much of a bearing in certain ways on playing, like, certain vehicles. What? Are you playing realistic or arcade, I guess, is the other thing. I mean, arcade in a T-34 is definitely at least somewhat easier. Because you can, what's the word? You have the pen marker, right? So you can, like... It at least makes it easier a little in arcade because you can kind of try and figure out where you can pen people. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the armor works better in realistic, so it kind of balances out one way or the other from certain things being good, certain things being bad, so... I don't know. I guess it's just like personal preference at the end of the day. I mean, it's like the same thing though with the British vehicles. Like, I have bad experiences with certain British vehicles, and some people also probably, like, have good experiences with the same vehicles that I found crap. Apart from the Archer, because everyone thinks that thing's shit. But you take the Archer out of the equation, like, they're like the Avenger, I don't know. Some people might find the Avenger decent. Personally, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Avenger, but some people might have found it a decent vehicle. So, I think it's still just, like, personal preference, really, when it comes to those things. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, you know? Hey, oh, thank you for the 5-stream watch streak. Lurking and working, hope you swell. How do I answer that question? We'll just say yes. Let's just say yes. The answer to that question. I feel like it's, yes is the default answer. Yes. Just say it for everything, it'll be fine. I appreciate the lurk and the 5 watch streak. Thank you very much. Yee. We love a watch streak in this stream. Arcade. Keep getting sniped by anti-tank. Oh, SPGs. I mean... Well... I don't want... This is like one of those things where it's like... It's not one of those problems where it's just like skill issue, but it's like... Pretty much in like War Thunder Ground Forces, because I know you're a planes player. I would say that tank destroyers kind of dominate anyway. Just because they're TDs, and they all usually have really high pens, so it doesn't really matter what you do. Like, chances are most TDs are probably going to kill you quite easily anyway. So it's not necessarily an exclusive to T-34 problem. It's more like any TDs at that kind of BR are probably just going to kill you. Because that's just kind of how it is. At least from my experience. And then it doesn't change, because you get up to the higher BRs and you sit there in somewhere with 300 mil thick armor and you go, right, let's kill someone. And someone drives along with an anti-tank missile launcher and kills you in one hit. So, like, you know. I guess it's one of those, like, non-vehicle exclusive problems. It's more of just a general problem with the meta at those tiers. Is that a lot of the TDs around the kind of mid-ranks can actually be quite OP. And the pen difference between a lot of the mediums, heavies, and TDs is quite drastic in some cases. Where, I mean, look at the Archer, right? What is that? 3.3? 3.7? And you have, what? 1 AC pen on the Archer? Now, albeit its ammo's not that great, but 180 pen at 3 point whatever, it's ridiculous. There ain't anyone at that tier you can't pen very easily. So, I think it's kind of crazy, but... Playing realistic, cringe. Yeah, right. Hey, at the end of the day, as I say, play whatever you want. I'm actually kind of surprised, admittedly, that when I've played War Thunder on stream, I haven't had anyone directly come into stream to complain about the game mode yet. Like, yesterday, I know we were talking to someone who came in who was saying they don't like arcade, but it wasn't like one of those, you shouldn't be playing this game mode. It was more of like, how do you play this? I don't like it, you know? And then I was just talking about that. But I'm genuinely surprised I haven't had anyone directly come in and do the whole like, oh, why are you playing this shit? You should play a realistic only kind of thing yet, you know? How you doing though, Nitty? Welcome in, man. I'm sort of half in the middle of like loads of tangents today, so I'm like a bit all over the place with talking and things, so yeah, I'll have to sort of, everyone will have to forgive me today for being a bit rubbish at being a streamer, because I honestly don't know what I'm talking about half the time today. I'm just sort of rambling on. I feel quite tired, I'm just sort of rambling, and we're playing the game in the background, really. It's a second thought, you know? You like the rocket launcher tank? What, the one I tried yesterday in the test drive? I mean, when we get one ourselves, maybe it'll be a different story. I don't know, I might be looking at it thinking they were more fun, but from playing against them, I hate them. They're little shits, a lot of them. They're the M51s of the tier that I'm at now. The M51 was annoying because at 6.0 it has 400 pen with heat shells. So it just means that it doesn't matter what armor you've got, he's just going to, you know, wreck you. And then you've got the same thing with the anti-tank rockets. You bump up to higher tiers, and you get anti-tank fucking rockets that just start going, you know, fucking whiz all over the map, and doing 5 million miles an hour, and then sniping you on the move with rockets and automats that can fire off bang, 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 bang. You know? I don't know. I find them really annoying. We get the Kappa, now people will think I'm serious about it being cringe. Nah, I'd be alright, Nitty. Don't you worry, people won't. No one will see it, don't worry. Iono time. Happy it was friendly. Yeah, it was a interesting interaction, you know. They definitely did seem more on the side of like very much a set in their ways realistic battle player, but not in the kind of like you shouldn't be doing this. It was more, as I say, of like the kind of why do you play this mode rather than like other things, rather than kind of just going you shouldn't be playing this and doing that, you know. Why not so swell though? Oh, what? Because of what I said. It's just I mean, it's just general stuff, mate. Just like the odd like bad brain day this week, you know. I've been doing a lot of thinking this week, which is, I always say, it's never a good thing. That's kind of why. I've just been doing a lot of thinking about things. There's some positive things I've been thinking about, some cool things for the future that I've been going, wow, that'd be nice, and thinking about that. But then at the same time, there's been like other sides of things that I've just been thinking about that kind of suck. So I don't know. It's all it all works itself out in the end, but it's just like one of those weeks where I've just had more like not so nice stuff that I've been thinking about rather than nice stuff, you know. Doing good. It was cold as hell. It was a cold day in hell. I can't even read, mate. The cold day in hell. So whatever you say would happen when it's a cold day here, you're doomed. You're doomed. Well, how cold was it then, Nitty? Because of course you live in a part of the world that's traditionally quite warm. What do you guys deem a cold day? This isn't going to be one of those things where I'm going to be like, no, actually, that's not cold at all. But like, because I mean, cold depends on where you are in the world, doesn't it? If you lived in the middle of the desert, you're going to think it's cold if it was not 50 million degrees every day, you know? But like, yeah, how cold was it out of interest? Do you know what the temperature was? It's been nippy here. That's how I'd describe it for a little while, a couple of weeks. It's been nippy now, especially at night. It's getting cooler at night, which I quite like. I sleep with my windows open. So I kind of like the cool breeze coming in a bit. By the way, as well, just a heads up, there's a break coming up in a minute 10, so we'll be going and grabbing a BRB in a minute, and I'll go and make a belter of a coffee because I probably need one. So we'll go and do that in a few minutes, all right? But yeah. Yes. 25 degrees, damn. See, this is like that thing, though, as I say, that's kind of, like, interesting, though, because depending on where you are in the world. Because as you say, that's low for you. But I'd look at that, I'd see 25 degrees and go, that's a lovely summer's day, that is. We barely make it to 25 degrees, let alone that being the cold. You know? It's like, in England, 25 degrees, you'd be very happy with. That's a peak of summer right there. That's what I mean about it being so crazy around the world, really. There's always the thing as well about people complaining about cold temperatures, and you'll get someone who always lives in a colder place like complaining and saying it's not that cold. But also, there's a lot of things that go into stuff like that. Infrastructure and stuff is another one. Like, whenever people complain about all the heat or the cold over here, and they always go, oh, all these British people complaining about it being 13 degrees and it being too hot and they're all melting. What they also don't realise is that all of the houses basically built in England are specifically designed to trap heat in, because it's traditionally not a hot country because of the temperate climate. So the way that buildings and stuff are built is they are almost all built with insulation already built in to the point where it's designed to, you know, to a high degree to trap heat. And all buildings over here, pretty much houses and things, the majority of them are made of brick rather than things like American style houses, which tend to be made of things like wood frames and built up with kind of paneling. Versus over here, everything's built with brick, which is much more proficient as an insulator. So it's like, it's one of those things where it all kind of works itself out in the end. But I always find that people, like, always get on to each other about that. You know? About like, well, it's colder here than it is there, or it's way hotter here and we don't complain. And it's like, yeah, but also England doesn't deal with 30 degrees very often, you know? So, that's fair though, Nitty. I mean, hey, if 25 is cold, 25 is cold. But yeah, as I say, from our perspective over here as people from England, we would say that was the peak of summer. That's hilarious. I find that kind of funny. Nippy of the cosmos. Alright. Alright, I'm going for the BRB. I'll be back in a minute. I need to go after that disaster of a joke. I'll be back in a few, alright? BRB, everybody. Go make a drink. Right. I think we're good to go again, aren't we? We have a wee sip drink here. Actually, is it too... The coffee is probably too hot at the minute, isn't it? It's probably too hot to have a... Try out the belter. I'm willing to potentially sacrifice burning my tongue, though, to find out. So, should we have a go? It smells like a belter, I'll give it that. It definitely has that, the aroma of a belter. Let's give it a go. Hang on, let's turn the mic up for this, make sure. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. Gotta get it nice and close. We're on like ASMR territory here. Here we go. Don't think it's even going to get picked up on the mic, honestly, so you'll have to tell me, because sometimes the noise gate cancels it out. Here we go. I'll be honest, I didn't really get enough of it there to actually tell. So we'll wait until it cools down, because I don't want to burn my mouth. That was a crisp sip. Yeah, I had to sort of like to risk or to not risk burning my mouth. I had to not allow my my lip to touch the liquid, so I had to inhale it like a vacuum cleaner. You know, I had to just put my mouth on the edge of the cup and then just you know, suck it in from a distance rather than you know, allow it to scold me. So I had to be careful there. That was a tactical one, that one. I always like it, though, when we can do a proper crispy one, though. When we do if I do, like, a hand cam stream. And I can pull the can right up to the mic if I open a Coke or something. And then just crack it right on the mic. And you just hear that crunch and then just the little fizz. Oh. Amazing. We're going to get loads of those during the Christmas stream as well, because it's going to be 4 days. So we're going to have 4 attempts at cracking open a cold one. Maybe I'll have a beer on one of the days, who knows? I'll open a beer on stream, we'll have a pint. That's what we should do, that'd be a nice thing, wouldn't it? A Christmas pint, that's what we'll do. Have a Christmas pint. Pint on stream for Christmas. On like the last one maybe, on the Sunday, I'll have a pint at... I mean, it'll be just before Christmas Eve, I guess. It'll be kind of... It's a traditional thing over here that some people do, is they go out for a pint on Christmas Eve. Go to the pub. Can't say I ever have, actually, I don't think. But some people do it. Kind of a thing as well that a lot of people do. Even if they don't normally do this. I know that people probably know there's like a big drinking culture when it comes to the UK and pubs and things. And it's fairly common for people in the workplace when the day is done to go and get a pint somewhere in cities and things. It's a fairly common thing at sort of Christmas time, where usually on like the last day of work before Christmas, a lot of people will go out and get a pint together after work on the last day, because a lot of people will finish early on Christmas Eve and things like that. So it's quite a nice little benefit that people get sometimes, is being able to finish a little early and go and have a pint, you know, have a nice pint. Should we try it? Do I want to try and fight Low Kick Sky? The problem is, if I fight Low Kick Sky and I mess it up, we lose. And I don't want to lose to him. But I could go fight Low Kick Sky. I'm going to fight Low Kick Sky. This might be a mistake. Low Kick's child over here. This Low Kick's kid might kick my ass, but I'm actually going to have a go at him. Let's do it. I haven't fought Low Kick's kid for a while, but we're going to do it. I haven't fought him in a few runs now. We're going to fight him. We're going to go. Sounds like a nice idea. What, cracking open a pint on the final stream before Christmas. Which will be Sunday the 22nd, if anyone's wondering. Maybe we'll do that. That'd be good. Open a beer on that last stream. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Anus the Child. Interesting name. Kick the child. I'm not going to do that. I don't fancy getting involved with the Pokemon feds, you know. They've already got enough dirt on me as it is. They don't need more, you know. Cracking open a cold one with the boys. Or my cracking open the boys with the cold one, yeah. I was going to say that's my preferred way of doing it, is saying it the wrong way around deliberately and seeing if people notice. Cracking open the boys with a cold one. I feel like our only option really here is to Sucker Punch, because we're going to die anyway, so I might as well go for it. The thing is with this, Honchkrow, really, it didn't matter that Honchkrow doesn't get the XP, because Honchkrow is pretty much, like, beefy enough as it is to do some stuff. He's going to bring out Rufflet, obviously. We're going to bring out Knackley. And we're going to go from here. Alright. Knackley! Yeah, that sounds like a nice idea there, doesn't it? We'll have a... I mean, no one has to join me, of course. If they wanted to, that'd be a nice little thing on Christmas, wouldn't it? We do our Christmas stream, we open Pokemon cards, and we have a beer. We have a Christmas beer together to celebrate as a stream before my week off. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? We have a little beer together. That'd be quite a nice... I quite like that idea now. I'll have to remember that when we do it. Make sure I go and get a nice beer for the day. Don't know what, but I'll get something. You'll get to see one of my many pint glasses. I think I own about sort of 8 pint glasses or something from various different beers and things over the years. Man, Knackley is an absolute unit, honestly. Knackley and Knackle stack, I think, and that line, Garganical. I think they're going to be quite potent in this run. I genuinely do. Which is interesting, because so far I don't think any of the rock types have really stood out. Other than maybe Clorf, but Clorf also is a bit of an anomaly, because we kind of all love Clorf. So, like, you know... you can't really look at him in the same way as you do some of the others, right? Because if I look at the list, I've said about it before, where we have sort of certain types that tend to be the ones that we've leaned towards for certain purposes. And I think if we look, I'm fairly certain that I don't think a rock type has actually made it into the final couple yet. Genuinely don't. You can have a look, though. Actually, we'll have a look now, shall I? And give us the verdict. But I don't think a rock type has made it to the end yet. Oh, one has. One rock type has made it to the end. The only rock type, as of right now, that's made it to the end of their respective run and been in the final 6 is Glimmora. That's the only one. That's crazy. Game Freak finally made good rock types after Gen 7. They did, yeah. They made a few good ones. A good rock type after Gen 7. Glimmora is good as well, though, I would say. I mean, definitely... well... The thing that I always find hard with this is... It's difficult to compare things like that are so different, isn't it? I would say. I think this is the guy who has Cubchoo, so we'll switch to Knackley. It's difficult to cross-compare Pokemon that fill different niches, you know? It would be like saying... I don't know. Oh, he doesn't have that. He has Sandile. It would be like comparing two very different things, right? I kind of find it, you know... difficult to match the two. Yeah, I mean, I would say Glimmora is really good, but it fills a different role to Garganical. But Garganical's really good as well, so it's like, I don't really know which one you would determine is better out of the two. I guess they're both situational and both work better in certain positions rather than each other. But yeah, those two are definitely up there as the two strongest rock types they've made for a while, I think. I will say, genuinely, I think this, and I would like to see it in Gen 10, because I think it's one of those situations where it does suck a bit. I think Rock-type is probably one of the most neglected types in Pokemon and could do with a bit of a lift. Like, I think it just needs some more Pokemon. It doesn't really... there's not that many Rock-types in the game. I feel like we could use a few more Rock-types... and after getting a few more rock types, we could do with some new moves, abilities, things for rock types to make them a bit more interesting, you know? We don't want to make them OP. We don't want another fairy type situation where power creep comes in and wrecks the game, which it probably will because it's Pokemon and that always happens. But, like, you just want them to kind of, like, think things through and make it interesting for rock types, not make them feel at a disadvantage. Because rock at the minute doesn't really feel like a typing that you go, oh, I really need that. You know, rock types just kind of like, well, I could bring it, but there's probably something better that can fill its role anyway. I would say. Now, I could be wrong. So, again, like always in these situations, I'm sure there's someone out there who'd disagree with me and say that rock's really good. But I always think that when it comes to Pokemon right now, rock's kind of like... just kind of... they're just in the middle. They're very, like, middle of the pack as a type. You're not looking at rock types and going, yes, I need these. You look at them and you go, yeah, they're cool. I always think rock have cool designs. I'll give them that. I always think rock types have really cool, interesting designs. Are they the best Pokemon? No. They're cool looking, a lot of them. I mean, he looks a bit weird because he's like a weird Minecraft-looking salt block, but I think Garganicle's design is like fairly cool. You know, I kind of like it. Well, this can't be... This must be a flying type trainer, but... I think I've ever fought this guy before. A cabbie. Rock has nice moves, but they don't hit anything. No, I agree. Yeah, the accuracy is an issue as well. I've talked about this before. Like, Stone Edge is a good example of a move that probably needs, like, some sort of buff, right? Because Stone Edge hits like a truck. Great move. Damage-wise, phenomenal. Has a chance to increase its chance of critical hitting. Amazing. But... And I know in certain circumstances you could make an argument that, like, this isn't a great example because of one thing, which I'll explain in a second. If you know Pokemon, you know what I'm talking about. Baxcalibur. Now, Baxcalibur is a pseudo, right? So sometimes what will happen with pseudos is they'll get a really strong move because they'll be a pseudo, okay? But I think... it's a little unfair that you can have a rock-type's strongest move in the game. Actually, it's technically not, but one of the strongest readily available rock-type moves in the game in Stone Edge be, what, 75 accuracy, 80% accuracy? Yet you can get Glaive Rush on Baxcalibur, which is higher damage, because I'm pretty sure that Glaive Rush is 130 base, and it's 100% accurate. Now, it has the trade-off, because you get hit with extra damage afterwards. But it's a bit unfair, if you ask me, that you can have a typing that gets... like, I know it's Dragon, but they get superior, stronger moves, and also not the same trade-off that Rock just gets slapped with. Which sucks. Because it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you can't hit anything, it doesn't matter, does it? You know? Very middle of the pack, neither too good or to be OP, nor too horrendous to be unusable. Yeah, they're very, like, okay. And some of them have some niches here and there. Like, I remember in Sword and Shield, in, like, the comp scene, there was a massive resurgence of Rhyperior. He just worked kind of well. Like, Rhyperior just sort of worked in Sword and Shield, and he was a good mon and people used him. But then also you have times where a lot of rock types are just bad. Like, they're just not that good. And, yeah, it's like some of them could just use buffs and would just be interesting. And then you have the strongest move. I think it's the strongest rock move they've ever made. Now, don't quote me on this. I think it might be 140 base power, and I could be wrong. Which is a move called Rock Wrecker. They slapped on Rhyperior, and it was supposed to be... it was kind of like one of those signature move type ones, where they gave it to him, and you didn't really see it on anyone else after that for a while. And I don't think anyone really gets it these days either. But I'm pretty sure the move Rock Wrecker is the strongest rock move they've ever made. They gave it to one Pokemon, it had like 50 accuracy, and then you never saw it ever again. It's the same with Thunder. Thunder, which is a cool move, it's what, 120 base, I think, as well. Thunder is great. 70 accuracy, though, and I know it can be buffed by rain, so, like, maybe that's what they were going for. Fine. But in which case, I'd say Zap Cannon instead, then. Zap Cannon is 50-50 chance to hit, and it's not even that powerful of a move. It's guaranteed paralysis. But if I wanted guaranteed paralysis, I could use Nuzzle, which is 30 base power and isn't going to miss. And he's guaranteed to paralyze. So, I don't know. It's like, it just feels like some of the stuff from back in the day that they used as reasons for mitigating certain moves' power doesn't really apply anymore, and they should probably just go back and retroactively change some of the older stuff to make it more usable these days by current standards. Because the moves right now, compared to the moves of the original generations, are leagues apart. Like, it's miles apart. Some of them are so inferior to older versions of moves now, or newer versions of moves. It's crazy. It really is. So I don't know. I wish Game Freak would change some of that stuff. I don't think they ever will, to be honest. Or maybe they will slowly, a little at a time. Look at that tiny Tauros at the back. But they might a little at a time. I don't think they're going to go out of their way to do it, though, no. The Rock is a Pokemon I never knew. Yeah, he is. He's a Pokemon actually, Bruce. The Rock, yep. That's where all the budget went for Scarlet and Violet. That's why the performance is so bad. They spent all the money trying to get the licensing for Dwayne Johnson's face. What it was. Say it with me, Game Freak plays favorites. You're not wrong though. I mean, they do. Look at Charizard. You know, I was talking about ranting about Zard earlier. I was talking about Charizard. We were talking about TCG stuff. And I was saying about how I wish the other starters got a bit more love as well in the mix. Because it feels like you always get the same people get the cool stuff and then not that many others really get a look in. When was the last time, other than the Megas in Gen 6, where you can look at it and say that like Blastoise and Venusaur got something kind of cool as well? Just because. And before anyone says, what about Sword and Shield? They got Gigantamaxes. Yes, but who got one first in the base game? Charizard. That's the only reason they gave them to Venusaur and Blastoise, is because Zard already got one. Like it always does. In the same way that Zard also got 2 Megas for no reason. And the only other Pokemon in the game that got 2 Megas was Mewtwo. Which is a legendary. I mean, that was just excessive as well. Mewtwo didn't need 2 either. But like, why is stuff getting 2? Unnecessary, in my opinion. Yeah, no, Game Freak definitely plays favorites with certain things. And they just deliberately... I don't know if they choose not to buff stuff, or they just think that things aren't worth buffing, but a lot of Pokemon get really done dirty by just not getting updated. And they're just kind of bad. Yeah. Welcome in, Cinderfay. How's it going? Wish Togepi was in this game. The Machop Line 2. Did they not add them in the DLC? They're probably in the files at least, so I suspect you could import them. I'm surprised they're not in the DLC though. I guess the only other thing they would say is that they're already on Switch via some of the other games, so it's like they didn't feel the need to add them. That seems to be the current like MO for Pokemon. Is they look at it and go, well, they're already on the console generation, so we don't need to add them again. Unless it's Charizard, in which case they have to be in every game. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, like with the Charizard thing there, right? Again, I don't like Charizard. I'm not a Charizard fan. I know people like it, but I'm just not one of them. The thing that annoys me is that, like, Charizard, while it makes them money, and I understand that, it's like, sometimes you just need to give love to the other stuff as well. Like, my thing that I've was mentioning earlier that I find silly is, in the TCG, it's the same thing, right? You look at the Scarlet Violet generation. Charizard wasn't even in Scarlet and Violet base, like as a Scarlet and Violet game. It got added in on one of the first Terra raids as just like a random event, so it wasn't even necessarily just in the base game. But what have they done in TCG? They made 2 special like one-off products for it that are like expensive premium collections. They made a giant UPC for it, which was the same as the 151 Mew one that we opened at Christmas, but they made a Charizard one for Sword and Shield, which was, I mean, that one makes at least a little more sense, but if you're adding it in the mix of Charizard products, you've got that. And there's literally an entire set in Obsidian Flames, which is all Charizard themed, that was added in Scarlet and Violet. You know? And then it's like, where's my boy Venusaur and Blastoise's stuff then? I know they've started adding them more recently, but again, some people will look at it and they'll go, well, they added them in Surging Sparks and there wasn't a Charmander. But as I always explain in these situations, is the only reason they added it in Surging Sparks is because in Japan, they had already released the promo card versions of what we got as the cards in Stellar Crown, not Surging Sparks. Usually the promos that we get over here are just regular cards in Japan, or vice versa. And so you'll notice in a lot of situations that, like, certain things exist in one or the other form, and in the other version they're either a promo or not. So, like, the only reason they added them in Stellar Crown was because they'd already given them out in Japan last year, and the third one that would go in the set with the two that we got in Stellar Crown was the Charmander promo that you got in Obsidian Flames' ETB. Because the ETB, as far as I'm aware, doesn't exist in Japan, that's why they don't do the promos in the same way. So if you look at it, over here in English, we got the Charmander card that went with the other two in the set about 1.5 years early. So it's like, you can't look at it and go, oh, well, yeah, well, they gave some good stuff for Bulbasaur and Squirtle. It's like, yeah, but they gave it 1.5 years after they did the freaking Charizard stuff, and they only did it because they felt obligated to put them in because they'd already made them. But they didn't bother giving them to us when we actually wanted them for the, you know, complete set of the promos. Really annoying. I just find it aggravating. Not in Paldea? I'm actually kind of surprised. I didn't know that they weren't in the game. I'd have thought they might have been, but... Especially in the DLC, considering, like, with Togekiss, because they added a lot of the other Gen 4 Evos. I'm surprised they didn't add it, but... That's Game Freak for you, I guess. Welcome in, Mirage, my dude. How's it going? Paldean Border Patrol got to... Yeah, they were denied entry into Paldea. Their visas had expired, so they weren't allowed in. That's what it was. Their visas were valid for BDSP, but they weren't valid for the other. Oh yes, the stupid lizard. Yeah, I don't like it either. There's room for Sunflora and Volbeat and Illumias. Like, who's clamoring for that? Well, see, again, I think some of it isn't that, though. Some of it is, like, they want to make it so that there is versions of each Pokemon on each generation. Like, when I say generation, like console generation. So in the case of, like, Sunflora and that, you might have found that Sunflora wasn't in any of the other games on the Switch, and that's why they brought it forwards. There is logic for why they do things, it's just slightly broken sometimes. So that might be why. Illumis and Volbeat, I'm pretty sure, are in BDSP, so that's a bit of a weird one, because they aren't very popular either, so that's a bit of a strange choice. Yeah, I don't know. That one's a weird one. Sunflora, though, might be less of a strange choice, but again, I don't know. Kind of depends what games they were in. / weren't in. The fan favorite starters, Charizard and Venusaur and Bok Choy, yeah. Honestly. That being said, and again, this is another one of those things where, again, this is probably just a only because they did the other one. There is supposedly a product listing in the TCG for a new 151 product, which is kind of funny because 151 came out December of last year, and now they're advertising a product for it that's going to be coming out, like, next year, I think. That's called, like, the Blooming Waters collection or something. Which Blooming Waters makes you think about, like, well, water and, like, plants. And it makes me wonder if it's going to be like a Blastoise Venusaur themed product, because they already did the big Charizard stuff. So it's like, why can't we just release that at the same time? You know, why do we have to wait an extra 1.5 years or whatever for the extra products? That being said, I'm not complaining if they decide to rerun 151, because literally, let's be honest, if you're a Pokemon TCG person anyway, you'll know this. If you're not, you won't, but 151, which was the Gen 1 reprint set, right? With only the Gen 1 Pokemon in. It had some really cool cards in. It's actually a really nice set. I quite like it. We opened some of it last year at Christmas. Ever since it released in about December last year, it has been probably the most annoying set to get hold of for a long time. It has been ridiculously hard to come by. It sells out everywhere almost immediately. People scalped the absolute ever-living shit out of it to the point where booster bundles the day after they'd released had already gone up by 25 to 50% in price. And nowadays, because of how rare they are, if you want to buy a booster bundle for 6 packs of Scarlet and Violet 151, normally it would be about 25. Retail is £25. If you want to get them from anywhere, any retailer or eBay or anything like that now, minimum you're paying is 45 to 50 for 6 packs. That's really bad in Pokemon terms. But it's because it's so hard to come by. So it's nice they're releasing more of it, but also a shame that they're releasing more of it for a special potential Venusaur Blastoise collection. They just completely missed the boat on giving it to us when it would have been relevant. But that's kind of what Pokemon does. How you doing there, Mirage? Going well. Got back from the office and ordered Korean food. What did you get? I'll be honest, I can't say I'm very familiar with Korean food, so I'm interested to see what you actually get. I think the only Korean food that I know, if I am actually not getting this wrong, is like bulgogi in it. It's the only Korean thing I think I know. Beef bulgogi is like the only Korean thing I think I know, really. If that is Korean anyway, and I'm not just getting it mixed up with another Asian cuisine, which I could be, because I'm intellectually challenged when it comes to Asian food, I'll be honest. Not surprising, because I live in England, but, you know. But yeah, TLDR of my rant. Fuck Charizard, give the other starters some cool stuff. That's what I say. And if you're asking me, will I be getting the Blooming Waters collection, or whatever it's called, to get some extra 151 and maybe get the Blastoise Venusaur? Potentially. Maybe we'll even open it on stream, depending on when it comes out and how expensive it is. Because realistically, it's probably going to be ridiculously pricey, but... And it'll get scalped, because it's 151 again, but still. I can give you a verdict on the coffee now as well, because I've had a sip of it. I've had a few sips, in fact. I don't think I'd call it a belter today. Average is okay. It's an okay coffee. We're not in belter territory there, though. Spicy chicken ramen and sweet rice cakes. Okay. Chicken addition, some ramen, though. Sounds good. I haven't had ramen for a while. Don't know when the last... Oh, maybe was it March? I think I had some ramen. Don't really order food all that often, so... That sounds decent, though. Crazy about Korean food, it tastes too good. I can't say I've ever gone out to eat Korean food. Not because I wouldn't, but I've just never had the chance to. Asian food in England isn't super prevalent at the minute. It's probably on the rise, but at least right now it's not really, like... Not really that prevalent. Sipping me water there as well. I don't know why. There's something in the back of my throat that's like scratching up. I don't know. Like, it kind of like right in the back, like of my tongue, back of my throat area, where it's like making me want to cough, but it won't go away. Whatever it is, it's just sat there, like tickling the back of my throat. Ugh. I don't know what it is either. Like a crumb or something. I have to bolt early, got some stuff to do in the morning. Have a good one. We'll see you on Sunday then, Nitty. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out as always. I do appreciate it. And we'll see you when we see you then, I suppose. Have a good one, my dude. You take it easy, and thank you for ranting about Charizard with me. Always nice to have a rant about Zard. Love it. Yeah, have a good one, dude. Thank you for the redeems. I appreciate it. We should have dropped Poison Tail there, shouldn't we? Bulgogi is like barbecue? Yeah. Like a barbecue type thing. Yes. See, I know something at least. Not much, but I know something about Korean food. Look at me. Me being cultured. Really. I don't really know much about it, but... That's kind of my knowledge about a lot of things, though, to be fair, is it's, like, very broken and few and far between pieces, but I know little bits about various things. Just not continuous chunks of information. I think Tauros... Trying to fight Tauros with Bronzor is a bad idea, so I don't think I'm going to do that. I kind of just want to fight the Marinis on the beach. Who's next gym after us here? Kofu, isn't it? Once we've beaten Kofu, is I think normally about the time we start fighting Blissey, so we'll get there soon. Deep fried cheesy rice cakes. Deep fried cheesy rice cakes sounds interesting. I would want to. I feel like I would give this stuff a try. It sounds good. Alas, not a belter. Yeah, unfortunately, not today. Gargling with hot water and salt might help. Yeah, it's only come on in the last few minutes. It's really odd. That being said, I think some of it actually might just be the weather. I tend to find when I wake up in days where it's particularly cold or particularly warm, I tend to have a very, like, dry mouth when I wake up in the mornings. So it's probably, as I say, because I have my windows open and things as well, but so the air is very fresh. But yeah, I tend to have very, like, dry mouth when I wake up, so that's probably a lot of what it is. I get, like, a very dry throat. Because I'm probably also dehydrated, because I probably haven't drank enough the day before. Because you know me and hydrating. Name a better duo. By that, of course, I mean I barely hydrate. I am quite bad at hydrating, I'll admit. I try, though, okay? I try. Anything to bully the Zard? Honestly, it has to be done. Charizard is just... Charizard is a very basic Pokemon. That's how I would describe it. Charizard's very basic. Charizard is like liking... It'd be like... Charizard is like... Here's the best way to describe Charizard. Charizard is like getting into sports, but you don't know anything about the sport that you're watching, so you decide you're going to become a fan of the people who won it most recently, the championship or title or whatever. That's what Charizard is like. It's the basic bog standard choice. You go in and you go, I don't know anything about Pokemon, so you basically have three choices. You're either going to like Eevee, you're going to like Pikachu, or you're going to like Charizard. It's one of like the very basic choices. That's what I would say. Not standard rice cakes like Sumac ones, they're like chewy and good. Yeah, they're kind of like, I think the rice cakes you're talking about, they're almost kind of like, how do you describe them? I know what you mean, though. They're not rice cakes in the sort of, crispy, like, disc kind of rice cakes. I know what you mean. They're very different, aren't they? They're almost like chewy... I don't even know how to describe them. I know what you mean, though. I've definitely seen them before. I've never had them, but I've seen them before.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna assume it's Spartan T127 rather than Spartan. That would sound a bit... Maybe it is, I don't know. Spartan. I'm gonna call you Spartan for now. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it, and welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Okay, it is Spartan T127. So I've got to be careful with names sometimes, because some people get very angry if I get the names wrong. So thank you for being hot on that one, telling me I was right. I'm glad. Welcome into stream. I hope you're doing well. Best way I can describe word is like gnocchi, but made of rice. Oh, is that the rice cakes you mean? Yeah, yeah. Rice-based dough. Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Saris fan. Yeah, like Saracens fans. Yeah, exactly. Tobocchi. Okay, Tobocchi. Is that how it's spelt? Sort of. Okay. The extra vowels were confusing me, though. Charizard equals Saracens, yeah. Yeah, I hope you're doing well though, Spartan. And welcome into stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Charizard bank rolls the games. To some degree, yes. And I mentioned that earlier, that like the reason that they do a lot of Zard stuff is because money. But at the same time, it's also one of those things where it's very oppressive towards other parts of the game that people don't really have any interest in, purely because it's Charizard and that's it. Right? So I don't know. Like, while it definitely generates the money and I can understand why they do it, it's also like sometimes it's a bit just generally unfair that they don't give anything else any kind of like special treatment in itself. And see, if they gave like fairly equal treatment but still put some emphasis on Charizard, people wouldn't have a problem. But it just feels like in some cases they just go too overboard with it. Like in X and Y, right? They brought Charizard out with the Mega forms when they did it for Venusaur and Blastoise as well, right? Which is cool. I'm glad they did it for the other two. But Charizard got 2 forms and everybody else in the game except Mewtwo got 1. So Charizard and Mewtwo got 2 different forms each, where they went the extra mile for them. Nobody else really got anything. And it's just like, I would just give no one double forms or do it for everybody rather than doing like this weird, you know, Charizard bias again. Like, I don't know. That's just my take on it though. Mileage may vary. Love watching Americans think they have the hardest contact-based ball sport with the American football. Rugby is American football played by men. Years ago, I remember I commented that in a YouTube comment section on a video. And it was like American football versus like rugby hardest tackles. And people were very angry when I said that in the comment section. I didn't say it exactly in those words, but people weren't happy about my radical viewpoint that, you know, tackling people when you didn't have pads on was more aggressive than fighting people when you have some form of protection on to stop you from doing it. And I know people will say, well, they have pads so they go more aggressively at each other, but at the same time, the pads also still absorb some of the impact. So it's kind of a different thing. Both of them have strong hits. It's just one of them has protection for said hits and one of them doesn't. And the one that doesn't tends to hurt more. And it's sort of generally, they're 2 different kinds of games though, aren't they, as well? Because like, NFL American football is very stop-start, stop-start. It's quite a slow game in that regard. A lot of stoppages. A lot of chances to have recovery, things like that. Versus on the other side of the fence over here, you don't get that. It's like, the play just keeps going until something stops it. Whether it be injury, someone dropping the ball, or a penalty or something, rather than just like, bloke gets tackled, blow the whistle, stop the game. Charizard is the golden child? It is, sadly. Well, Charizard and Pikachu, I suppose. But even then, I feel like Pikachu has started playing second fiddle to Charizard in recent years. I mean, Pikachu has always been the mascot of Pokemon, hasn't it, really? It's one of those iconic things when it comes to Pokemon, like the Pokeball. They're iconic images. But I feel like Charizard has become even bigger than just kind of general Pokemon. It's become like the biggest thing. Having 15 people do everything on the team instead of 3 teams for defensive, attacking, king. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The general like player counts and stuff for different roles is different. It requires you to have more versatile skill sets, I would say. NFL definitely has more specialization in certain positions for people doing things versus over here, of course, it requires a lot more of a general base of being good at everything, but still having some specialization. It's more of a jack of all trades rather than a specializations game, I would say. Brain damage is your metric for hardest, and Americans win. In terms of sport, yeah, I mean, in theory, yes. But also, a lot of that comes down to rule sets. Because obviously when it comes to tackles and stuff in NFL, it's basically just like free-for-all, isn't it? You can do whatever you want. Head-on-head and stuff like that is fairly common. It's not really like frowned upon, is it? I don't think. People just run into each other and knock people out all the time. Versus, of course, in our civilized game over here. Not really civilized, but in our civilized version of a similar sort of thing of people running into each other at high speed, you're not allowed to go to any of people's heads. So, I mean, that does help with reducing the amount of brain injuries in the long run. It does kind of make me laugh, though, that in recent years there's been, like, various lawsuits over here of people, like former players who are getting early onset dementia. And while I feel sorry for them from the fact that they're getting early onset dementia, I also find it a bit silly that they're trying to file, like, lawsuits against, like, the governing bodies of the game and saying, we didn't know. And it's like, well, how did you not know that, like, running in and bashing your head constantly for 80 minutes every week for 20 weeks of the year and doing that over 10 years was not going to somehow lead to brain injuries in the future? You know? So it's like, it's kind of like one of those things where I don't really understand that either, that viewpoint of people being like, oh, it's really terrible now because I'm getting this early onset dementia. And it's like, that's terrible, but also you kind of knew what you were getting in for. And if you didn't, then there's something wrong. You know? If you somehow didn't realize that whacking your head constantly for 80 minutes every week wasn't going to lead to some sort of most likely permanent damage, I don't really know what to tell you. It's fairly obvious. Big Doom theme set releases tomorrow. It does. Yeah, Surging Sparks comes out tomorrow. I actually do have a pre-order. I've got an ETB, a booster box, and a 3-pack with a Quagsire promo coming, which we are going to be opening on stream. We're not opening it until Christmas, though, because we're doing a special week of streams on the week before Christmas, where we're opening a booster box of every set in Scarlet and Violet. So we will be opening Surging Sparks for the first time then. So I'm trying to do my best to avoid the set and looking at, like, you know, the images for the illustration rares and trying to keep it, like, as fresh as I can, so that when we go in, it's all completely new to us. But I am quite excited about it. It looks like a really cool set. The only thing I do know about is there's one special illustration rare, other than the Pikachu anyway, which I know about. But when it comes to the special illustration rares, there's one in there that is really nice, and I really kind of want. And I really hope we pull it, because it looks so good. But who knows? Who knows if we'll ever get it? I would love to. I'm going to go heal real quick as well, and then we can go level up again. This is a slow grind, this part, but it also is because we have more Pokemon than normal, so it's taking longer. Someone gets tackled, first down, roll the ads, second down, roll the ads, halftime show, etc., etc. Yeah, it's too... That's the thing I find about it. I've tried watching American football before. It's too stop-start for my liking. You know, I don't like the stop-start nature of it. I like the continuous game aspect of it. And I think one of the things that you get in a continuous game as well, in general, is it means that the people who are competing generally within said sport are more... not superior necessarily, but they're a different kind of athlete, because instead of playing like small amount stop, small amount stop, small amount stop, it's continuous game for 40 minutes, then they have one stoppage for 10 minutes, then they go again basically for 40 minutes. And it's like, you know, I mean, me and Mirage, both when we were younger, we both played. Obviously at the younger levels, it's not quite as intense as professional sport, obviously. Well, like when we used to play, even the games that we used to play at school and things like that were pretty bloody intense. We had a great group of lads for our team. We were lucky. We had a very gifted group playing for us, actually, at our like school level. Great lads. Some of them I didn't really like, but we had a good group of lads, and yeah, it used to be great. No one ever fucking trained. There was only like 5 or 6 of us who ever turned up to training out of the 20 odd of us who'd go into a game, but, you know. I guess it is what it was. It is what it is. Top 3 for me is Lucario, Greninja, and Garchomp. Good choices, though. in that popular band. They are all heavily liked Pokemon. My top 3, I mean, Garchomp's probably up there for me in my top couple as well. I really also like Electivire is another one up there for me. I don't know who like. I have a few that kind of like rotate in and out. If I wanna just throw in a new Pokemon just for the sake of it, I quite like Armarouge a lot, and I quite like Garganacl a lot. So I would throw them in my top 3 maybe as well, because I just quite like them. And I'll do the newest generation a favor and throw one of them in the mix. But that's what I'd say for mine. So like Garchomp, Electivire, Garganacl maybe, / Armarouge is my top 3 right now. Are you playing Pokemon TCG Pocket? I am not, actually. I haven't downloaded it, although I've seen a lot of people playing it, posting screenshots of their pools and things, but I haven't personally, no. I haven't tried it yet myself. Is it also... I'm assuming the TCG Pocket is also the TCG game that you can play, or is it literally just card collecting? Because I assume you also play the TCG game as well, right? On it? That would be more of the reason I would do it than anything else. I do find it kind of interesting, though, that when it comes to the TCG Pocket, they've made a lot of unique cards for that yet that they haven't actually made into physical cards. And I wonder if eventually that will change. And they'll make more of the physical ones, and the digital ones they've pre-made now will end up appearing in future sets. Wouldn't surprise me. Lovers was... Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of wild that so many people who played together in, like, age group and stuff were in that same team as well. We had some great times, I think. Some county championships and things that we went to that were decent. That was a hell of a time. That one tournament we went to. Well, 2 tournaments we went to, actually, didn't we, I think? Was it 2? I think it was 2. We went to a couple of tournaments over the years we were there. The problem was, though, that the way it was with, like, the county championships that we used to, like, or county tournaments we used to play in, is that would include all of the schools in the area, so you'd also get, like, the private schools. You know? So, like, when you played against the private schools, it wasn't quite the same. It was a bit of a pain in the ass. Both collecting and play. Need to pull 2 Mewtwo EXs for my deck. It's a 0.333% chance each. Damn. Sounding like regular TCG pull rates right there. Them pull rates pretty bad. Either move good here. Don't remember the second tournament all that well. Didn't you get concussed? That's why, isn't it? Didn't you end up getting a concussion, or you got knocked out or something? I seem to remember. To be fair, even me who wasn't, I don't really remember the second one all that well. The first one I remember. Do you remember? Well, you might not. Do you remember which one it was, mate, where we got stuck? You remember the bus pissed off? We were supposed to be getting taken back on the bus, but the games had been delayed. So instead, the bus driver, who was, like, obviously he was clocking off for the day, literally took all of our... We left all our bags on the bus because he was going to be there all day, right? And he was going to go off and do something else. And he'd literally gone up the bus, grabbed all of our bags, chucked them in the middle of the car park, and fucked off. So, that was ridiculous. Yeah, so I remember we came back out, and we were stuck there for ages waiting for a bus to come pick us up. But they chucked all of our shit in the middle of the car park and buggered off. And we were just sort of awkwardly stood around there for like an hour waiting for someone to come pick us up and take us back. I think that was the second one. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. I'm not going to say the name of it, but they were at 2 different places now, I remember, yeah. The second one was closer to home. The first one was further away, wasn't it? That was up on the really sloped pitch. Where, like, you got an advantage from playing from right to left because it was, like, really steep gradient. God, that was such a crap pitch. Why anyone will put a pitch there? It's ridiculous. You had to run uphill for half the match. It was awful. Even the Noxcat bruised. Knocked out and such bad concussion, so bad I got recommended to be taken to A&E. I don't remember you getting knocked out, but... Yeah, I honestly don't remember it. All I remember about those tournaments we did were like the off-field stuff that happened. That was the second one, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I remember a lot of the stuff that Reese did. I mean, obviously, there's the famous one that you always talk about. That happened to you. But then there was the other one as well, where he went in the changing room while everyone was gone, and he went in the toilet. And the whole place was fucking vile after that. It was awful, man. Don't speak about that on stream. Not that one, no. But that was the other one where he went in the bloody like bathroom inside the changing rooms, and he went and relieved himself. But it fucking stank the whole rest of the day. It was horrible. God, that was bloody awful. You wouldn't you'd go back in thinking I've got to go and get me bag in a minute because I need to go and get me drink or something I've left in the changing rooms, and it'd be like. You'd have to get a gas mask on to walk back in there. And it was like that for hours because there was no ventilation in the changing rooms. It was awful. It's funny looking back on it now, but at the time it was bloody atrocious. Don't either. I got told I took a knee to the forehead. Yeah, I don't remember it. That must have been in the... I don't know which one that was in, whether it was the first... Oh, that must have been a crit. Whether it was the first or the second one. Yeah, that's wild, though. That was a long time ago now. Long old time ago. I think I might just go and fight Iono pretty soon, because... We've been grinding a long time. We still need to get to level 24 on certain people. It's just going to take a long time. I don't really fancy... aimlessly, leveling up for the next god knows how long. I might just rare candy or something. Dealing might be useful to level up, but the rest of them probably doesn't matter. There's a break in 3 minutes as well, so that's kind of perfect timing. I guess what I'll do is I'll go level up. I'll go to the Pokemon Center, I'll grab these guys here, try and level some of them up with rare candies and XP candies, and then we'll probably go fight the gym when we get back. That sounds like a plan to me. We have a good team for this gym. I'm not really too concerned, honestly. I don't think it should be an issue. So we'll see how we go. Yeah, those tournaments were an interesting time, if nothing else. We get Riolu done. That's good. Vacuum Wave we don't want. It's kind of not that worth it. 2 levels. I think XP Candy Medium is going to be too much. Let's do 2 on Dealing, get up to 24. Dealing is really the only one out of these guys we actually wanted to be kind of up there, and that's purely because it has a resistant typing to what we're going to be facing, so... Riolu is kind of irrelevant. Drowsy doesn't matter here either, so we'll just... I mean, Wingull's obviously a terrible typing. Dealing's definitely fighting this one. Low Kicks we'd be silly not to bring. Clodsire we're bringing. Knacklestack we're bringing. Florigato we're bringing. And then it's basically a toss-up between Bronzor or Honchkrow. Honestly, either of them are both good. I mean, Honchkrow's definitely got a weakness here, but at the same time, Bronzor does in the final fight, so... I do like Honchkrow in this fight, but you know what? Actually, after his clutch earlier, I'm going to pick him on merit. He's on good form. We're going to bring Bronzor for this one, I think. We're definitely going to run with Knacklestack up front as well, so he can deal with big boy Pokemon coming in, otherwise known as, what's he called? I can't remember his bloody name. The bird. What's the bird called? Wattrel. That's it. He can deal with Wattrel early on, and then we can go from there. 50 seconds or so until the break starts, just to let everybody know. Okay. So we will be pausing up here for a minute while we wait for that to go. The word. The bird is the word. You know it. Yeah, Wattrel. That's the word. That's the name I was looking for. So we'll just chill here and wait for the break so we can do the fight afterwards. Actually, we'll go and chill in the lobby. Let's go and sit in the lobby of the gym, shall we? Actually, let's item up. That's a good idea as well. Have we got any other items? We might have muscle band or wise glasses or something. Wise glasses on Bronzor is not a terrible idea. Miracle seed? Why not? I mean, for grass type attacks. Not a bad idea necessarily. Well, okay, that's fine. Covert cloak. That must be one of those ones we got from the guy then. Interesting. I don't think I've ever used the covert cloak before. I don't really know if it's good or not. Maybe I should try it in the future. Nice. I'll tell you what, it's getting a bit nippy now, actually. The temperature must have dropped off a little bit ago, because it's getting kind of cool in here. I might have to get a hoodie or something soon. I'm only sat here in a t-shirt and shorts, and it's getting a bit cool. My PC's too far away, so I can't warm my legs up or anything by touching it. Very sad. Drop another save, though, before we get going for the Brib in a minute. I'll preemptively switch screens. Why not? Because, I mean, the BRB is coming up in a second. We'll go for a BRB. It'll be a 3-minute break. Everything's going to be paused while it's going, so no one worry about missing anything, of course. We're very good about that. And then once the break is done, we will come back and we will carry on playing. Okay? So no one's got to miss anything, and we'll be good then. But yeah, we will wait for this break to go through for 3 minutes, and then we'll go. So BRB, everybody, back in just a minute. And welcome back from the break, everybody. We switch back from the BRB screen back onto our main game. Here we go. I like that little dancing emote there, Spartan. It's a good emote right there. Alright. Away we go. It's Iono hour. The final time in Hall of Fame that we get to fight her. 6 runs. This is the 6th time. We will only be fighting Iono one time ever after this, most likely, which will be the Tauros run. And that's going to be really interesting. So, yeah, let's get this, make this a memorable one while we can and go and destroy her for one last time in case Tauros goes badly wrong and we get absolutely railed. Thank you, Shags, for the warm-up. I'm a little warmer now after walking around. It is, I think it's just because I've got my windows open. It's just getting cooler because, I mean, it's, what, early November? So it makes sense. It's just cooled down a bit over the last little while. You may find it's, like, not particularly cloudy or something as well, so it's going to be frosty today or whatever. I don't know. You never know. Hi, Onyx. Welcome in, man. How are you? How's you doing? I'm doing okay. Doing okay, you know? Been a few, like, bad brain things the last couple of days, so I'm doing okay, you know? Doing okay. We've been having fun on stream, though. That's always been nice. I've been enjoying stream this week. It's been good. We've had some good days. Today is pretty good as well, actually. We're having a good time so far for the 2 hours we've been going. So we're doing relatively well, I'd say. How are you? I assume it's probably too early, but you wouldn't happen to have heard anything yet about your interview from yesterday. Welcome back, bruv. Thanks, Shags. I salute for you there, Shags and 07. Here we go. Knuckle stack. Let's go for the salt cure. Look at the tankiness. Yes. 6 damage. Dude, I'd like Knuckle stack a lot. The only thing here is that Wastrel is quite annoying. Wastrel? Sorry. Belly Bolt. How did I get Wastrel and Belly Bolt? Weird. It's probably going to go Uproar. So, I think I'm going to switch to Clodsire on the off chance that he's going to go Belly, or she's going to go Belly Bolt next. I think Clodsire is the best swap. What's your favorite Pokemon type? That's a great question. I feel like... Oh, it went Spark. Interesting. So I feel like I'm in a good position to actually answer this, because funnily enough, Spartan, we did a challenge over the last year or so, where we actually went through and we completed Scarlet and Violet in 18 different mono-type runs. So we did every type in the game as a mono-type. So... I would say, after doing all of the monotypes, my favorite that I did, the one that I enjoyed the most, and thus the kind of best one, my favorite, was... Do you know what? I'm going to go out and no, I can't say that. That's a bit... That one's a... I kind of want to say Bug, but no, I don't think I can actually go down on that one. And come down on it and say, yeah. I would say... I mean, I like rock and ground types. I think they're cool. They weren't necessarily the best runs we did, but I did enjoy rock and ground quite a lot, I would say. So one of those two, rock or ground types, I would say. Bug is up there as well. Bug's quite fun. I quite like the bug type. But definitely one of those two, I would say. What is your favorite type? Ghost or Steel? There you go. Ghost or Steel. Good choices there, though. Both were very kind of meta as well. I think Ghost is the most used type that we've done in most of the runs that we've played through in the game. There's almost always been a Ghost type on the team. Doing alright. Had a response from the bank. Hold on. Clear my throat, though. I got another interview to go to, so that'll be the final interview I got to do. Hey, nice. That's good stuff. That's good progress. Good news. The fact you got a double interview is a good thing. Suggests, obviously, they want you to, you know... or they're kind of serious about getting you involved, which is nice. So that's good. I'm glad. Hopefully the second one goes well. Whenabouts is that one? I'm assuming probably sooner rather than later. I doubt they want to drag out the process that much. So presumably it'll be fairly soon. Well, Luxio's going to go Bite here, obviously. There's an option here of sacking if I want. I think bite is obviously coming here, so I'm going to make a switch into low kicks. See how we go there. Love the immunities those types have. I do agree, I think they are certainly quite useful, and just resistances in general. Steel's resistance to things like Dragon as well does make it particularly nice. So I agree with you there. I think there's some really good typings in with Steel and Ghost that have some nice immunities and or supplementary resistances and things. Also, the abilities that both of them get can be quite nice. Steel usually gets probably not quite as good abilities as Ghost, but Ghost definitely gets a lot of good utility abilities. I mean, things like Levitate are huge as well. You know, stopping ground types hitting them and things like that. So it gives them effectively another immunity, doesn't it? And makes them even stronger, so... Yeah, there's good choices there, I'd say. I respect the Ghost Steel type choice. That's a good good little thing there. Monday next week. Not too far then. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you looking forward to it? What's the vibe right now? Are you someone who gets nervous for interviews and things, or are you one of those people who just kind of brushes it off and goes, no, it's fine, and you just walk in and it's like it's nothing? I feel like I'm one of those people who doesn't like that. I hate interviews and things like that. I'm just one of those people who, like, gets really worked up about it before I go into a thing like that. It's the same with, like, a presentation or something like that. Hate them. I just get super, like, worked up about them. I feel like the more obvious thing to do here would be either Confuse Ray and or Charge Beam rather than Hex. So... I think it might go Confusion. Let's just go Lunge and see if we can do some damage, because Low Kicks is pretty strong. I could see Low Kicks doing a bit of damage here. I don't think it's going to kill in one hit or anything, though, but it's definitely got some punch. Congrats at a Zoom interview earlier today. Wish you... Oh, nice. Congratulations as well on the interview. It's fine. Hopefully it goes well and you hear something back from it as well. Well, good job on doing the interview. Good stuff. Hopefully that turns out well. Confuse Ray. Nice. Okay. Don't have any issues with interviews. I find them easy. Some of mine, I think, isn't necessarily just from the interview themselves. It's because of, like, experiences with interviews that have kind of, like, soured the experience, if you will. I'll explain what I mean in a minute, because there was one that I got hard done by on before that I... Very annoyed that I got hard done by on years ago. And it annoyed me. Fake it till you make it. Yeah, it's true, I suppose. True more than ever these days. A bit funny. So far, if I've had an interview for a job, I've actually never gotten the job. Really? Interesting. Hey, we snapped out on turn 1. Nice. We don't have Sucker Punch yet on Low Kicks, do we? Oh, that's so sad. Do we have a priority move? Come on, Low Kicks, please. We don't. Ah. Well, let's roll the dice. You never know. Goes for Charge Beam again. Low Kicks is going to go down. That's okay. You did your job, Low Kicks. You did phenomenal there. Good job, lad. Outside of Ghost Immunity, I'm not a fan of normal types. I kind of do like normal types. Some, though. There's not very many I like, but there's a few. Slacking's quite cool. Quite enjoy a bit of slacking. Things like that. Not too many, though. There's just a few interesting ones. Yeah, so I think... to explain what I meant a minute ago, one of the things that made me not like interviews so much, or makes me kind of like more... what's the word? Or just not like them, really. It pretty much comes down to an interview I did years ago. This was the first place I ever applied for. And it was a virology lab in a hospital. And I was like, that perfect for me, really. Works well. You know, I can use my new stuff. I'd just come out of the uni, you know, when I was a student. And I was like, great. Great place to get some experience. They were like, yep, we want people who are potentially going to be there for a long time and things like that. You know, want people who are going to gain experience and stuff. It's a good, like, starter position. And I was like, oh, perfect. This is exactly what I want. Nice. So So I went and applied, and I had an interview. This was during the middle of the pandemic. And I had a video interview. And it was with 2 people in an office. I was just chatting with them. I was sat downstairs on a chair somewhere, and I had like my... I thought, I'll make it look professional. So I put a shirt and a tie on and all that, even though I was just doing it on there. And I wanted to look, professional. And I went and did it, and I actually aced it. It was great. And I spoke to them afterwards, and they were like, yeah, did well, answered all the questions. There was one thing I didn't get, which was they were asking about... there was one kind of like specific question about the job where they asked about like, if you ever use blood samples, what contaminants could there be in it? And I got like 5 out of the 6 answers they were looking for, and there was one that I missed. So that was about it. Everything else I answered, they liked my answers. They actually said a few times it was one of those ones where they questioned something and I gave an answer and they went, interesting, we've never heard that before, but I really like that answer. So it was like, everything I got was super great feedback, and I was like, surely, what more can I do? They thought I was great. I was like, perfect. And then I get a call from them later on in the day, and they go, yep, whatever. And they're like, unfortunately, we're not going to be offering you the position today. And I was like, oh, why is that? And he went, well, we've decided we're going to hire internally instead. And it's like, so after all that, you're going to hire someone who already works for you. Why did you bother interviewing me then? And that wasn't the part that annoyed me, really. I mean, that was frustrating, but the part that really annoyed me was right after that, he went, I've got to be honest, you're kind of unlucky here because you gave practically the perfect interview, but we still aren't going to offer you the job. And it's like, what more do you want from me? I didn't put a foot wrong the entire time. I did exactly everything you wanted, apart from that one answer that I missed on the question when there was like 6 answers. That was the only thing that I didn't get, that they said otherwise I had a perfect, like, clean sheet, and they still didn't hire me. And I was like, okay, well, fuck it then. I think after that happened, when they hit me with that and they said we're hiring internally and then told me I'd given, like, that was my first ever job interview. And I aced it. I was so nervous and I aced it. And they were like, you are brilliant. They said by miles I was the best job interview of the day, which I was very surprised by because I was thinking, Jesus, this is my first time. It was almost one of those ones where I went, oh, what was I so worried about? These job interview things are actually really easy. This wasn't that bad. And that one experience completely ruined me because that happened. And then after that, I was like, well, it didn't matter how good I was, did it? Because even if I was the best person on the planet, the most qualified person, they were never going to hire me. The people were great. They thought I was great. But I still didn't get the job, even though I was a perfect fit. Because they'd already decided before they ever did the interviews, probably, that they were going to hire someone from inside the place already, who already worked at the hospital. And it's like, well, why bother then? Because all it really did was just kind of like hit me because I'd wasted all my time thinking, yeah, I've got this. They thought I was great. I know I was good. In the bag. And I know it's like you shouldn't set yourself up for these things by getting too ahead of yourself, but genuinely I was like, I've got this. There ain't no way they're not offering this to me. And when they told me that they were hiring internally and I wasn't going to get it, I was absolutely crushed. Because it was like, as I say, it was like there was literally nothing more I could have done. It really was like, again, I'm not exaggerating. As I say, to use their exact words, they said that it was like nigh on perfect interview. It was like the best of the day by miles. I was clearly the best candidate that had applied, and they thought I was brilliant. Yet it still wasn't enough. And it was just kind of like, like, what's the fucking point? Did all that prep, learned all the stuff. I even did the thing that everybody does, where I went on their website and stuff, and I went on and found their like what their values are, on on their policy on like all kinds of things. Their policy about treating people certain ways, and their policies about like inclusivity and stuff. And I went and regurgitated that stuff in the interview, and they were really impressed by it. And I still didn't do enough. And I think, like, ever since that one, honestly, I've been kind of broken from ever doing interviews ever again, because it's just, like, now I just go in with no optimism whenever I go in, because I'm like, doesn't matter how good I am, they'll probably just tell me they're hiring internally. And even though it's one of those like irrational things where you go, well, not every company's going to do that, or not every place is going to do that, so it's silly to think it. Having that one experience of them doing it and it kind of like ruining it for me, kind of enough to make me just feel like they're always going to be like that now. So it always sucks and I always hate them now. Purely because of that. Certain jobs, it's all about who you know. Yeah, in some cases, yeah. Well, I suppose in that one exactly it was, because they knew someone already they wanted to hire, not me. It's fucked. Hate jobs, hate the jobs posted are fake. That's why we have so many incompetent workers. Yeah, it's really annoying. And like, but also it's just bad for future generations though, isn't it? Because I'm someone who's, obviously I'm younger. At that point, I was looking to get some experience in that particular field of getting some actual lab work. Because it's really difficult to get into labs, basically, to do science stuff if you don't have experience. And they were basically saying, yes, this is a great opportunity for someone like you, who's a, you know, up-and-comer in the new science areas and wants to get some lab experience to potentially grow and move on to better places. And then they fucked me over. So, I don't know. I was very unhappy after that, and it tainted my view of job interviews forever after that. Got a promotion at the previous job I didn't even apply for. Wait, what? You got a promotion at a previous job that you didn't even apply for? What do you mean? Or you just walked in and said, can I have a job? And they gave you one. Or something. The second place that I ever applied to... Well, not second place I ever applied to, but a lot of I applied... I'm one of those people who I applied to hundreds of places over the course of a couple of years. And I barely ever even got a response from anyone saying, no, we're not interested. Which was really frustrating for me. And the second place that ever actually offered me an interview... And the thing is as well, right, I'm pretty well qualified when it comes to any of the stuff I was applying for. It's not like I just randomly picked a bunch of stuff. I was pretty well qualified for all the stuff I was going for. If not overqualified in some cases, which I know can be a thing against you. But there was only like 3 or 4 places in the course of a couple of years that actually even got back to me to tell me they weren't interested. And the one that I actually ended up getting, which was the lab job that I was doing when I first started streaming, I applied. Literally the next day, they offered me an interview for the next day. And then after that interview, they offered me to start literally in a week on the Monday. So I went from the process of applying to the place to having a job in the space of less than a week. Which was crazy, because I'd been waiting at that point like 2 years or something to actually get anything worthwhile that people would offer me. It's kind of crazy. But I'm glad I had my time there. But at the same time, it also was one of those places where, while it was okay for the time being, you know, the cracks were there. And obviously for me as well, at the time, I wasn't exactly in the best place to probably be doing stuff there. And so it kind of became a bit of a mess. And I ended up leaving in the end after a little while. Decent time there, though. I got some good experience, and those people liked me, and if I ever needed references and things like that, again, they'd be more than happy to, you know, sing my praises, so... It was just one of those unfortunate things where when the time came for me, it was kind of the wrong time, because a lot of stuff happened not long after that led to the, you know, kind of downfall from that position. So it was very unfortunate, really, but, yeah, it is what it is. And then nowadays, I just stream. At least for now. Who knows in the future, but at least for now, I just stream. A worker wanted to be a food service officer, and they handed that job to me. Super dangerous job, so forced me to do it with a horrible manager. Dangerous job. Dangerous in what way? So you didn't want it then? And that's what I'm getting. You didn't want the job at all. but they just get the other person expressed interest in it and they just gave it to you instead. Which is kind of silly. I mean, if someone doesn't want it, then I don't really understand why you offer it to them. But... Works in a federal... okay. Yeah, that makes sense now. Okay. That's odd, though. Why would they just force you? I mean, surely they asked you and went, do you want it? Well, they literally just went, cool, you're doing this now, and that was it. That's stupid if they did. Seems very counterintuitive for employee morale and stuff, you know? Why am I just aimlessly running around? I need to go do some actual stuff. Who's good against dark types? Didn't say a single word. That's pretty stupid, honestly. The fact they didn't even, like, bother really consulting with you or anything before doing that is a bit messed up. Quit within 2 weeks? Honestly, I'm not surprised, though. You get thrown into a position you don't want, then, it really, isn't it? That was kind of the reason I ended up leaving the lab, actually, as well, because I'd basically taken an extended break for a while because of personal reasons. And then it was from October till Christmas, and then I came back in January, and I went in and like, spoke to him again, but I wasn't really ready to come back at that point, to be honest. I was still not in a great position. So I kind of talked to him about it, and we had the conversation because they were basically saying to me that, you know, they needed someone to fill the spot where I was, but if I wasn't going to be there, then we have to kind of consider what we're going to do for the future. And so they wanted to start looking for someone to fill the space where I was, but in doing so, it would have moved me to a new role that I didn't want. It would have been a very different role, and I really didn't like it. I'd kind of like done it before as like a every now and then to fill in for stuff, but it was very like every couple of weeks maybe I would do a few of these things they wanted me to do, but they wanted it to become my permanent role, and I just wasn't interested at all. And it was kind of one of those ones where I was like, well, I'll either come back and have my main spot that I did or nothing at all. So in the end, when I said to them, I was like, well, maybe the best thing for me to do then is just walk away and just work on myself. And, you know, maybe in the future I'll come back to you guys and speak to you again and see if you want to sort something out if you ever have a position. But, like, you know, I wasn't interested in going into the new spot they wanted me to take. So that's kind of how mine ended as well. They wanted me to do the new thing. I didn't really have a choice. It was either leave or, you know, take the new job, and I wasn't really interested in the new job. And the rest is history, really. I still don't know if it was a good or a bad thing to turn it down, but you never know. It was a big fight after I left. Well, good job you weren't there for that, I don't know. Being away from that stuff is never a bad thing. Hopefully I get to sell people cell phones and plans in a few days. That'd be kind of an interesting job to be in there, selling people phones and plans and things. I feel like it's good from the perspective as well of from your own side of things, because being in the position where you're able to sell people things like that, you learn about some of the tricks of how they try and get you on your own deals. So you can probably avoid the bad deals that you get yourself, because presumably the company you work for will offer you like benefits of getting a contract with them and things, or a phone with them, I'm guessing. That seems like the type of thing they would do over here anyway, so I don't know obviously where you are in the world, but presumably that's the type of thing they would do. Yeah. Kind of wild. Let's go fight Giacomo. Is that the gate? That's the gate. There we go. We'll go straight in there. I was going to try and grab an item, but I think we already got everything we wanted. But let's just move on, shall we? Gonna hop off for a little bit. We'll be back on later. See you later. No worries. Onyx, you go take it easy. Have a good one. And we will see you when we see you, okay? Take it easy, man. And, yeah. We'll see you around. And yeah, good luck with the stuff on Monday. I mean, I might see you on Sunday anyway, but if I don't, then good luck with the stuff on Monday if I don't see you by then. Don't have to worry about getting shanked by inmates. That is certainly a perk of the job. Not having to worry about being stabbed. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty nice thing to not worry about, I suppose. I'm glad that you're in or you're potentially going to be going into a better environment, you know? Damn, low kicks with a one-shot. How was that out of nowhere? Holy. I mean, we are kind of over-leveled, though, for this particular fight, but it is what it is. I can take my headphones off for 2 seconds. There we go. That's better. Alright, now we can do this fight. So the aim of the day is to get to Larry. That's the idea. Get to level 36, get to Larry. That should be fairly simple. That's the goal of the day anyway. This is part 2 of our Hall of Fame run, which section 2 is normally pre-Iono from Gym 2 all the way up to Larry and then the rival battle there. And basically just level everyone up to 36 and be ready to go there. So I think we should be good for that, especially with low kicks. That should be a pretty big boost in that general direction. Especially against Larry, low kicks will kind of destroy him. Missed the Hoenn region. Grew up on Team Aqua versus Magma. I was slightly later than that. I mean, technically, I guess those games came out when I was a kid. I hadn't gotten into Pokemon at that point, though. So my original generation that I started playing was Gen 4. So Pearl was the one I played. My brother had Diamond, I had Pearl. And then ever since then, I've played every gen minus Sun and Moon. And then in some cases, I went back and played the older ones. Did have the now very expensive Pokemon Soul Silver as well. The one with the Pokewalker. The special edition-y one back in the day. Which is very sad because it's worth a lot of money now and I don't have it anymore. I remember I got rid of it a few years back when I got rid of all my DS stuff. This is probably like 10 years ago now. It was very sad because I sold all that stuff and probably got no money for it. And now I probably could have got 10x the value. It's crazy. Need to get Scarlet Violet as soon as possible. It's a good time to get it now, of course. With it being out for a couple of years, you can get it a lot cheaper than you could originally as well, which is good. Because, I mean, let's be honest, realistically, these days, are any games worth the full price tag? Debatable. Don't think many games these days are necessarily worth the amount of money that people charge for them. I was talking about this, actually, with Mirage. Mirage is one of my IRL friends who known for years. And we were talking about this the other day, actually, where I was about the price of games. I remember when I was younger, this was when Assassin's Creed 3 came out. And I remember Assassin's Creed 3 was one of the first games on the Xbox 360 where the price of AAA titles had gone up to like, I think 40... I want to say it was like £40 retail. I was like, damn, that's a hell of a price increase. That sucks when I was a kid. And then now I look at it and I'm like, damn, if only we'd known that from the price when we were kids, most of us, of buying a game, the price would actually double to what it is now. Where it's like 60 bucks, 60 pounds for a new AAA title. Crazy. Only 2 regions I haven't beaten are Kalos and Paldea. I've done Kalos. I haven't done, Alola is the only one I haven't done. Done all the rest of them, though. Scarlet and Violet's not bad. The game itself I enjoy. I mean, obviously there's a lot of bugs and unpatched bits that they should have and probably could have fixed. But as a game, are they... At the end of the day, what do you want out of a Pokemon game? Do you want it to be fun? Yes. Is it a fun game? Yeah, I think it is. But from that side of things, I would say, yeah, they're pretty damn good. But, like, there's definitely issues with them. They're not perfect, but there are certainly some quite cool things about them. The open world also changes the dimension of the game quite a lot. There's no kind of like locking on items really anymore. So like you can go get things like leftovers right at the start of the game, which is what I do usually in these runs. So there's a lot more kind of freedom you can get just from the open world map, which is quite cool in itself. Pokemon games don't dip under $45. I've seen a few over here that dip down to lower prices than well, maybe not $45. I guess it depends on currency exchange, but these days when I look, Scarlet and Violet are almost permanently on sale. I see, so I don't know. They're almost permanently like 10-20% off, so I guess maybe they just don't sell super well anymore. I mean, they've been out a couple of years, so presumably people are just trying to get rid of them now. So I think they're a decent deal if you can get them on sale. I mean, Black Friday's coming up as well in the next couple of weeks, so might be a time to try and see if you can get one. One of the few times of the year Nintendo are actually quite generous with their discounts if they do that. So Assassin's Creed 4 was a go. Yeah, a lot of people really like Black Flag. I think for me, I'm probably still a bigger fan of Assassin's Creed 2 than I ever was of 4 or Brotherhood. Those were my personal favorites. I did enjoy them, though. I will say I know some people bag on the new games. I do kind of like the new open-worldy Assassin's Creeds. They're definitely not the same as the old ones were, but I don't judge them in the same lens, you know? Like, I always looked at it like... Oh, really? We died there. I always look at it like they're kind of more of a different game, rather like almost a spin-off Assassin's Creed, rather than like main series, and it kind of helps to view them that way rather than viewing them as the same experience as the OG games. So I quite like Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. I mean, Shadows, I don't know. Don't know if I'll ever play it, to be honest. The new Japanese one, which has got a ton of bad publicity, so who knows, but who knows if it'll even release at this point. Probably will. First-party Nintendo games are crazy priced. Yeah, they are. And that's the thing is, as well, is interesting, isn't it, with the Switch, is Nintendo make almost exclusively first-party games. Like, there aren't that many games on the Switch, other than stuff made by, you know, big other studios that's on literally every platform. There's not really that many things made by third parties that are just on Switch, I find. And Nintendo obviously make all of their IPs pretty much exclusive to Switch, and then they can charge a premium for them. So it's like... It kind of works for their way of doing it, and they've been successful, so you can't really fault them for it. But it's kind of an annoying business practice to some degree. Just because you can't really, like, win against Nintendo when it comes to that. Because they can just set their own price, and then they, you know, what are you going to do? Unless you have an emulator, you're not really going to get it anywhere else, so you kind of are almost forced to pay the price that they want you to. It's very annoying. At least I find it very annoying anyway. Yeah, Terra is a cool gimmick. It can be a little annoying sometimes, and it's easy to forget sometimes that people change Terra types. In the gym battles and stuff, sometimes you'll set, like, I'll set up. I played through the game like 20 odd times. And I'll sometimes set up and I'll be like, right, Miss Magius, ghost type. And then you completely forget it Terra's into electric or whatever. But yeah, first, I remember, I already read that, didn't I? Brotherhood allowed you to bring homies. Brotherhood was a good game. I did like Brotherhood. Brotherhood, AC2. I played through all of them on stream. I played through every game, apart from the spin-off in Assassin's Creed Rogue. I played through all of the main series Assassin's Creed games from 1 all the way up to Valhalla on stream. So I enjoyed them, some more than others. There's like a bunch of old clips of stuff when we played them. There were some good memories we had on that. Good games. Certainly a franchise that's probably gone downhill to a degree over the years, but not a bad franchise by any means, I would say. I'm sure some people would disagree with me, because I know some people hate the modern ones, which I don't really understand why. To be honest, from my perspective, I think the people who hate things like the new Assassin's Creeds are kind of just the nostalgia lords, you know? the people who like assume that every time Ubisoft mentions Assassin's Creed, it's going to be Assassin's Creed 2 again. And when it's not Assassin's Creed 2, they go like full baby rage and start like screaming at them and telling the devs to go and off themselves because they've made a bad game or something. Because that's most Ubisoft fans, I've found. When it comes to Assassin's Creed or Siege, is basically the first thing they do is tell the devs to off themselves on Twitter. Typical Ubisoft fanboys, and then they wonder why people don't do why Ubi don't do what the fans want. And it's like, damn. Maybe you should try being more reasonable first. I don't like Ubi, don't get me wrong. I think they're a crap company, and I think they don't act in the best interests of their customers and or gamers who play their games. But I don't think that justifies people to go out there and tell them to off themselves and shit like that. It's just, you shouldn't ever tell people to do that shit. Especially when you think about, like, 9 times out of 10 when people do that, it's completely directed at the wrong people as well. Siege is perfect for this, because everybody always goes, oh, Ubi have so much time to make skins, but they don't change the game. And it's like, do you not realize an art department exists to make skins? People who make art for the game don't balance the multiplayer. Like, you know, and they'll go on there and they'll post like some new skins that they've been working on, and someone will go on there and tell them to like fix their broken game, and it's like, you do realize this person's job isn't to fix the game. Okay, I don't know. Hey, with the Nox Cat bruised. Let me scroll through chat here again as well, because I'm a little bit behind. AC2 and Brotherhood are my favorites as well. Yeah, I think they're my top 2, really. If you want to look at my favorite out of the new versions, kind of like them all. Odyssey's my favorite, but that's just because I like the Greek setting quite a lot. Playing Origins, it's not especially well acted or written. Yeah. The plot in it is kind of a little predictable as well, from what I remember. It's a fun game, though. I like the combat. The open world is cool. The almost loot aspect of it is interesting. And I like the weapons and things and the skills. But it's definitely not the same as the OG Assassin's Creed games. Brotherhood, then 4, then 2. Honorable mention is Origins. That's fair. I can understand that particular ranking, I would say. Do I need any of these mons specifically today? Probably, some of them. I need to level everyone up again now. It's going to be annoying. This is going to be really annoying for leveling up. I need to get up to like level 27 on everybody, basically. Let's go and start leveling on dog trios, I guess. If we can. Went far as visiting a few of the villages that appear in AC2 because of the game. Yeah, it's kind of cool that it is actually based on IRL places, isn't it? The villa as well is supposed to be based on a IRL building, I believe. The main villa in Assassin's Creed 2. Which is kind of interesting, actually, because then you have the kind of special crossover that in R6 Siege, actually, the map villa is based on this, or based on, it's not exactly the same. It's based on the same villa from Assassin's Creed. Kind of cool. Only one I haven't got the platinum in is Valhalla. So I've done the 100%. I don't play on PlayStation, so I can't call them platinums technically. But I have done Origins and Odyssey, and they both took a long time, but I did enjoy the 100%ing of both of them. Valhalla, I've actually done quite a lot of. I think I did everything up to the DLC coming out, so I've done all the base game stuff. I just never did the DLC achievements. I think I played through the stories of the DLCs. I just never finished the achievements. Because Valhalla started doing that annoying thing where there was those special mission achievements. The trials or whatever they were. And I kind of didn't like doing them. They were a bit annoying. You had to get the gold medals in all of them. They were kind of just a bit dumb as a like thing. I didn't like them. Because you'd have them where it'd be very specific and you pretty much just had to watch a YouTube guide to figure out what order you had to kill everybody in. Otherwise you'd lose because you'd never finish it in the time that they wanted you to or whatever. Or you wouldn't be able to get the amount of whatever they required you to do. You'd almost always have to look up a guide to actually do it. I used to hate those. Sometimes you have to change the formula. Yeah, I agree. I agree as well. I mean, Pokemon's no better, though, like, in that regard. Like, Scarlet and Violet, were they the best games they've ever made? No, but changing the formula, everyone wanted 3D open world for years. They opened 3D open world, and then everyone goes, well, they should have just made 2D pixel graphics like back in the day. It's like, well, you asked for it. I quite like the 3D open world. You know? It's the same thing with Pokemon design, though. How many times do you see it where they'll release a new design, like Klefki, and a bunch of people get on Twitter and go, oh, it's inferior. They're just making these inanimate objects Pokemon now. And it's like... And then those same people will sit there and they'll be like, it's not the same as it was in Generation 1. And it's like, first of all, in Gen 1, there was 151 Pokemon that existed. So they had a bit more freedom to work with designs. But also, Gen 1 had Geodude, which is a rock with arms and a face. And it had Ghastly, which is a purple ball with a face. And it had Voltorb, which you can see in the background, that's basically a rolling Pokeball coloured thing with a face. Like, I can never take anyone seriously who sits there and they go, oh, Gen 1 was the peak of Pokemon design. And it's like, was it? When Geodude exists? Is that the peak of design? I don't know about that. Muck, Grimer. Like, some Pokemon in Gen 1 are cool, don't get me wrong. But, like, most of them are very basic, which is understandable because of the time it came from. But it, like, makes me laugh when people get kind of high and mighty about it, and they're like, yes, Gen 1 was the best we've ever seen. And it's like... Normally, I don't kind of, like, go into the realm of saying that people's opinion is straight up wrong. But I think if people genuinely think Generation 1 is the best gen of Pokemon that's ever been made, they're just wrong. Like, I think just looking at it from the outside perspective, no biases, Gen 1 is just not, by far, not the best generation of Pokemon that's ever been made. If you want to look at the best gen of Pokemon that's ever been made, there's 3 candidates that most people throw in the mix, and I'd agree with it. It's 3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, and 5 are like the top 3 that you look at for which is the best gen. Because all of them had different properties that made them great, but they were all significantly more interesting than Gen 1. Gen 1's not a bad game, it's just the other gens that they improved the formula on over time were just better. And, like, for however much nostalgia people have for them, I think that's what it is, like, just copium that people have, where they keep saying that Gen 1's the best. It's just not. It's like saying Gen 2's the best generation. It's just not. It's Gen 1.5. It was decent, but it's nothing special. You know? And I feel like these days, these are like hot takes, or considered hot takes on the internet, but they shouldn't be. That should just be normal. People need to think. Gen 1 wasn't that great. It was alright, it was decent. Gen 1 games are fun. But they're fun because it's nostalgic, and you go, oh, this is where it all began. I remember doing this when I was a kid or whatever, playing Fire Red, Leaf Green and doing this, or playing the originals. But they're just not the best gens. I don't know. Pebble with arms, exactly. Psychic types broken. Yeah, psychics were broken. You had no physical special split and stuff like that, so it was very basic back in those days. It meant that certain Pokemon were good and certain Pokemon were bad. I mean, look at Gyarados and Tauros. Gyarados back in the day was kind of insane because it had freaking Hyper Beam. Now you look at Gyarados and it tries to learn Hyper Beam and you laugh at it and go, haha, you're not a special attacker. But back then, it was fine, because you could just slap it on and it worked. These days, not so much. But, like, I don't think they're bad games by any means. I'm not shitting on Gen 1. I just think that when you look at it in comparison, Gen 1 is just not as good as Gen 3, 4, and 5. They're just better. They are just better. Yeah, the collectibles in Valhalla were a bit ridiculous, I'll admit that. There's too many. By the time you've got everything, there is a astronomically large amount of stuff you have to get. And it takes a very long time. I could probably pull up my stats and see how long I've been playing it for, but it's a very long time I played the game for to get all of the stuff. Some collectibles are pretty dumb. Oh, the feathers, man, in AC2. Dude, the feathers were bad at the time. But see, that's how things change over time, though, isn't it? Because the feathers were bad at the time in AC2, right? But we look back at it now and you realize there was actually only 100 feathers. Now we'd look at that and go, damn, 100 feathers? That's not a lot of collectibles. But back then, you'd have looked at it and gone, 100 feathers? Really? They're making me go and get that many collectibles? That's kind of lame. And now we'd be like, thank you, Yubi, only 100. Thank you for not shafting us with, like, you know, 5 million things to get now. Legendary chests and discovering every region, discovering every building, discovering every settlement, discovering every crest on the wall, every whatever, you know? And it's just like, come on, newbie. Yeah, like, now we look back on it, we thought it was bad back then and there were so many, and now we look back and they were annoying at the time, don't get me wrong, and they hid them well. And I guess it was harder back then to find guides as well, because YouTube and things like that weren't exactly sort of... They were coming into their own, but they weren't really, like, super mainstream yet. In, like, 2007, 2008 was Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, wasn't it, I think? So, like, they weren't super mainstream, like, everyday things yet. So you didn't really go, oh, just look up a guide on YouTube and go get them to find the collectibles for me and go, you know, do that. But, yeah, Hoenn region was good. Still makes me laugh that there was that, what was it, IGN review that said there was too much water in Hoenn. That was their thing against it. Still makes me laugh to this day. I saw a thing the other day as well. There was I think it was GameSpot or something. I saw someone who I guess like knows one of the people who works there on Twitter who was sympathizing with someone because I think there'd been a bunch of job cuts there, which always sucks when you see job cuts at any place. And they were talking about how, like, the decline of the games journalism industry has happened over the years, and it's terrible this happened. But to be honest, I actually think it's a good thing that the games, like, journalism industry right now is kind of on its knees, because I'm not going to lie, gaming journalism is a joke 9 times out of 10. I know it's one of those common memes that people look at. Like, you can't expect people to give good reviews about games if they literally can't even complete the fucking tutorial of Cuphead. There's that famous review on the internet where the guy literally can't even finish the tutorial, and then he's basically like, oh, it's a terrible game, it sucks, because it's too hard. Because he can't figure out how to, like, double jump or something. You know? And it's like, why should these be the people reviewing games and basically being, in some cases, the reason they either do well and sell or not? A guy that can't beat the tutorial of a game. Why is this guy a games journalist? I have another example of one. This was from years ago. Mirage, you'll remember this if he's still here. There's a video on, it's about R6 Siege, where it's like IGN or someone. And, you know, it's like one of those typical videos where at the start, this is a couple of years, maybe 2 years into Siege. And they're like, we love Rainbow Six Siege. We play it every day. And we're, like, experts in shooting games. You know, and then they go in and they basically get analyzed by, like, a pro caster and a pro player who, like, talks through what some of their gameplay and kind of, like, gives them tips. Right? And he keeps saying one thing. He keeps saying ADS. And then it's like a group of guys. There's, like, 5 guys. And then one of them taps one of the other ones on the back of the shoulder at one point during it. And he goes, what's that thing he keeps saying? He keeps saying ADS. What does that mean? And it's like... You're a games journalist, and you've never heard the term ADS before. Aim down sights in a... And you're a games journalist. What the fuck are you doing reviewing games? You don't even know what ADS means. Now, if I walked up to someone randomly on the street and I said, can you tell me what the chemical formula of DNA is? And they said, I don't know. I'd go, fair enough. But I wouldn't expect you to be analysing DNA samples. So if I walked up to someone and they went, I don't know what ADS is, I'd be saying, good, you shouldn't be reviewing games then. Yeah, apparently at IGN or wherever it was, that's great, because you had people reviewing shooters who didn't even know what fucking ADSing was. And it's like, what? Excuse me? We don't know what ADS is when we're reviewing games? We love shooter games, haha. We love Rainbow Six Siege. We're great at shooters, haha. No, you're not. Clearly, you don't even know what the fucking terminology is. Probably don't even know what the trigger button is to pull the fucking... like, to shoot people. Which button is it to shoot again? Oh, I've forgotten. Like, how fucking incompetent are these people? And they're reviewing games and being the make or break. You know? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It's become too much of, like, paid reviews and shit as well. There's no, like, genuine reviews of games anymore. It's just they pay companies pay them to give them a good review. That stuff should just be like completely outright banned because it's just artificially influencing the audiences that play the games. They're wrong, I think. Anyway, let me catch up on chat again because I keep going on these long tangents, and then it's the theme of the day is me going on long tangents and then taking ages to get back to it. Came when you the PC Pokemon don't automatically get healed, and I mean nowadays quality of life, not being able to open the PC just anywhere in the game, walking around with the ability to box and switch, literally just walking around. That was one of the best changes they made, admittedly. The ability to do that and move remembering are two of my favorite things. Move remembering is a little busted if you know how to use the system well, but the ability to box and switch Pokemon just on the fly was not desperately needed, but one of those things that when they added it is really cool. I like it a lot now. Gen 4 is the best champion in my opinion, but of all time by miles in Cynthia. I personally don't think anyone else has come close to Cynthia as a champion. Geeta is a joke in comparison to Cynthia. The Scarlet and Violet champion is like pitiful in comparison to Cynthia, quite frankly. 100 feathers versus the rock cans, anomalies, and more. Yeah, exactly. The feathers were we thought it was bad back then. Little did we know. That one's based on the Kyushu Islands, so lots of water. Yeah, and that it just always made me laugh that their review was too much water, and it's like, need too much water. What you on about? Never trust game journalists. Me neither, Bruce. I don't trust them either. And it's like, while, as I say, like, while with that situation of when I brought that up, of the guy talking on Twitter about people losing jobs, it always sucks when people lose jobs in any industry. It's always horrible. As someone who's been a Destiny fan for a long time, it always sucks when Bungie puts out a new thing saying that they've a bunch of people have got fired. Terrible. It's sad to see people, especially in the current climate of the world, to see people losing jobs and losing income, because let's be honest, everybody could use more money in the world right now. Because everybody's broke, pretty much. Because the world isn't exactly set up for people to succeed financially right now with the amount of, economic issues and things going on. So people losing jobs is always terrible, and I sympathize with the people losing them. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh no, that's so Is that a crit? I was hoping to get Salt Cure off, but I guess not. But yeah, like, I can't really sit there and go, oh yes, I feel so sorry for those people at wherever, because, like, the games industry is going to suffer because of it. It's like, I feel sorry for them for losing their job, but in terms of the games industry, it's a good thing, to be honest, that these people are getting the boot, because if they don't know what ADSing is, why are these people getting a job in games journalism? Now, it's not one of those situations, because I know what people will say. This is just as a thing, general, because I know what the internet's like. None of you guys in here will do this, because I know that you're people that think before you speak. But, like, a lot of people you'll get on there, and their response will be, well, if it's so easy, why don't you do it? And it's like, I'm not saying I would be any better, necessarily, but at least I understand how games work, and have played a fair amount of games in my time, modern games, and understand modern terminology for games. I'm not sitting there wondering what the term crouch toggle behavior means in the settings and going, I've never come across this before. What does this mean? Toggle behavior. Must be some new wizardry they've done in the settings. It's like, I'm not sitting there confused about, like, basic games terms and things. Or, like, I wonder how many of those people in, like, games journalism would look at FOV and have no idea what it means in the settings. Things like that, It's easy to criticize, but at the same time, it's like, it's very easy in their case to just blow holes in everything they do, because a lot of those people don't have a fucking clue. So, I don't know. One of the few I trust is GameRanks. To be honest, when it comes to anything these days, I think my just general view of games industry journalism / reviews is just tainted these days. And I'd rather, personally, these days with me, I'd rather watch someone play a game on stream and then decide if I liked it from that rather than anything, That was a travesty. Should never touch a game again. Honestly, that one was bad. Even the other guy, like, one of the other people he sat with looks really confused when he asks him what ADSing is. He, like, it's one of those ones where he looks away from the camera, like, afterwards, because the guy sat behind him. He, like, taps him on the shoulder, he turns around and goes, aim down sights, ADS. And he goes, oh yeah, of course. And then he turns around and he gives this really weird look to the camera where he's like, the fuck is this guy talking about? ADS? Do you not know what ADSing means? And it's just like, yeah, exactly. How do you not know? Ghost, Dark, Fighting, and Psychic. Best Elite Fours in black and white. Yeah, but Gen 5 has got some good Elite Four. The Gen 5 Elite Four, if I remember rightly, were actually one of the higher level ones as well, which made it quite interesting because they were actually difficult fights. I mean, unless you were over-leveled, of course, but like Gen 5 was like the higher level region in general. 30 seconds till the next break, by the way, as well, just a heads up for everybody. I know we're kind of in the middle of something, but we'll stop. We won't fight Orthworm until it's done, but yeah, the next break's coming up in sort of 15, 20 seconds, so it'll be our hourly break. Means that hour's flown by, really, but yeah, just Gen 4 had a decent Elite Four. The problem with them is they were all cool. There's just a lot of their teams weren't really that great. Flint's team is a joke. He has 2 fire types. You know? He's not very good. But like the only thing I don't like about Gen 5 is the fact that everything in the game is really high level. We complain about it all the time here. We used Hydreigon in this run. And in our Monotype runs. Hydreigon is great. It's a great Pokemon. The fact it evolves to Hydreigon at level 64 means if you use a level cap in this game, you can't get it until the final fight in the story. Because we did it with the rule set being that we can't over-level past the point of the gym leader / Elite Four ace that we're coming up against, right? So if you go all the way up to the champion, Geeta, you can't actually get Hydreigon before you defeat her if you use a level cap. Because I think her cap is like 63 for the Elite Four. So for the champion of the Elite Four, you couldn't even have evolved Hydreigon yet. So you can use it for like one fight in the game if you use it for challenge runs. Really silly. So like the Gen 5, I wish they would retroactively change the Gen 5 leveling evolutions and just change them by like maybe 5, 10 levels. 54 is more than enough for Hydreigon. Even 60. But I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go have a quick break where I'm going to refill my water bottle and do all that stuff. I suggest you all do the same, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? BRB, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, from the break. I'm just looking at something. I was checking on a thing about a package from earlier that I'm waiting for. But funny enough, for Surging Sparks, I was checking the delivery on it because I think it's supposed to come tomorrow. I've got 2 packages coming. Looks like one of them is well, I don't know. I've only got notification about one of them, so. Oh, fuck's sake. Why is it always... Card are you chasing? Well, what in general or in Surging? What's the music? There we go. Now we can fight Orphan. General and Surging Sparks. Surging Sparks, I have a card I quite like, but I haven't looked at the set list, really. So I only know one, well, other than the Pikachu, obviously, but there's a special illustration rare I really like that I will probably chase, but I'm not going to be opening the boxes till Christmas time. So I won't know for a while whether I've got it or not. But the card from Surging that I want to get is the Milotic. The Milotic SIR is majestic, quite frankly. I really want that card. It looks amazing. That's the one from Surging that I want, but I won't find out if we have it until December. And then, in general, really, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily chasing, like, specific cards, but I do kind of want to complete my Scarlet Violet base. So I need a couple of the specials, a couple of the golds, and a few full arts. Pretty much it for that now. So I guess that's kind of my current stuff. But as I said earlier, we're basically, so we've got a special stream we're doing at the end of the year, Spartan. I've been talking about and hyping up for weeks now. But basically, we're doing a special week of streams on the lead up to Christmas. So the week before Christmas, which will start on... I stream 4 times a week, so I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, right? So it will be on the first stream will be the 17th of December. So it'll be the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 22nd. And what we're doing is, during that period of time, during that week, we're going through and we're opening one of every booster box from Scarlet and Violet. So we'll do 2 a day. And we're going to open all 8 sets, 1 booster box. There'll actually be 9 booster boxes, because there's one we're doing a double on, which we've randomly picked as Paradox Rift. So we're doing 2 Paradox Rift box, but everything else we're doing a single booster box across those 4 days. So we're trying to pull anything, really, out of any of those. I have a couple of the chases from some of the SV sets, being the Groudon in Paradox Rift I already have, which is now the most expensive card. And I do have the Miriam in Scarlet Violet. But other than that, I don't have any of the big chases, really, in Scarlet Violet. Paradox Rift has 4 Garchomps. I have 3. I have... 4? What's the... I have 2 of them, I think. Which one are you missing? I bet the one you're missing is the one I have. That's usually the way it works, isn't it? Unless it's going to be weird, like... Oh, you're missing the SAR? Okay, never mind. So I've got the Terra EX one, I have the gold. I think. What's the 4th one? The SIR, and then what's the other one? There are full art as well of Garchomp. Oh, yeah, it could be Terra full art, couldn't it? Is there a Terra full art Garchomp there? I can't remember the Paradox set list, honestly. But yeah, no, I don't have the SIR either. I have the gold. Which I think I've only ever opened 1 box of, maybe 2 boxes of Paradox Rift. But all I really wanted was the Garchomps, so I was glad to get one of them, the gold. Who knows, though? Maybe at Christmas, when we open the 2 boxes, we'll get something else. But, yeah, so that's like the big thing we're doing at the end of the year. We're doing the big event where we're opening every booster box, which will be cool. So we're going to do that then. And we'll find out whether we get the Milotic or not from Surging. I'm looking forward to it. I agree, though. I think Milotic needs more cool stuff. Very underrated. Welcome in, Shaylay. How you doing, man? Hello, hello. You must be on your break. What have we got today? What food are we going for today on your break? Hopefully you got some good stuff. Looking to get all the Lucario cards from Furious Fists. Oh boy. That's going to be expensive, isn't it? From Furious Fists. That would have been Megas as well, wouldn't it? So what? Mega, Lucario, Full Art, Regular EX. And the like. Damn. Yeah, that would be expensive these days. The X and Y stuff's kind of gone up in price quite a lot. Goal is to get all the cards of Lucario, Greninja, and Garchomp. Not a bad idea. If you can get some of them, some of the harder to get ones as well, fairly cheap, that'd be good. Like, I know the original, like, level X's from Gen 4 will be kind of annoying to get, probably. Although they haven't gone up in value that hugely compared to some types of cards, but they were very rare back in the day, actually, when you look back on it. Ate some fast food earlier. What'd you get? What did you go for, though? I'm going to judge your taste in fast foods. Although I probably won't, because most likely we won't have it over here anyway, so I can't really make a comment on it. Got them cheap from eBay auctions. That's a good way of doing it. My thing, I was talking with someone on Sunday? Must have been on Sunday. I was having a chat with someone else who came into stream about... We were, like, nerding out about TCG stuff again there. And, that seems to be the weird pattern recently. Everyone who's come in who's like come in during the Pokemon streams has also been a TCG person, so it's kind of cool because we can have a chat about it. But yeah, we were talking about that then, and both of us had the same sentiment that I don't like buying singles. I really like ripping and opening. So it's like for me, my like goal with the Scarlet Violet base is to get them all by ripping, but I'm also aware that that makes it a lot harder and a lot more expensive to do if you get unlucky. But it's kind of one of those ones where I'm just like, man, I would love to complete the set by only ripping packs, never buying a single. So that's like my aim. Even though I could probably clean out everything I needed for Scarlet and Violet singles now, in probably like $100, I could probably get everything I needed. But I'm just like, nope. Boost the boxes, boost the bundles. We're going to pull that Magnezone full art someday. Like, we're going to do it any day now. We'll get that Magnezone. Or whatever. Or Koraidon SIR or whatever it is. But yeah, getting them on... cheap eBay auctions is a good idea as well, especially if you can get them from people who don't know what they've got, if they're just getting rid of, like, old cards. It's quite easy to pick up a lot in some cases of quite rare stuff that people have no idea the value of. Wendy's Biggie Bag. It's cheap as fuck. $5 plus tax. Damn. Dude, Wendy's is actually becoming a thing over here now. It's picking up a bit of steam, I've heard. I don't know if there's any near me, but I know Wendy's is definitely over here now, and I tell you what, people rate it quite highly over here. It's sort of deemed as one of the high quality like fast food places over here. Obviously in UK versus US there's probably going to be differences between the two of them as well. So I don't know if it's one of those ones that's particularly highly rated in the US. But when it comes to over here, people are a big fan of Wendy's when they've opened up. Missing the chase card of the set, 25 to 35 bucks. Want more Crown Zenith? I've actually never opened any Crown Zenith. I've opened a couple of Sword and Shield packs here and there. I've opened some Brilliant. I think I maybe have done a couple of base, couple of Brilliant, some Evolving once or twice. I've only ever pulled a VMAX, I think, from Evolving Skies. A little bit of Silver Tempest and then the odd Lost Origin. But I'm to be honest, I've kind of like started collecting mostly after that phase, like when it got into Scarlet Violet. Because before that, the last cards I opened were when I was a kid in Diamond and Pearl. So I've been out the loop with Pokemon TCG for a long time. So like these days, I'm kind of just like, give me Scarlet Violet stuff, I'll be happy with that. Because it's cheaper and easier to get hold of. So, yeah, I don't have much from those old sets. Crown Zenith, though, is really cool. And I do like the specialty sets. I know it's a good one to collect in as well, because there's some really cool cards. So, I'm looking forward to that. Pulled the gold Giratina and 2 Dialgas from a cracked Regidrago box. Damn. That's pretty insane right there, though. I mean, it's definitely possible with those types of things, because you can get, like, busted boxes every now and then that have random stuff in. I know there's been a bunch of Scarlet Violet product like that as well, where they were... And actually, there was some with Sword and Shield. There was those, what they call, like the little tins, the collector's tins or whatever they call them, that were like the little lunchbox looking ones. And for a while there were weird, like, misprinted ones where you could get, for some reason every pack in them was an ultra rare guarantee. Don't know what happened there or how, but like you had a bunch where all of a sudden they were all randomly like guaranteed ultra rares. And in the Silver Tempest ones, you would get Black Border code cards every pack, and like you would get V or above in literally everything. And people were pulling loads of alt arts from them. So obviously it made it way easier to pull them. Social media mascot is sassy as well. Oh, dude, yeah, the Wendy's social media person is an absolute legend. I find that hilarious, where you're like, they'll just like put people down on Twitter. That must be such a fun job working for the Wendy's socials team, being that person that gets to run the account. I bet they love their job. I mean, everybody would if you were in that position, wouldn't you? If you were running the Wendy's socials account and you were basically just trolling people on Twitter all day. It'd be hilarious. Right, let's go grab the Pokemon Center at Zappa Pico, and then we can move on to next phase, which is fighting Mela. But before we do that, we do need to get a bit of a level up. We don't have a great team for beating Mela here. In fairness. Certainly not the best team. I mean, getting Pelipper would be really good, especially considering it is guaranteed to be a Drizzle. So that would be quite useful for fighting the Team Star Fire. I think it would mitigate Torkoal's Sun as well, because I think... actually, I don't remember which one the weather effect goes up first, but... At least they used to be. I haven't heard anything new recently. Okay. Yeah, the Wendy's, like, people, I think, have been kind of like... I think it was one of those things where it probably just happened every now and then and became kind of like a bit of a meme that everyone went, damn, the Wendy's person is really, like, sassy. And then after that, they probably went, let's buy into this because people seem to like it, you know? And then when they realized people enjoyed the fact that the social media mascot for Wendy's just clapped back at everyone, they were like, damn, we like this. This is great. Watching them just roast people. My favorite ones are where you always get like the big companies that comment on each other's posts. That's always quite funny. Where sometimes you'll get them like calling out the other companies. That's always hilarious. I've seen it a few times on like posts as well with things where like you'll get like YouTube videos and there'll be like the official Xbox account will have commented on the video or something. And they'll say something dumb. And you'll just get like a load of really cool interactions between them. It must be fun though being involved in that. I mean, obviously you got to be careful. It depends what type of person you are. You don't want to go too far and say something that people actually get annoyed by, but or go to, you know, I don't know. As long as it's all in good fun, I suppose people don't really mind the trolling from those companies. Best place to level up here, or do we just say no? We can't say fuck it yet, go, can we? Maybe we go and do the chat with Kofu now, because we do need to do the gym challenge before we over level. I think we might do that. Biggest hit as a kid was a Charizard, was a light Arcanine and a base set Charizard. God damn. I don't know what my biggest hit as a kid was. Yeah, I guess, well, mine was in Diamond and Pearl, so I guess it wouldn't ever be like anything that crazy. Tell you what I used to like though about the tins, this was back in the day, it used to be really cool. They'd always guarantee that you get like a second Ultra pull in any of the tins. So I remember I did end up getting a couple of like decent level X cards from that back in the day. I never pulled any of the special shiny secret rares or anything. But I did pull a decent amount of level X cards. And I got a Regigigas at one point. Which came, I think it was a Giratina tin. My brother, I'm pretty sure, pulled a Dialga. What else? We definitely had a few. I don't have them anymore. It was one of those things, I don't think I ever got rid of them, but I can't find them. I looked everywhere for my old cards back in the day. I just couldn't find them. I don't know where they are. I used to have a little binder that I kept them in as well. I remember it like it was yesterday. But I don't remember for the life of me where they are anymore. It's very sad. Getting paid to be a troll, honestly, though. Couldn't possibly do the job justice. I don't think I could either. If I like roasted people on that account, I'd probably just offend people instead. I'd probably just go too far with it. Not even in the sense of saying something just like super bad. That's not what I mean, but as in the sense of like, I'd probably say something that was like too personal. And people would be like, alright, that's not on now. Get fired after like a week. Jealous of the mattress testers or Netflix watcher? Yeah, there's some pretty cool jobs out there, isn't there, that people can get? I suppose it's kind of right place, right time with things like that, though, isn't it? You get lucky and get one of them or not. Whoever runs the account is much better troll than I could ever be. They are great. They certainly know what they're doing. Hello, camera? Thank you. Pelipper got much to do. Yeah, Pelipper's great. Pelipper having Drizzle is incredible. And it's, strong moveset with Hurricane and like Hydro Pump and stuff is just nice. Or Surf. Using it in Diamond and Pearl with Choice Specs or BDSP and using it with Choice Specs Drizzle is really nice. And Hurricane, because then you get guaranteed hits on Hurricane, and with the Choice Specs it's kind of nutty. Absolutely brilliant marketing for sure. Oh, it's certainly one way to get noticed, isn't it? Xbox 360 route during that time. I was a little later on the train than that, but I did go down the Xbox 360 route when I first started playing on consoles properly. Before that, I was like Nintendo. I used to play a lot of Nintendo stuff when I was younger. Like GameCube and stuff like that. And then eventually I got into, I got an Xbox 360. I still have it, actually. It still works. Even though it got Red Ring of Death once. I got one of the original Xbox 360 arcades. Like the white ones. The big, bulky, chunky ones. And yeah, it does still work. It's been set up in the roof for years, but it still works last time I used it. Some classics on the 360, PS3 kind of era. Nickname for Pelipper is Make It Rain. Good name for it. You better hope you don't get one with Kenai, though. If you got a Kenai one, it wouldn't be quite the same, would it? Sending out Make It Rain, who doesn't make it rain? Friend got Dead Rising in 2006 and fell in love with it. Fair enough, eh? Halo 3, I think, was one of the first ever games I played on the 360. Quite enjoyed Halo 3. Me and my brother used to play split-screen co-op in the campaign on Legendary. That was one. Yeah, that was probably one of the first Xbox 360 games I ever had. Loved a bit of Halo 3. Great game. Right, we're going to Port Marinara, I like to call it. Head down there and go do that stuff. We can level up afterwards, but getting the gym challenge done is the right thing to do now. Once we discover our, once we hit level 30 and we're able to do our main grinding spot that I quite like going to, it will significantly speed up the leveling process for the rest of the run. And we will forever be not stuck to the confines of battling wild trash Pokemon to level up. We'll go kind of crazy after that point. We'll fight only Blissies and Chanseys. No shinies either. Still has the orange sticker that says do not open before the 9th. Oh, 25th of the 9th. Yeah, American dates. 25th of September. 2007. It always gets me the backwards dates. I don't know what the... I genuinely don't know what the logic is for the difference between backwards versus forward date. You know? Like, the American style backwards date to what we would have, where they do month first, doesn't really make sense to us over here. Like, I can't wrap my head around why you would do it. But then it's probably the same way the other way around, if everyone goes, why do they do the day first? But I feel like it makes sense to do it in order of day, then month, then year. You know? It just seems weird to put the month first. It's like someone sort of sneezed while they were typing the date in and put it the wrong way round and then went, ah, that'll be fine. Look, you want to find another job that pays better and I can just go in the office and chill the whole day instead of running around. Yeah, that's the dream, isn't it? Going and vibing for a day. Not having to worry about going crazy running around places and driving to only get told that you didn't need to be there the entire time anyway. Or things like it. Our perspective, you all, you know, I never say the Americanized version of that word. The why all. I never say it. It sounds weird when I say it. I was talking about this earlier. I just don't like saying it. It feels weird. Yeah, you think we say it backwards. But see, I would argue that ours makes more sense. Because doing day, month, year in order of sort of length of those things, the shortest one being the day first, then being the month, then being the year, kind of makes sense. Versus yours is like weirdly ordered because you have the month first, which is in the middle, but then you go backwards and you do the day, which is shorter, and then you do the year at the end. Those are the worst ones. The worst ones for me, though, is sometimes you'll have it on documents where it'll be an Americanized date, but it'll be one of the ones where you can't... So, like, if it was the 25th, right, you can obviously tell because there's only 12 months. The worst ones are where it'll be, like, 3/5/2025, and you're like, is it the 5th of March, or is it the 3rd of May? Like, I don't know. You know, and they'll be like, put in this very... like, if I was... Because I remember I had to do this recently with, like, Amazon, because I got a thing from Twitch about, like, tax forms. Right, because I've been an affiliate for a while, they were like, oh, you know, fill in your, like, tax forms, because you haven't done it for a few years, so we just need you to update some details. And then at one point, I think they asked me for a date, and I was just like... I was like, which way round do they want it? And is it going to be confusing if I do it? It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Don't disagree with you at all. Okay, good. I'm glad that you don't disagree with me. I think most people, if you explain it in the way that I did there, most American people would probably think that it makes more sense to do the date the way around we do. If you explain it as in, you do it by the length, so the day is the shortest, which is first, followed by the month, followed by the year. And it feels weird to do the month first because it's longer than the day, but shorter than... It's just weird. I don't like it. Yeah, 11, 10, 20... Exactly, 2020. It's just, like, which one? They put that down there, and I'm like, was this supposed to arrive a month ago? Or is it, like... I don't know. So I hate doing anything that involves, like, American companies and things. Not because I dislike them, but because, like, I'm not sure what the protocol is about doing the date. And if I did it wrong, they would probably be like, wow, this is terrible. Be like, well, no, I just did, you know, European metric type style dates rather than... the other. It's not even metric though, is it? What am I about? Enjoy the metric system? I do and I don't. I mean, over here, obviously, in the UK, we're kind of a weird country because we do a fusion of the two. Where you can buy... Say you went and bought Coke. You can buy Coke in 2-litre bottles, but you buy milk in pints. You buy fuel in litres. But... cars work in miles per gallon on MPG, you know, for your fuel efficiency. Road signs are in miles. But we do also use meters and things like that for measurements of length. But then we also use feet and inches and yards sometimes, and it's like, yeah. It's just, we kind of do all of it, so like we're kind of no better or no worse than anybody. Everybody can be pleased with us, no one can be angry because we do all of them. Which means that if you're not from over here, you probably have no idea what's going on and which one. It's probably like you have an existential crisis every time you got to give someone a measurement because you don't know which one you're supposed to do, whether it's metric or imperial. But either way, you get there in the end. That's the main thing. Yeah, low kicks, hunch, crow will be... Well, let's go... Yeah, go low kicks up for a while. Only thing I prefer is height. Rather say I'm 5'9" rather than Oh yeah, we don't say height in centimeters either. We always say it in feet and inches. I would never sit there and go, I'm like 190 centimeters. I would always say like I'm 6'2" or whatever. I wouldn't ever do it like that. Never understood how you all do measurements like that. Like we stick to one unit of measurement. American unit of measurement, yeah. See, this is the point where I would say some sassy comment and say it's because the British are able to multitask better than the Americans or something. Say that we're superiorly gifted in the mathematical department. But I don't really know. I think it's just it's just general culture, isn't it? It's just one of those things that has always been that way, so we just do it. And you just kind of get used to it. You never really learn... You learn metric in school. You never learn kind of like really imperial units of measurement, but you just kind of know them after a while. But then it gets confusing with other things, because it's like, you know, if you ever follow anything where people like American-based things, it's where it gets confusing, where people will talk about drinks, and they're like, this is a 16-ounce drink, and you're like, how much is that? I have no idea. Like, let me look this up. I drink my, you know, liquids in liters. What does 16 ounces mean? Or cups? That's the other one. Cups. 1 cup of something, and you're like, well, how big's a cup? Like, I don't know. Just use a standardized fucking unit of measurement, for God's sake. Use something that makes sense. That's just what makes us different, though, not. It's like the same thing with like manual like projects and stuff as well. Like this happens all the time. Like I remember when I was doing, so my brother ended up during the pandemic, him and his girlfriend bought their first house. This was a few years back now, but it was a new build, so it was completely furnished or anything. It had to be fully done from the inside, other than the very basic, like they basically put like the concrete floors down, and everything else had to be done by like hand. But he was too busy working at the time, so me and this was yeah, a few years back. Basically, me and a couple of other people did like the flooring for my brother's entire house and the tiling. And the amount of times that you'll like switch between the two while you're doing it, like someone will ask you, they'll be like, "How much do I need to cut off of this floorboard?" And you'll be like, 5 mil, you know, millimeters. And then the next time someone will be like, "How long's this thing?" You'll be like, "A couple of inches, 6 inches, mate, 6 inches." "How much do I need to take off this?" "Oh, you know, half a foot." And you kind of like switch between all these different like things, flipping back and forth between like metric unit, imperial unit, whatever. Just like it's nothing. And everybody just knows. It's one of those like, you just know. You don't really need to like think about it. It just works. It just works, to quote Todd Howard, you know? That's just kind of how it is. I feel like that's the thing from the outside, is everyone's always kind of like, how do you people do it? And it's like, we just do. There is no method behind it. It just sort of happens. Everybody just sort of knows, even if you don't specifically have to, you know much about it or learn it. It just kind of happens that way. Go for the 15k. 40 grand usually wins this, so let's see if we get outbid. GG easy. Never bid against me again. Too good. We're too good at auctions right here. We're the best auction person in the world. The Wakame seaweed. Yep. 40k nerd. Yeah. 40k you'll almost always win. I think there's only once I've ever been outbid on 40,000. Otherwise you just have to do it again, I think. But yeah, 40,000 is what you're looking for though. Not that it really matters, as I say, because you just do it again afterwards. But also, this is a handy tip there, Spartan, as well, just in case. Don't know if you'll remember this, because it's kind of niche, but once you've actually done this, once you've done your auction for the first time, it actually unlocks something that's kind of a feature they don't tell you about unless you know it's here. You come down here right after doing it, right after you spawn in, you talk to, I think, this... It's not this person. Who is it? Oh, they're not here right now. They should be. That's weird. But usually, right after this point in the game, unless they're just one of the different vendors. That's actually really odd. They should be here by now. But usually right after
Remind
this
me to
point...
bring you along the next time I feel like brawling.
That jump scared me then, I'm not going to lie. 5 bitties out of that. That actually jump scared me with Lord Shaxx. Oh my god. Thank you for the 5 bitties. I appreciate it. That actually caught me out of nowhere then. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 bits. But right here, normally, there'll be someone who will be another vendor. It might just be random RNG, I don't know. But they'll sell you an item called the Rotom Catalog, which basically is the item that lets you change your Rotom's form. So you can buy it here in the auction. You just have to wait for the person to show up. And then you can buy the Rotom changing item. So it's a useful thing to know about, because otherwise you'll never be told in-game where that is. It doesn't give you any indication of where it is or how you get it. It's just there, and if you find it, you find it. Oh, that might be the first time ever I've actually been jump scared by an alert. It just kind of came out of nowhere and I wasn't expecting it. Because I was like mid-talk then. You know, banging on about auctions, and then out of nowhere it just happened. I need to level up first, don't I, before I do anything else. You need to probably level up. Pelipper? Do we level up? Yeah, level up Pelipper. Go fight some Cacturns. Let's go fight a Cacturn. Where be the Cacturns? A Bullet Seed. Good move, but there's a Cacturn. Level ooh, hello, 35. Ah, we beat this. Low kicks. I think low kicks one shots even still with lunge. What a monster! The low kicks is just cracked. He's so good. I think low kicks is one of the most slept on Pokemon in this generation. He's so good. Just wrecks everything. Nice, the sandstorm starting now means the game's gonna lag. Well, we can fight an Espathra actually, that works. That thing's psychic, so we can fight that. Ooh. I'm getting a little sleepy. Hew, hew, hew. You can't hit me, Espathra. Welcome back, Shags. What are you up to today then, Shags? What are you keeping yourself busy with, lad? Doing anything fun? You on the grind today? What are you doing? Favorite Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl? You can make a team of 6. Garchomp, Electivire, Magmortar. I'll throw a starter in there and say Empoleon. That's 4. Hmm. 5 and 6. I would say... Who else? There's definitely some other ones in there that I like. Bronzong. I'll throw Bronzong in the mix. I like Bronzong a lot. And... number 6. Number 6. I'm trying to think who we used in some of our runs before that was like a cool Pokemon. In Diamond and Pearl. I'm not sure about a 6th. I mean, there's a few options. Toxicroak's pretty cool. Quite like Toxicroak. Ah, Magnazone. That's who I'm going to go with for 6. Magnazone. So, Electivire, Magmortar, Garchomp, Empoleon, Bronzong, and Magnazone. What I'll go with. Some of those have a lot of cross typings, but I just really like them. They're just cool. That's my take for the day. I come with an Orthworm, they give okay XP. 23. Level 24. They're weak. Down in Pearl with some wild runs. They really were. We did a Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Hardcore Nuzlocke. Took me 3 attempts because we lost on Cynthia twice. We lost on Cynthia twice, and then we very nearly binned it on Maylene before as well. And that was the second run that we lost. Third run we did it, we went quite well. We eventually did it, but it was really kind of a hard one, actually. I think it's one of the harder Nuzlockes that's out there. It's probably harder ones, but it's definitely one. It's up there because of the Elite Four endgame. They're really, I mean, they're all competitively based in BDSP, and they all have like competitive stats. Makes them really hard to actually beat. That's what you get when you don't get a belter. Yeah, maybe that's what it is, you know. Because the coffee wasn't a belter, I'm like half a... You know, I've run out of juice already. We've still got an hour. We've got an hour and 15 minutes left before the end of stream. And I've run out of juice. How good is it? Dealing into the team. Wow. Actually, you know, I should probably put Drowsy in, shouldn't I? These are level 28, so I can level them up quickly. Not exactly fun doing some writing as freelance. Writing as freelance work? What type of writing, Shags? Like creative writing, or just kind of like typing up documents and like kind of like writing scripty type thing? That's kind of interesting. Muted for that one, just. We do like the Zong, we do. Bronzong's cool. Drab to Lucario, Garchomp, Drapion, Empoleon, Magnazone. A good setup though, to be fair. Steel-Tailed Love is real. My team gets wrecked by ground and fighting types. Yeah, that is true, actually. There's a pretty big weakness to ground and fighting. I mean, you know, it's a very offensively rich team, so I feel like you could potentially mitigate that via just nuking everything in sight. Be an interesting team to see how it actually like went in a BDSP run or something like that, you know. We did use Drapion actually a few times in one of our runs. Quite effective. I don't think we ever got a Magnazone though. Unless I'm just wrong. Maybe we did. Wow, the prediction. The prediction from Orthworm, man. What a guy. He can mud slap me now. Thinking before, we'll be alright because he can't hit me with mud slap. Now he can. Accuracy about to go in the toilet. Those were harsh. What the BDSP runs. They were certainly difficult. They're the most challenging Nuzlocke run I've done so far. Definitely. The 14-minute fight against Cynthia. Not even against Cynthia. The 14-minute fight against Cynthia's Garchomp. Milotic. I'm getting all over the place with these. Against Cynthia's Milotic is a highlight on the Twitch channel, so... Not that anyone ever looks in there, because it's like the most unknown feature on the entirety of Twitch, but there is a feature called Highlights, where it's basically like longer clips. And we do have the two of our clips in there being 2 fights against Milotic when we did the battle against Cynthia. And one of them was 12 minutes, and the other one is 14 minutes of stalling out against Milotic. It was basically just Milotic versus Gastrodon every time. And they're like, oh, Gastrodon, that'd be one I'd have to chuck in for the mix for Gen 4. How could I forget Gastrodon? Otherwise known as Shello there when we name it that ourselves. Shello there, the Gastrodon. Great mon, that is. Who would I take out for Gastrodon? Ooh. I don't know who I'd take out if I was going to put Gastrodon in. Maybe Gastrodon would be one of the, like, sub-Pokemon I could bring off the bench. Weirdly enough, I'm writing about women's fashion. What? Why? Is this like a thing where you're just in a general position, Shags, and they just give you stuff and go, right, write this up? Or did you choose to do a thing about women's fashion? It just seems like an odd choice is all. Unless you have a large passion for women's fashion you've never mentioned on stream before. Maybe that's what it is. You actually just love women's fashion. Which, I mean, if you do, you're absolutely entitled to. So I don't know, but it feels like something that someone gave you rather than something you chose, Shags, knowing you. Although you'll power on regardless, though. I feel like you'd write a great piece about it, even so. Not an expert at all, but as long as I'm paid... Oh, yeah, there you go. That answers my question. Hey, that's fair, though. Hey, as long as they give you monies, that's the main thing. Making monies from it. Espathra, where are you? We need more Espathras. All the Espathras. Hi, Maximum. Welcome in. How's it going? Walks in with tired eyes with a cup of coffee. Dude, me too, minus the coffee. I'm bloody tired. Ugh. I'm still going for 5 hours, though. I'm not gonna admit defeat and go off early. I don't think. Where the fuck's all the stuff we want to fight? They should be spawning around here. There's no Cacturns. No Cacturns, no Espathras. It's all Donphans. I don't want to fight Donphan. Well, at least right now I don't. I'll fight Donphan when I do Florigato, but at least now I'm not going to do it with bloody Honchkrow. Such a terrible bloody fight for that. Guess we'll just fight Orthworm again then. I hope you're doing well there, Maximum. Gen 3 Swampert, Crobat, Manectric, Aggron, Sharpedo, Sableye. I don't want to be the actually guy there, Spawn, but I believe, unless I'm wrong, I think Crobat was actually in Gen 2. I could be wrong, but I feel like Crobat's Gen 2, you know. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be the actually guy who pushes his glasses up. But I think Crobat was Gen 2. I want to say. My knowledge might be faulty on that, though, to be fair. But I don't know, there's something gives me the feeling it's Gen 2 for him. I do like Swampert. Swampert would definitely be in mine. Breloom would probably be in there as well. I quite like Breloom. Who else? I'd have to look at a whole like roster of Pokemon for some of the other gens, because I don't just remember it off the top of my head. Especially when I'm tired braining like I am now. Right the first time, it's just something that needs writing, and I drew the straw. Not a bad writer, to be fair. There you go, Shags. You'll have to send it to me, Shags. I'll proofread it for you. I'll help you out. Proofread it. I'll help you with it, Shags. If you need a ghostwriter, don't worry. Just woke up, got like 5 or 6 hours. Haven't done the math yet, but I don't think I will. Probably best not to. I feel like it's always more depressing when you find out how little you've actually slept. Never a good idea, I find. Sub to Crobat for Swallow. Swallow was Really? Not a fan of Swallow. Damn. I like Swallow a lot. I think, actually, Swallow would probably make my top 6. I really like Swallow. Swallow is, like, one of those Pokemon where, like, you know, obviously mileage may vary. And so, like, I was saying this at the start of stream about, like, Charizard, wasn't I? That, like, some people love it, some people don't. When it comes to Swallow, Swallow is really good in certain circumstances. Like, Facade Gut Swallow is insanely busted. But if you don't have, like, Facade Gut Swallow, then it's like, meh. Or if you don't have a reason to use it, because you don't really use any, like, of its types and things, and it's like, eh. It is what it is. Wingol's not going to be a Don fan. I need a Spathra again. Come on, Espathra, where are ya? I don't really want to keep fighting these Orthworms, really, but... Gen 2 looked it up. Yes. I was right. I didn't know if I was or not. It was one of those things where I said it and I wasn't entirely sure, but I'm glad. I'm glad my knowledge hasn't failed me. So what about Crobat for Salamence? Do you like a poison type, depending on the region? Yeah, I agree on that. It depends on the region, but some of them can be really good, depending on where they're from. And what's kind of around. Amoonguss, like, I guess is more of a support mon, but is a really good example of that. Like, I wouldn't want to play Gen 5 without an Amoonguss because of how good it is. It's just really, really great as a mon. Schlepped. Yeah, schlepped. A little sleep. With an SH in there. Two fashion experts like us need to help each other. Yeah, right? Don't worry, Shags. I'll give you all the insider information you need. I'll speak to my contacts. We'll get you the info. Get you the inside scoop. On all things women's fashion, because we, of course, are experts on it. As you know. Salamence are level 50, so it's not really used in your regular journey. Yeah, it's the same with Metagross as well, where it's like you don't get it until you beat the Elite Four with the Beldum, so it's kind of annoying. Salamence is cool. Actually, funnily enough, Salamence is one of the Pokemon we're allowed to use in this run that we're playing for in the game right now. The only issue we have is that Salamence isn't exclusive to the other games, so I have to go and grab one from another profile and bring it across. Which I haven't done yet, so we don't currently have it on the roster. But it will be available later on in the run. Gen 5 was dark fighting and dragon heavy. Yeah. I'd say emphasis on the fighting more than anything. Gen 5 is kind of like known for strong fighting types. It's kind of cool that fighting got a lot of love, but like at the same time, it was kind of a crazy generation for it. There was a lot of really like insane mons came out in that. I mean, Amoonguss, the strong fighting types, Hydreigon, Bisharp. What else? I mean, there's loads of stuff in Gen 5 that was insane. Sork and Throw were both really good. I mean, Rheuniclus. What else? I'm trying to think some of the strongish mons. I mean, Haxorus is pretty damn good. A lot of things in Gen 5. What's the other mon? Ferrothorn. That's another one. Ferrothorn's pretty gnarly. Please don't use Slam. He hit it again. I mean, I knew he was going to kill us with that one, but like I was banking on the fact that his Slam was going to miss because Slam's got crap accuracy. Apparently not. Not when the AI uses it. Love that for us. And he has not.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Thank you for the Liberty Prime. Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated. As Liberty Prime famously once said in Fallout. Which one was that in, actually? Was that Fallout 3 or 4? I don't remember. One of them. Oh, yes, okay, we did them. Oh my god. This has turned into a terrible fight against these Don fans. I mean, we are under-leveled significantly, but still. 3 IDK, about 4. There are some good lines in 4 as well. Must be Fallout 3 then, yeah. I'm glad they brought him back in Fallout 4, though. I'd say spoiler alert, but Fallout 4 has been out for like 10 years or something at this point, so it's not that much of a spoiler. But, yeah, like, he is just... Liberty Prime's just kind of amazing, and the fact they brought him back. They knew what they were doing bringing him back, because they knew he was popular, and I'm glad they did, because he's just really cool. Democracy is non-negotiable. Yes. Him shouting about red Chinese communists and all that stuff he goes on about all the time. It's a fun time with Liberty Prime around. He has some great lines. We have some good lines in general when it comes to our sound alerts. The Shack stuff, obviously, that I use for my main stream alerts, and then we have, you know, like the Skyrim new hand touches the beacon and all kinds of stuff. I love it. The Meridia voice line. I just need something for XP. Like, please. Anyone. Please. Anyone gonna come along that is actually decently killable that isn't... I guess Stone Journer works. Just an awesome character in a franchise that does wacky things. Yeah. I mean, it's just like the most all-out thing ever, though, isn't it? To have, like, the giant robot that's built. The giant anti-communism robot that's like, I don't know, how many feet tall. Just this ridiculously large robot running around spouting out a ton of, like, anti-communism stuff. Throwing mini nukes at people. Great. That's the evolution we were looking for as well to get Pelipper. So that makes a big difference now. And just to confirm, Drizzle. Happy with that, with the Drizzle Pelipper. Drizzle Pelipper is, I don't want to say it's a game changer, because I don't think we have any other water types on the team. But in terms of weather control, it's certainly a big deal. Not that you really need to worry about that so much in this game. There's only like one fight I can really think of in the whole game that involves weather, but still. I do kind of wish in Scarlet and Violet they doubled down a little bit on the mechanics. You know, where like some of the stuff like the, as I say, the weather, whether they've been a bit more aggressive with actually making things like weather teams, made it a little more interesting. The difficulty level of Scarlet and Violet isn't that high, just in general, so like it would be nice if they kind of added some strats to make it slightly more harder to play around. Especially with the AI being like ridiculously stupid in this game sometimes. It does some really dumb things. The amount of times where it will choose to use a non-effective move for no reason. Don't know why. Yeah, Shags is right as well. There is a break coming up in a sec. It's the hourly break again because it's absolutely flying by. So the hourly break in about 2 minutes and 10 seconds-ish. So not very long, and then we'll be on to our final hour of the day. Been a very grindy day today, but again, as I've said, really, we've had a lot more Pokemon than we probably normally would at this point in the game. So that doesn't help. Because a lot of the times during these runs, we haven't caught this many yet. We probably could have got more. I don't know if we should have caught anything today. We probably should have, but... What are we missing? Actually, let's have a look. Pokemon we are missing currently from the run. Grimmsnarl, Dragapult, Skuntank. We could have got that today. Rotom. Could have got that today. Kingambit. Which we have. Or we have at least Pawniard. Baxcalibur, Tauros, Fire, and Salamence. Maybe that's what we'll do at the end. If we end up getting everyone up to the levels they need to be and beating the gym, I guess we can always just go and do the... what's it called? Catching afterwards. It's kind of painful though, this grinding. I don't need to do a huge amount more, I just need to do a little bit though. I probably won't level everyone up here as well. I'll just make sure that the majority of the people we need to use will be up to level 30, because we don't want to lose, but... Then again, Kofu's not that crazy. He's not easy, but he's not really that great. Yeah, Dragapult is a cool mon. I like Dragapult a lot. We've used it previously in a run on this game as well, and it's very good. The only thing really that holds Dragapult back, in my opinion, is the fact that it evolves. Its first evolution is so late. The fact that Dreepy evolves to Dracloak at level 50 is really annoying. It's the same as Dino, isn't it, in Gen 5. Dino to Zvyloos is like level 54 or something. And it sucks. Nice. I'm just going to spam Mud Slap. Nice. Come on, dealing. Yep, knew we were going to miss. I feel like in these fights where they're going to just spam Mud Slap, I should probably set up Leech Seed on the first turn every time. Mitigate the issue of the accuracy drops. Nice. Break's going to start any second as well, just so everybody knows. So I'm going to get up and walk away from the PC when it happens, like normal. Not even that close yet. Drop a save just in case anything happens while I'm gone. Oh, yeah, the dragon that eats mini dragons. It's a cool, cool design and things. I do like it a lot. That being said, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? BRB, everybody. Back in just a moment. As if by magic this comes on. Love that. Love the fact that this came up. What a song. What a banger. We're gonna listen to the rest of this. There's 40 seconds left. I'm gonna keep it on while we continue for a second here. Jubilife Village. We can't do it dirty like that by not listening to the rest of it. Such a banger. It's too much of a banger to just leave it, you know. Piano rocks too hard. This version of it is really nice as well. Welcome back from the break, everybody, as well. Forgot to mention that. Just that version of it goes so hard. It's the one I posted in Discord yesterday. I love it, man. It's so good. Who next? On Stone Journer and like stuff like that is what we want. I mean, maybe at this point leaving guys a Don fan again. Probably a mistake, but maybe I'll have a go at Don fan. Come on. I don't want to be grinding here for ages. Oh, worst comes to worst at this point. I'll literally just rare candy. I think I might. Or anyone actually want to level up to get them there? We have these anyway. Let's use that on Drowsy, get him up. We won't do dealing, we'll do one on Clodsire. Sludge Wave. Ooh. Oh, it's not a special attacker. Never mind. That's good enough for now. Yeah, the piano in that song is really good. Drowsy is a creepy Pokemon to me. I'm not a fan of Drowsy either, to be honest. Drowsy's creepy. Not a fan of Big Drowsy. Drop him out of the team. Yeah, we're not Drowsy fans here. I hate Drowsy anyway, just because of Mystery Dungeon. So about a year ago, probably just over now, we did a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Mystery Dungeon DX, the remake. We did a full 100% playthrough, trying to recruit everything in the game. And one of the most annoying common Pokemon that you can just find in the overworld that we struggled to get for so long was Drowsy, because it just wouldn't join. It got to a ridiculous point where we had like really high chances to recruit him. He just would not join the team. It took forever to get Drowsy. That's awful. We got Mew first time. Drowsy? No. Goldenrod City theme. Ignore the gym leader. There's some good... there are some really nice themes in older games. Like, I really like... which one is it? I mean, Little Root Town is pretty classic as well from Gen 3. And Slateport is kind of cool as well. Shout out to Driftvale. Yeah, Driftvale is nice as well. I think I have a Driftvale somewhere. Like a Driftvale lo-fi mix or something. And what's the other one? Where was it? Elisa's? What's her town called? That one. That one's another good one as well. That theme. I don't remember for the life of me what it's called though. So many fond memories. Yeah. Fond memories of Drowsy. If I can find it, it's probably in this playlist somewhere. Actually, I can hear it in my head, but I don't remember the name of it. Trying to find it on my like playlist right now. Sure, it should be. Oh, unless it's in the stream playlist. Doubt it though. Why would it be in the stream playlist? I don't know where that's gone. I'm sure it was in my. Unless it got removed on Spotify. Could have. Yeah, whatever her town's name was, Elisa in Gen 5, the music in her town was cool as well. I can't remember for the life of me what it was though, what name of the thing was. Town was. Listen to it in my head, but I can't remember what the name of the town is though. Nimbasa, that's it. Nimbasa. Nimbasa's a banger as well. Remember the older gens? Poison could carry a Pokemon out of battle. That used to be annoying. I used to hate that in the older gens. And then they randomly changed it without ever mentioning it, so I'm always paranoid that people were going to get knocked out of poison, and then they never do. And then I think they originally changed it where you could only go down to 1 HP from poison. And then I think they've fully removed taking damage from poison outside. Very annoying. Beat the next gym leader, shall we? Mr. Kofu. Specifically using low kicks first because of his first Pokemon. You'll see why in a moment. Also, it helps to not void one of our abilities as well, which is always good because losing one of our main Pokemon and one of our best counters is never good. So, we're not going to do that. I always say Kofu looks like he's had his facial hair put on by a piping bag. It just looks weird, doesn't it? It looks like someone's like iced his eyebrows on. Someone went at him with a piping bag and they iced on his facial hair. It just looks wrong. Something about it, I don't know what it is. Alright. Gym time. Let us do it. Let us commence forth on this grand fight for the ages once more. It's not really, is it? But let's do it. Opening lead Pokemon here is Veluza. Reason we are using low kicks is because not only is it part psychic, but it will proc in a second. Monsieur Veluza here has Mold Breaker. And Mold Breaker, of course, would negate our Clodsire's Water Absorb. So we're not going to let him use that. Instead, we're going to hopefully one-shot him with low kicks. Of course it's a one-shot. It's low kicks. I mean, come on. Low kicks, the absolute unit of this run. Low kicks is actually... Like, I know it's a meme. Low kicks might actually be the hard carry for this run. Genuinely. It's so good. Low kicks is so strong. It's unreal. I mean, look at that. He's almost one-shotted Wugtrio. And he hasn't even got a good move set yet. He's only got Lunge, which is super good. He can still get Sucker Punch and Axe Kick and like, oh, he's going to be amazing. I'm very, very happy about using low kicks in this run. He deserves a hell of a send-off. Low kicks has been great in all the runs we used it in. Mono Dark, Mono Bug, he was incredible. It deserves a really good send-off in this one as well. I just realized we have to backtrack in a minute and go fight Mela as well, because we still haven't beaten her. So we'll go and do that in a minute. Should be really easy now we have Pelipper, though. Pelipper and Clodsire will easily carry that fight, along with Knuckle Stack. And then once we've beaten that, we're going to go level, get everyone to 36, which is really easy, and then we're going to be done. Because we can go fight Larry, and then beat Larry in the rival fight, and we're good to go. So we've got about 45 minutes to do it. So I think we'll be probably, yeah, about the 5-hour mark. I think we'll be finished. If we run slightly over, then we run slightly over, don't we? I guess no one, hopefully no one would complain about that if there was slightly more stream than normal. And if you don't like the fact that there's slightly more stream than normal, then that's a you problem, really, isn't it? I guess. Damn. Poor low kicks. I mean, if he didn't have the minus speed, he would have been in a really good position to win that, but unfortunately he did, so not a lot he can do. Yeah, rip indeed. Won't hear any complaints here. Hey, well, I'm glad, Shags. I'd complain. If I was on the other side of the fence, I was the viewer, not the streamer, I'd complain. I'd be like, no, streamer, you said you're going to be here for 5 hours. Get out. Leave. You're done. 5 hours finishes in exactly 43 minutes. Once you overrun, that's it. Never coming in stream ever again. To be fair, that would probably be more of a reason why some people don't like me than some people do. But hey, at the end of the day, there's always people out there in the world that don't like you, so it doesn't really bother me that there are people on Twitch that don't like me either. I don't care. That was very quick, though, as a gym fight goes. I mean, really, low kicks got held up a bit by having the speed drops. We could have done it even quicker, probably. But we certainly can progress on further here as well and do some work in a minute. Get going. I guess we probably won't be catching those Pokemon today as well, judging from how close we probably will be to the 5 hour mark. Worst comes to the worst, I'll catch the Pokemon we need off stream and add them to the account, minus the ones that we get really late on. Let's go beat Mela first, actually. That's what we need, isn't it? Let's go do this first. We can go level up. Where do you think Gen 10 will be? Oh, like which area? Or what country, I guess. Australia does seem to be a bit of a favourite at the minute. I would think maybe Australia could work. I could see somewhere in like an Africa kind of continent-based type 1, being because of the diverse amount of biomes, really, in Africa as a continent. So I could see that being an interesting one. I don't think it's going to be any of those, though, to be honest. This is kind of nothing more than just a theory. I feel like... I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. I think Gen 10 Pokemon are going to pull out all the stops, and it's probably just copium and thinking it's going to be cooler than it is. I wonder if they are going to do an interconnected region with the rest of the map. I could see it. Because the way I see it is this. And I would like to think that maybe Pokemon Company see it the same way I do, because it makes sense. Generation 10 is the 10th generation of Pokemon. Very obviously, right? There's been 10 iterations. 10 is a special milestone number, and they'll want to do something special for it. It's also something like, right now, 25 years since the some of the original Pokemon stuff kind of like releasing. So it's in that 25 to 30 year window of like special anniversaries, right? So it's been a long time it's been out. It's the 10th generation, so they've got to pull out all the stops for it. I don't think they're going to just do a traditional single area map. Even if it's just like a couple of different regions, I think there'll be some element of going to multiple regions. Personally. Could be very wrong. I might be very wrong. Who knows? But I think that they're going to go hard for Gen 10. And also, the other thing that makes me think that is, they've obviously decided they're going to take longer with their development cycle. It's, what, like 3-4 years or whatever it is. 3 years, 4 years maybe by the time the game comes out. Compared to the previously used couple of years every time they did it. Maybe 2 years max. So I think they're going to spend a lot more time working on it. And it also gives them a lot of time to work on things. You can go from Kanto to Johto via bullet train. Yeah, I think they might have some sort of mechanic where you can travel between regions or something. Honestly, if it comes down to adding regions from old games, I would prefer if they didn't do any of the first 2 generations. And I only say that because they've been used, like, in almost every game. You have some sort of, like, Kanto or Johto stuff. It's like, it would be nice to just not have it be like the default. We need to add Kanto back again, because it's kind of like earlier we were talking about with like Charizard. They've done it enough, you know? Like, they can do something else that doesn't involve Kanto and people will buy it. Like, maybe some of the Nostalgia Lords might not, but like, you know, are we really that worried about the Nostalgia Lords? I'm not. Then again, I don't run the company, but... I think though the nostalgia stuff kind of actually ruins certain things. Like, I think it'll be the same with Surging Sparks, right? The new set coming out tomorrow for Pokemon TCG, because I know it's actually got very mixed reactions. But the Pikachu special illustration rare that looks a lot like the pack art is like the current top chase that everyone's like, this is the money card, right? That everybody wants. I don't really know why, because I honestly don't think it's that nice. I don't really like it that much. And it's just like, I feel like that's just default because it's Pikachu set, rather than anything else. Because I mentioned the Milotic, which is like basically the one card from Surging Sparks that I know about other than the special Pikachu. And it's like, the Milotic is so much nicer than the Pikachu. Like, why are we not all chasing the Milotic instead? Like, it's such a nice card. Always seems to be the way. Greninja's going to be the chase card for Scarlet Violet era. Do you know what? I disagree. Here's why. I'll explain my thinking. It's to do with a set that hasn't been released yet, but has been revealed already. In, what is it? Prismatic Evolutions. The new special set they're releasing in January or whatever. I think that will have the most chaseable card in. Because they're making special illustration rares of every evolution. And the Umbreon is very much based on the Moonbreon type card from Sword and Shield. And I'm pretty sure that Umbreon will be the king again, like Moonbreon was in Sword and Shield. Because it does look cool, admittedly. Even me as a non-Eevee fan, I don't like any of the evolutions really that much at all. I think they're very overrated. I quite like that Umbreon. So it's like, I wouldn't mind pulling it. And if I wouldn't mind pulling it, I feel like a lot of other people would want to pull it as well. So I think it's kind of like all, you know, predictions because it hasn't come out yet. But if I had to guess, I would say that'll be the challenger to something like the Greninja. But Greninja, at least currently, is the top chase by a decent amount. Well, actually, I guess that depends. Depends if you count 151. If you count 151 as being part of the Scarlet Violet era, which it is, but it also kind of isn't because it's a reprint nostalgia set, but... Well, not reprint, but it's a Gen 1 specific set. If you count 151, the Zard in 151 is by far the most expensive chase card at the minute because it's just skyrocketed up to like $200 raw. But if you take 151 out, the Greninja is the top card right now. There's been a few that have challenged it, and then they've all kind of fallen off. The Charizard in Obsidian was good for a while. Miriam was quite strong for a while. Magikarp, in fairness, in Paldea Evolved is pretty high. That's more like around 100. I know Greninja's like up around 120 to 150-ish, I think, isn't it? Something like that, ungraded. So, like, Magikarp's not too far behind. I know Iono has fallen off a bit. Iron Crown in Temporal is quite rare, and that value has stayed decently well high. Not crazy, but it's certainly higher. Terapagos in Stellar is quite good, but that's also new, so... And then Twilight Masquerade, pretty much Greninja beats everything by miles. I did get the Applin from Twilight Masquerade, though, which I have proudly presented on my desk, because Applin is one of my favourites. Even the Noxcat Bruised. Bubble Mew. I've never opened Paldean Fates, actually, so I have no bias towards it or not. I've never really been a huge fan of the shiny sets. Like, I think they're kind of cool, and I understand them existing. Okay. Counterintuitive. I guess we were too fast, so we got hit with the punishment of the sun coming up. But, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the special, like, shiny sets. I don't mind them at all. I'm just not that keen on them. Saving my cash for the Eevee set. Probably a good idea. Well, I say that, actually, I think the pre-orders have already gone up for them in some places, like Pokemon Center, and I'm pretty sure it's already sold out. It's one of those annoying situations. I personally, I don't like that Pokemon do this. I find this a bit of a crappy way of doing things, but if you're a non-Pokemon TCG person, I'd be interested to see what your thought process was on this in general, just for people in stream. Pokemon announces the next set that's going to come out before the previous one has released. Right? So, like, if you're looking at the sets of Scarlet and Violet, the next one, the special set that's coming out in January, has already been announced, and Surging Sparks, which is the new set, comes out tomorrow. So they've already announced the set for like 2 months, 3 months time, usually, before the one's released. The next one is already released. So it's like, I personally don't like that. And the other thing that annoys me a little about it is, because of that, the pre-orders go up really early, and usually if you don't get in the first wave of pre-orders, you're pretty much screwed. Because all of the, like, scalpers and the people who... Nothing wrong with it if you enjoy it this way, but the people who love just buying sealed product, you know, and that's all they do is they're like, I'm going to resell it and wait 5 years and then do that. Which is kind of what happened with, like, 151, is all the people scalped it and then tried reselling it. It just kind of gives them a massive advantage because they all just go and buy it 3 months in advance, and anyone who wants to open the set can't get any. You know, like if you were a kid and you went, oh, for Christmas, I want to get a booster box of this. You're not going to get it because all the scalpers and that will go straight in and grab a whole pallet of it. And they'll get, like, you know, 50 ETBs. Crazy. And look for my favorites, Dragapult, Lucario, Greninja, and Garchomp. That's probably a good way of doing it, honestly. Saves you money as well. Not going crazy on the card stuff because of how expensive it just is in general these days for Pokemon stuff. That's a good way of doing it. Is there any info on next year's set? Yeah, the Prismatic Evolutions one, yeah. It's like a special set. It's like they tend to do like a special you know, theme set. In Sword and Shield, they did one for Eevees called Evolving Skies, where they brought out, like, special Eevees. There was, like, alternate art, basically the SIR Eevees that they brought out. A few of them were promos. But in this one next year, the special set, rather than, like, a regular main series set with a booster box and all that, they're bringing the specialty set out to be the special Eevee one, which means that it's going to be quite hard to acquire and probably going to be quite expensive because you can't buy booster boxes of it. The most you can buy in any one thing is 9 packs in an ETB, which is $50, so, or pounds, depending on where you're buying it from. So that's all the info. They've got some cool info about the set. It sounds cool. They've got these special stamped cards with Master Ball and Pokeball symbols and stuff, which sounds really cool, but I don't know. I think they pulled the trigger too early on announcing it, and pretty much all of the product anywhere that had gone up for pre-order is already sold out. Scalpers take the whole palette. It needs a limit. Yeah, no, I agree. They need to limit stuff like that so that people can't scalp everything, because it kind of ruins it for everybody else. The one that Greninja Chase card is around $300. Really? But the Greninja special illustration, 300. Where is that from? Is that from like a card shop or something? Or is that like eBay or something? Yeah, the Twilight Masquerade one, yeah. But or like, where is it coming from? Like, is that from a card shop you're buying? Like, you'd be looking at it from, and I assume it's graded, presumably as well. eBay. Just become a speculative market, yeah, to some degree, yeah. Is it graded, or is that raw? Raw, of course, being non-graded. Just in case anyone's wondering, because I know not everyone's TCG people. Raw card is just the card on its own. Graded is when you've sent it to get graded by someone. They give you a grade of between 1 and 10 of how good the card is, basically. Looking at things like the printing of the card, whether the edges on both sides are equal, things like that. Graded. I'm guessing it's a 10 then. I mean, here's what I would say, Spartan. So I just looked it up myself as well for reference here. Therefore, I'll have a look and see. Interestingly, the dollar amount seems to be ridiculously high in comparison to the pounds amount. Because if I look here right now on eBay in the UK, I can get them way cheaper. Like, I mean, I can find one here that's like less than 100. I guess maybe it's just the difference between the two markets. Where, like, in the US, it's just more expensive. Because, yeah, I'm seeing, like, $300 for this. But then, as I say, when I look it up myself, it's, like, way cheaper in the UK to buy it, interestingly. So. Most expensive card I have from that set now is $28.81. There you go. Want a decent one that's good for a top loader binder. I've never got a card graded actually, so I've only ever gone for raw cards. But that one I was looking at, the $100, like £100 ish one, which is about $120, $125, was PSA 10 as well. It's kind of crazy. So I don't know. I feel like people these days on that, like Greninja and the Charizard, the 1511, have... There's been like tiny things of people kind of being willing to pay slightly more money for them, and people have kind of gone crazy. It's like the whole give an inch and they'll take a mile thing, where like people were willing to slightly increase the price, and then all of a sudden someone went, okay, it's not 150 anymore, it's 300, and now that's just become like the everybody's doing that, you know? Because it is fairly recent that a lot of the cards have spiked in price, but... I mean, personally, I know that like the Greninja's rare, but I don't think that any card in the Scarlet Violet era should be anywhere near 300. It's too expensive, really, for them. I can understand to some degree the Sword and Shield ones being way higher, because, like, some of the ones, like the Moonbryon and stuff, were, like, what, 1 in every 2,500 packs or something? But, like, the SIRs in Scarlet and Violet, in comparison to some of the previous iterations of cards, aren't that rare, and therefore the values of all of them should be a lot lower. Some of them are way overinflated for what they should be, I think. Unfairly so, in my opinion, are they artificially inflated. But again, that comes from people like being in that same situation where you get scalpers buy up all the boxes, open all the boxes, get Greninja, and then sell it for £5 million. And then if you want Greninja, you can't buy sealed products, so you have to buy the singles, and then you're basically forced to pay the price of the people who scalp it. So it's a cutthroat world out there in Pokemon, you know. I think the thing that's sad about it, really, when it comes to the Pokemon stuff, is more that like Pokemon used to be, the cards and the TCG and stuff used to be about collecting it and enjoying the cards, and some cases using them or just collecting them and having fun with it, versus the actual general thing these days has had more of a shift towards people using it as a money-making scheme rather than actually doing it for the reasons of using them themselves. You know? It's just kind of annoying to me. I find it a bit silly that it's like you take the kind of childhood innocence of opening packs of cards to try and get the cool Pokemon cards, and you go from that to all those same people who grew up with it now being adults and, you know, going around sniping all the best cards so they can flip them for their eBay store. And I can sell them on Whatnot for a 300% profit. And it's like, come on now. Like, maybe it's an extreme take, but to be fair, I feel like people who go and invest in sealed product Pokemon cards and try and flip Pokemon cards are no better than, like, the crypto bros. You know? You know what I mean if you know what I'm talking about, the crypto bros. Not people who, like, casually do it, but, like, the full-on crypto bros. They're kind of no better than those people, if you ask me. The people who, like, specifically only buy, like, Pokemon stuff so they can flip it and or keep it sealed for 10 years and make money on it. Investing in Pokemon cards, because it's like... chances are is that the original stuff became really rare and really expensive, and it's like one in every however many few years worth of sets is going to do that. Not all of them. So people who just go and buy loads of it up and just sit on it for years, most likely are going to get nothing really from it in return. Rainbow, $12 for Dragapult. That's not too bad, to be fair. Yeah, rainbows are an interesting one as well. We were talking about this last week. How funny how, like, people want the rainbows now and they're starting to creep up in value again, but before they were gone, everybody used to, well, I say everybody, the vast majority of people involved in Pokemon used to think that they were terrible and they should remove them. And then they removed the rainbows and everyone's like, wow, why did they get rid of the rainbows? It's silly, I think. Nice, we got critted. We didn't crit, even though we have super luck. Love it. Last one. No, I already read that, didn't I? Like to keep my cards. Only one I would sell is my duplicate gold Dialga. Yeah, dupes is, like, you know, fair enough. But you're not like, like my kind of like overall point being that you're not like specifically buying cards just to sell them and make money, right? Like, you'll get some people who specifically will only get into doing Pokemon cards because they know they can make money from it, and that's the whole reason they get into it in the first place, and it just kind of sucks. But selling dupes is fine, though, I mean, obviously. Unless you just want to keep dupes and use them as, like, trade fodder, but... depends what you do with them, you know? If I pull the Greninja Chase card, I won't open any more Twilight Masquerade packs. I mean, that's fairly normal thing for people to do, to be fair. They pull the card they want and then stop pulling stuff. I mean, in my case, I kind of would love to go for the full sets as much as I could, if I was able to. So, I feel like with me, even if I get the card that I want, that I think is really cool, I probably would still keep pulling just for that reason. But that's just because I'm in the unique position of wanting to rip things to get it rather than going for singles. So, I mean, that's generally the majority of people just want to get the singles and that's it. Versus I'd rather have the fun of ripping them, you know? Creates a memory when you open it, when you rip it yourself and get them, rather than getting a single. It's like, yeah, I could remember going to a TCG shop and buying the card I wanted, but wouldn't it be so much cooler if you pulled it yourself? You know? It's just cooler if that happens, I think. But of course, viably, as a way of doing it, it's not very viable, because let's be honest, Pokemon's kind of expensive these days. And it's not really that viable to do it in most cases. Unless it's one of the cheaper sets that's a lot easier to get hold of, it's a lot harder to actually rip stuff and get everything these days. And the pull rates just kind of don't really help you out that much anyway. Miss tag team cards. I always thought they were cool. I was never involved, of course, in the tag team card era, so I wasn't really ever too kind of crazy about them. But I don't think they're bad at all. I just I was never involved in TCG stuff when they were around, so I guess I don't really appreciate them that much, you know. I don't think they're bad though. Try Clodsire and see if we can knock out thingies. Rip Crown Zenith all day. Crown Zenith's a fun set to open anyway, from what I've seen. I would like to open Crown Zenith, but I don't think I'll ever get the opportunity to, probably. It's not super expensive, but like I just don't have a huge amount of stuff to do for Pokemon cards anyway, so... I like my Scarlet Violet sets that we open, and I'm content opening them on stream and having fun with it, you know? Yeah, if you could do a trade for the cards you need from what you have with the dupes, that's always a good idea to do, I think. That's going to knock itself out of Double Edge, probably. Recoil? Yep. Anything other than Sword and Shield's definitely a single purchase territory. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, unless you randomly happen to come across, like, a massive deal on stuff where someone didn't know what they had and you could get it way cheaper. But realistically, anyone who has that at this point that's still sealed probably knows what it's worth, and that's why they still have it sealed. Like you saying about the Furious Fist stuff earlier. Like, 9 times out of 10, if someone still has sealed Furious Fists now, it's because they were keeping it to try and make money on it in the future. So, like, you're not going to be able to find someone like that selling a booster box for $50 and get away with it, you know? More likely they're going to sell that for, like, 300, 400 or something. So, yeah, got singles. For the older stuff, singles is the way to go. But, I mean, for modern stuff, I think singles is probably still the way to go as well.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
It's definitely the cheapest way of doing it. But I just like the enjoyment of opening cards, so it's like I'm never that concerned. I like completing sets if I can, but also at the same time, I'm not bent out of shape about it, you know? Yeah, I wouldn't open a $70 pack for a $50 single. It's the, like, it's the same thing with 151. Like I was talking about this kind of near the start of stream. I can't remember when it was exactly. But I was talking about 151 is kind of a cool set, but the price hikes on it are kind of annoying. So if I went out now and I said, I want to open some 151, not only is it really difficult to get, but if I want to actually do it and successfully get any, I'm going to have to pay a ridiculous price. Booster bundle right now for that is like, what? 50 bucks? 50 pounds for a booster bundle for 6 packs of 151. Crazy. Card opening makes for amazing streams. It does. I honestly think, I'll just straight out, I'll say it. The Pokemon TCG streams are the best streams of the year. It's just the way it is. Minus like any random freak thing happening here or there, like some craziness happening on stream. It doesn't happen very often. The TCG streams are the best streams of the year. I think. I don't even think that's a contest either. I think that's just straight, yes, they are. They are just the best streams of the year. There's just something so special about them. And, you know, when we do the one at Christmas, it's going to have that same feel, I hope. And it's going to be super special. It's going to be nearly Christmas time. We're going to be vibing, playing Christmas music, having a beer. You know, reminiscing about previous openings and pulling crazy stuff. And it's just going to be great. I'm very excited. Very excited about the Christmas stream. I know I say it like every stream at this point, but that's just because I'm very excited about it. Chase card Lucario is $35 max, and a pack is around 30. Really? It's only 35? Oh, yeah, no, hang on. That's yeah. I think it's because I'm thinking of a different set, isn't it? It's Flash Fire's the expensive one, because it's Charizard, that's why. Not Furious Fists. That and Phantom Forces, because of Gengar, is also expensive. Yeah, I'm not risking another level up on you or Bronzong. Bring Swordsbuck and Bronzong out. Save Surging Sparks in the EV set for the pack opening. So I don't... The EV set won't have come out by that point, but as I said earlier, I'm not opening Surging until then, no. So the first Surging Sparks that I open ever will be on stream at Christmas. On the 22nd of December will be the day of it. And we'll find out if we got what we wanted in our booster box. I think it's going to be a great opening though when we do it. 8 booster boxes, well 9 booster boxes, as well as some other goodies. And it'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. All 8 Scarlet and Violet sets. Well, main sets. And we got Lucario, nice. That's actually really good before the next gym. And then we also get the benefit of maybe throwing in some specialty set stuff if we have any extra funds at the end of it, basically, for the stream. Kind of all just depends. If I can get hold of any at a reasonable price, and or if I have anything left at that point to spend on it. Maybe I will. After I've done some Christmas purchasing for people. Aura Sphere counts as special, doesn't it? Got that in. Riolu can now knock out the Chanseys really easily. We're definitely going to go over today by a few minutes, but not by a huge amount, I don't think. Not bad. Good damage. Man, I am looking forward to that stream so much. That whole week of streams is going to be amazing. 9 booster boxes. At least 3 booster bundles, because that's how many I have now, but I'm sure we'll get some more things before then. ETB, 3-pack. All kinds of stuff. It'll be great. Who knows, maybe there'll be even more before then. If anyone really wants to, there's always a link to the throne thing there, and they can get Summit to be opened up on stream if you really want to. I'd never encourage anybody to actually do that, but of course if you really wanted to with Christmas coming up, then you can. If you wanted to see if you managed to pull the chase card for us in whatever it is you get. But as I say, I would never encourage anybody to do that. What do you think about Shrouded Fable? Never opened it, so I don't know. I mean, the only, like, perspective I have from the outside is that the pull rates in it are terrible. So, like, I don't really have anything to go on other than that. Cheeky Link, yeah. The only reason I said it, Shags, is because I saw it actually in chat just there. Popped up right before. But if anyone wants to, I mean, I know some people sometimes will, you know, some people on Twitch will want to get their streamer a Christmas thing, so I mean, as I say, I would never encourage anybody to, but if you really wanted to and you wanted to double barrel it and have it opened on the stream as well, then you could always do it if you wanted. But I would never actively encourage anybody to. But there's plenty of stuff on there. Eventually we'll open all of it. Nice, we're at 1-shot range now, I think. Good, good, good. Low kicks wants agility as well. One more on Luke. Well, actually, I should probably check Lucario's XP before I do this, shouldn't I? Because if I over level, that'll be a big unit gone for our next fight. Yeah, I'm running. Don't want to accidentally overlevel. It's gonna be good though, Shags, isn't it? You just know it is at the end of the year. You just know it's gonna be special. It's one of those ones, I don't want to get too ahead of myself and I don't want to get too hyped because, you know, beforehand, you never know. Maybe there'll be some sort of issue that'll make it bad. I don't know. But like the premise of the streams for the end of year, there's so much potential. And the fact that we've got these booster boxes, we've got 9 boxes we're going to open in total. We've got to get something good. We have to. We have to get something good. You know, and it's like, I feel like what we'll do is, this is how I like picture it. Every day we come on, apart from the new sets, we'll go on, we'll have a look at what we're opening. We'll think about the types of things that we might want to pull. Mention like a couple of cards that would be cool to pull. And then, of course, we won't pull any of them. So we'll, as long as we get new stuff, that I'll be happy, really. That's genuinely my, like, my thing. I'll be perfectly happy with the Pokemon opening week if we just get new stuff. If we get a bunch of new things in every set, I'll be happy. If we get a load of dupes, it'll still have been fun, but it won't be quite, you know, quite the same. But I would love to get some new stuff. Even if it's just like illustration rares and the odd gold or something, nothing crazy, no chase cards, it would just be cool to pull some cool stuff. I'd like to pull some of the, you know, big hitter cards, but at the end of the day, if we don't, we don't. Bangers, yeah. Bangers, man. I want to pull a double banger as well. That's my thing, Shags. I want to pull a double banger every day. 1 double banger every stream. We've got good chances of double bangers every stream. We need to pull a double banger in all 4 streams. That's the rule. Has to be done. A banger a day keeps the, I don't know, away. Something away. You know? Who knows? But that's... double banger every stream would be really cool for that. I would love that. Right. We can do one more Chansey, I think, and then we're good to go. With low kicks, anyway. Welcome in, Princess Elizabeth... Wait. Lioness. Welcome in. Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome to stream. Might get a cracked box. That would be cool, wouldn't it? A cracked box would be cool. 3 gold cards in 4 packs. That would be insane. I think the best box we've ever found so far. The best box we've ever opened on stream so far from the TCG is we've had a couple of like the good box out of the cases a few times, which is the gold and special illustration and or double special illustrations. We've had that a few times. Yeah, so we've done pretty well. Going good. I'm glad it's going well. Welcome into stream. Welcome, welcome. We're currently doing a little bit of level grinding while we're preparing for our fight against Larry. Well, Larry and the rival fight against Nemona in a minute, but we're having a bit of trouble with this Chansey right now, who keeps using soft boil until then. So yeah. I'm glad you're doing well. And welcome to stream officially, as I say. The Depresso, yeah. 2 Dialgas and a Giratina V-Star. I mean, probably non-existent. Odds are probably like 0.000 times 15%. Or something crazy. 0 to the power of 15%. They're going to be low chances, because, like, unless it's an error box, it's kind of hard to get that situation to unfold, you know, where you actually get that particular amount of luck. I think one of the coolest things that's ever happened on one of our TCG streams is we got a double banger on the first pack once. We opened a booster box and literally first pack on the front had a double banger and then something else. Do that. Wonder what the odds are. Oh no, I already read that, didn't I? Waifu bought a Regidrago box and had that. I'm assuming that's like a content creator or something. I'm not sure who it is, but I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. Because as I say, it's like even if it's 0.000000 for 15 million zeros in a row and then a 1 at the end, it's still possible. It's in the same way that, like, yeah, people can win the lottery and they do all the time. But, like, are you going to win the lottery in your lifetime? Probably not. You know, the odds don't work in your favor, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means it's unlikely. In the same way that it is with that. Like, if you bought a box, it is possible that in 4 different packs you could get 4 alt arts or whatever. But, like, I don't know. Most people won't ever get anywhere near that. I mean, shit, I opened one of those, what are they called? I don't even remember what the name of the box is. But the Classic Collection Lugia Ho-Oh Suicune thing, the new Scarlet Violet one that they made a little while back. I want to say it's called Combined Powers or something. It has 11 packs in. I like opened one of those and got 1 hit out of 11 packs. So like, for every one person that pulls off the impossible, there's also that person who gets nothing. It's just the way it works, isn't it? There's always a winner and a loser in all those situations. And as I say, essentially for the one person to pull like 3 or 4 really insane cards in one box, you also have the one guy who pulls nothing. And that's how it balances itself out. Bring the luck in chat. You do, to be fair, you guys. You do bring some luck with you. Best lead is low kicks here, I think. We'll also bring Clodsire. I think we'll bring Bronzong as well. Actually, we can run Lucario as a lead. Why not? Let's run Lucario. And let's grab the Wise Glasses and put it on there as well. Right, now everyone's at level cap of 36. We can go beat Larry. Where are we going? Here we are. We've already been there before. You can get leftovers here in Medali if you don't know. Hidden in a back street, you can go and grab it. Right at the start of the game. Do we have any snoozes, Shags, for the break? If we don't, it's okay. Because we can just wait for the break to go through and then do the fight. But because we've gone over midnight, it just means that the break is now about to start again. Nice, thanks, Shags. Or any other mod that might have done it, I don't know. If it wasn't you. Favorite Pokemon, Lucario, yes. We are going to be using Lucario. Probably our best choice for the first fight in this gym. Well, actually, might not be, but we'll go with it anyway. Although I suspect that there's a... Depending on the moveset of our rivals' fight team right after the gym, it might not actually be that great of a choice, but we'll see. Depends what the Lycanroc has. Leave Lost Origin packs to hunt Giratina. I mean, sleeve packs are pretty much one of the better ways of getting heavier hits, because the odds are effectively better. They aren't actually better, but the effective odds are better. To explain this for anyone who might not understand, it's... If you buy a booster box here, you have whatever the chance is, say 1 in 1500 packs of getting the special illustration rare / alt art, whatever, right? But you are guaranteed a gold or a special illustration in each box if you get one. So you know immediately you have basically one chance to get it in the box. You have one pack that will probably give you the alternate art / gold. And if you don't get it, you're in trouble, right? You're not going to get it in the box. However, sleeved packs, individual packs that don't come from a booster box, in theory, you have like an infinite number of chances to get it because each of those hasn't come from a specific box. They've come from like just general packaging. So you could have it where 5 sleeved packs in a row all have the chase cards in, and you just happen to pick up those 5 off of a rack and get all 5. So you basically increase your odds via the fact that there's a variety in what you can get in the sleeve boosters rather than the booster box, right? Don't all packs come in boxes? No. So there are these things that you can get as like a one single pack called a sleeve booster, where it basically comes in a cardboard sleeve. So you can buy like one pack in a cardboard sleeve with the pack art on the outside. And statistically, the odds of pulling stuff from those are effectively better because you're not locked into the booster box pull rates, right? You could effectively get, say there was 100 packs on the wall, right? And they said there is 5 special illustration rares in this wall. You get to pick out 20 packs. Your odds of getting the thing, you could pull none of them, but you could pull all 5 of those packs off the wall. Versus booster box, they say, here's 36 packs, but you're guaranteed to get one of them. Your odds are effectively better doing it via the form of the 5, like, of the individual sleeve packs, because you have a chance to get anything rather than a guaranteed chance of getting something. Like, you might get nothing from all 5 of them, but again, if you got 5 sleeve boosters, you could pull all 5 off and get literally the 5 best cards in the set, because that's just the way they were printed. So it effectively gives you a high... It gives you... Your literal chance of pulling it is no higher than if you pull a booster box, right? But your effective odds are better of getting it, because you have more of a chance of pulling in each individual product. But think of it like that. You have a chance of pulling in each product, and you've bought 5 products rather than 1. Is it in the single product? It could be. Is it in the 5 packs that you buy? It could be. Or it might not be. It's just the way it works. Like, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, you know? Some people probably open their first ever booster box of whatever and get the chase cards straight away. That's it. ETB and booster bundles are cheaper per pack. Well, than booster boxes. I should have put a Chesto Berry on my Lucario as well. I disagree about ETBs and booster bundles being cheaper than booster boxes, if that's what you mean. Because, in my opinion, and I think proven by maths, booster boxes are still the best value you can get out of any Pokemon TCG product. The price per pack is just lower. But that's because everybody sells them below retail price. You can get a box of the new sets for less than 100 quid. So your price per pack is going to be somewhere between, what, £3 and £4, versus buying a booster bundle where it's 6 packs for 25. So, like, generally, to get the same value you would out of a booster box to get the 36 packs, you'd have to buy 6 booster bundles, which equals 125. Which, if they were both sold at retail price, you'd be getting a booster box for about 20-25 more expensive. But that's not the way it works, though, is it? Because people don't sell booster boxes at retail price. So it's all about, like, the balance of the, like, you know, stuff you're getting. I still think if you're going to go and just buy, like, packs and you just want packs and nothing else, booster box, if you can afford them, is the best way of doing it. By miles. Like, value-wise, it's just better. Had scalpers buy all the booster boxes. Interestingly, scalpers are annoying in my experience of dealing with trying to buy Pokemon product. Booster boxes, for me anyway, again, this might just be a US versus UK thing. For me in the UK, buying booster boxes has been infinitely easier than other products because everybody buys the other products instead. Booster bundles get scalped really bad here. That's probably the hardest thing to get is booster bundles for me, I would say. But that's also just depending on country and things like that. But I've always had much easier times getting hold of a booster box rather than a bundle or something. That's not a lot of damage. Gonna have to use lunge again and then pray for a one-shot. Only reliable physical location for cards here is GameStop. People steal all Pokemon cards at Walmart. I suppose it would depend if you had any LGSs near you, though. Local game stores. If you had a local card shop or game store, then that would probably be your best bet for buying them from there. Or if you're going to buy them online, then you can just buy from, you know, national card places. Like, all the stuff I get from a TCG shop over here in the UK. Which are from, I mean, the actual place itself is in a place called Folkestone, which is down in Kent. So it's quite far away from me, but it's like the most reliable place I get them from. And I can trust it getting from there, because I know that it's not going to be tampered with or anything. Because it's from a card shop. And if they did, you know, rig the rates and stuff, then no one would buy from them. Not in my area. That is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't buy physical stuff from anywhere when it comes to cards. I buy it all online. Wherever I source anything from, it always comes from an online place. Whether it be just an online TCG shop or sometimes I'll get it from other places, but I don't really like getting stuff from like big retailers who are selling it, because usually you won't get a deal on it and it's more expensive. And yeah, it's just annoying. Like, I'd rather buy it from like Card Shop than Amazon or something, you know. We're gonna have to balance this last ad snooze well here as well, because we've still got a rival battle to do. We've got a rival battle to do, and then the break might start partway through it, which would be annoying. Therapeutic seeing product in person sometimes. I mean, I guess it depends on the person though, doesn't it, you know? That's just like a personal preference thing, isn't it? It's like, it's the same thing with like clothes though, isn't it, right? Talking about clothes, there are some people who would never buy clothes without trying it on first. And then there are people like me that would just see something that they found cool and went, yeah, okay, not worth the hassle of bothering trying to, you know, do whatever. Surprised we're taking that much damage from Facade, honestly. I thought we would take a few more than 2. Jesus. We might be in, well, not a spot of bother because we have bronze on, but we're definitely not in a optimal position to win this quickly, which we wanted, really. But yeah, like for me, I mean, it's cool looking at it, don't get me wrong. Like the last time I went into an actual place and looked at physical product, I didn't buy anything anyway, but it was years ago probably, where I was just wandering through and went, wow, that's kind of cool. Let's have a look at the Pokemon stuff that they're selling these days. This was years ago, probably. But like, it doesn't like bother me not being able to see it before buying it, to be honest. I think it's just because I'm one of those people who just finds a lot of things not worth the hassle, you know? Like, if I went to a place and bought clothes, it's just not worth the hassle of waiting to try it on and then going and doing it. Because then if it's wrong, then it's like, well, now I've got to go find an... It's just a pain. And I'd rather just go home, find out it didn't fit, which it wouldn't anyway, because I'd just buy a standardized size. Thankfully, because I'm a guy, so I don't have to worry about women's clothes sizing, which is more complicated than, you know, linear equations or something. Versus we just get like small, medium, large, and then above and slightly below. That's it. It's great. It's very simple and easy to understand. Right, now all we have to do is one rival fight, which I think we can probably do before the break kicks in. We've got to be quick, though. When it comes to, like, dudes' clothing, 9 times out of 10, I would say that the sizing is pretty much universal across different places. There's the odd place that, like, a medium or something will be slightly different size to the others, but generally, they're almost always going to be the same size, I find. So once you find what it fits you, you pretty much just buy that everywhere and it will work. If you're a medium, you buy medium. If you're a large, you buy large. If you're a small, you buy small. And then every once in a while, maybe 1 out of every 20 purchases, you might be slightly off on the sizing, but it's not worth the hassle for me. I hate buying clothes anyway. Buying clothes is annoying. Even for men's clothing, sometimes size varies widely according to where the store is from. It can do, yeah. It can do. And then, of course, it's like you've got to make sure that you get them in the correct style. You know? Like, I've done that before with, like, jeans or whatever. You'll mess up and you'll be like, oh, yeah, I'll get some, like, black jeans or something. I like a set of black jeans. There's something about them. They just work well. Grey jeans, right? And I'll buy a set of them, and then I realize right after I've got them that they turn up and they're like, you know, they'll be like, just for the example, they'd be like skinny jeans or something, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't want them. It's like, I don't like skinny jeans, man. I hate skinny jeans, not gonna lie. That's another general take for the day. Skinny jeans suck, I hate them. I would never wear skinny jeans. There's one flinch. Oh, we got the speed move from Steadfast. Let's go. Actually worked out in our favor. And now we outspeed. Okay, that kind of worked for us. We'll take it. Oh, I've got 3 minutes till the freaking ad starts, man. I don't think I'm going to outrun this one. I think there might be a break in the middle of the fight. Bruh. We're going to have to, like, speed run this. Sizes are not what I expect. Yeah. No, I feel like it's certain... It's like brands, isn't it, Shags, I would say. Certain, like companies have different sizing on things that makes it annoying. Of course, we get parried. Gonna make this way worse now. What's the other mon in this lineup? Dragon type, isn't it? Let's do this. Love joggers, love the zippers. I just... my favorite things though is just I just like comfy clothes, you know? Whatever it is. As long as it's comfy, it's good enough for me. That's what I like. I like feeling comfy. Not a fan either. Knocks out is not an Italian. Yeah, I don't like skinny jeans. No, there's something about them. I just don't like them. I feel like my body shape doesn't fit skinny jeans anyway. That sounds weird saying that, but like the way that I'm built doesn't fit skinny jeans, right? I mean, like bone structure and stuff, right? So the way I am as like a person is like a weird like structure. I was built different, quite literally, in the way that like I am, because I'm one of those people who it's like my legs are like, you know, they're pretty long. Like I've got very long like lower legs, right, shins and that. But like for me, it's like my like pelvic hip region, if you want to call it that, like where the bones are. It's very wide. I have like very wide, like a very wide base, right? Not in an unhealthy way when I say that. Like, it's just the way that the bone is. Like, the way that I have it with my bone structure is I have a very, very wide, like, hip. right? Which is really good for certain things, because it means in certain situations you've got, like, massive amount of, like, lower body power, right? But it's like, because of the way that it is, it's like, it's kind of annoying for clothes, because it means that you'll almost always get stuff where, like, the leg and the waist don't match in terms of the measurement. Whereas, like, effectively for a set of jeans, I would want, like, a skinnier leg and a wider waist, just because I have a really wide hip. So it, like, doesn't work for, like, most jeans, because the dimensions on them are just wrong, and so it doesn't fit me very well. That's why skinny jeans are just crap for me, you know? Hi, too. Thank you for the Hydrate Spinal. Also, there's an ad break about to start, and I can do nothing about it, because I've used all of my snoozes, so it's going to start in a minute, and I can't stop it, unfortunately, so we'll have to pause mid... Well, we can't really pause mid-fight, can we? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Ah, it's annoying, though. Welcome in, River. How's it going? Hello. British Elvis. Alright, well, we'll see what's about to happen here, don't we? Quackabal's going to lose next turn to Poison. Hopefully we can end it quickly before it ends puts the break on, even with the flinch. We didn't need the flinch, but will the Poison end the fight? It will. Alright, we don't miss anything on the ad break. I don't feel quite as bad now from the fact that the break's going to flow through. Because it's not going to miss any crucial fighting. Nice. Clodsire, the absolute unit, though. Not the ads, I know. Maybe we'll get a Doritos ad. I could do with some Doritos right now, though. I am kind of hungry. There's the ad. I'm not going to switch screens this time, because it's literally just going to be me playing through this cutscene and then just, you know, going back to the lab screen, because we are at 5 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm not going to switch screens this time. This is a special subs-only section of the stream. Haha. You get, like, 2 minutes of just me, and that's it. But yeah, no, like, as I say, Shags, it's like, I'm in, like, the non-memey way, I am kind of, like, built different, right? I've never posted a picture of myself online, but you would immediately know what I'm talking about if you saw a picture of me, you'd know what I'm talking about. I've got a very wide base. So, like, that's just, like, the way it is. I've got very wide shoulders, and I've got very wide hips. That's, like, the way it is, which is great for certain things. It's terrible for other things, right? Because, like, from the perspective of being able to carry things and lift things, amazing. But there you go. Let's drop a save here and wait a minute while we... let's put the lo-fi on, I guess. We'll wait here for a minute while we let the thing go through. I thought we were about to get hit with some Fallout music, huh? Welcome ads, yeah. Oh, just you? Whatever shall I do? I know, it's so terrible being left with just me. I'll wait until the break's over to continue talking. Or at least continue talking to you guys in chat, because if you're in the ad break, you can't hear me anyway. So unless you're subscribed or primed or got gifted a sub, in which case, lucky you. But I appreciate you for supporting the stream. You can hear me right now. Thank you for supporting the stream via subscribing, priming, or being gifted a sub. I do appreciate it very much. And if you can't hear me right now, I appreciate you as well, even though you can't hear me. Because you are helping to support the stream as well by watching the ads right now. And it is very cool of you to do that. The like banjo-y guitar bit in the back of this song does sound very Fallout-y, you know? 2, 1. And the break is over. Okay. I mean, everybody saw the end of the fight there, so we won the fight. We're going to save up. It's unfortunate that break came at a terrible time, because we are actually at usual wrapping up time, so we are going to switch back to the lab here, and we'll get ready to wind down for the night. been a good session of Pokemon though. Doing good. Oh, I'm glad. Unfortunately, I cannot listen to that song though. I don't take song requests on stream purely because of DMCA guidelines on Twitch, and I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. And if I don't know what the song is, you know, the name is questionable from what I can see there, but regardless, even if it was not questionable, I don't want to get DMCA'd. So I don't really take song requests on stream. Said if you can on your own.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Well, to be fair, you didn't specify that, but I get your point. I assume when people say, can you do X thing while I'm streaming, that they mean, can I do it on stream? So, maybe that's just me misinterpreting. Naruto1231325, that's a bit of a mouthful reading all the numbers. Thank you for the follow as well, I appreciate it, and welcome to the stream. Gonna do a Pokemon trade. What are you trading for? Out of interest. Thank you for the follow though, I appreciate it. It's all good, River, don't worry. I'm just saying, it's like it's just a miscommunication thing. I thought you meant do it now, you know. Snorlax. Okay, trading for a Snorlax. What are you trading away to get said Snorlax? It's gonna be Score Bunny, innit? I'm guessing it's Score Bunny. But autocorrect had its way with it, didn't it? Oh, Gliscor. Autocorrect is killing you there, I think. In the chat, isn't it? Gliscor. A Snorlax and Gliscor, nice. Interesting, I like that. Good trade right there. I do like Gliscor. Gliscor is really cool. It's an interesting Pokemon. You got Gliscor? I do not, no. I don't have one. Wait a minute, do you mean, hang on. Let me try and backtrack on this, because I felt like I read ahead of it. Do you mean you're trading for one, or you mean you would like to trade for one, and you're asking me if I have a Gliscor you could trade for? Is that what you're saying? You would like to? Ah, I see. I see. You would like to trade with me for a Gliscor? What are you saying? You want a shiny one? And you're hoping that I had a shiny one. I see. A master of decoding, Mr. Streamer, yeah. Yeah, Poison Heal Gliscor is insane. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a shiny Gliscor. I don't even have a regular one. Well, actually, I do on one profile, but I have it on BDSP, but I don't even know which profile it's on at this point. But that's what you're hoping for, Naruto, was it? You're going around streams on Twitch looking for a Gliscor, are you? That the plan? I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, you know? Like the master of decoding. I'm putting Jubilife Village on here as well, because I really want to. Man on the hunt, indeed. It would seem that way, Shags. It would seem that way. This is a 6-minute song. Right, I'm skipping it and putting Jubilife on. That being said, this is a good time for me to mention something just as a reminder, okay? When everybody comes into stream for the first time ever, there'll be a pop-up in the chat, you know? You have to click on before you can speak. And that is a pop-up of the rules of the stream. Shags probably knew where I was going with this the whole time, I don't know. He's good like that. And in said rules of the stream, you scroll down to, I believe, the bottom, it does say those rules that you clicked on. Don't ask for trades, because it is against the rules of the stream. So, yeah, general rule of thumb for everybody. Don't ask for trades in stream. It wasn't a rule for a long time, but I eventually put it in because I kind of just got sick of people coming in and asking to trade for something in the middle of a Nuzlocke, so I just changed the rule. Because I was a bit bored of being in the middle of, like, hardcore Nuzlocke focus mode, doing a gym battle, and someone going, "Do I trade for a Scyther?" And it's like, no. Become quite common. Yeah, it did. That's why the rule was in place. The rule became the rule became in place because it got really common of people just asking me for trades constantly. So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I suspect I could be wrong here. I could be wrong. I suspect our new friend Naruto here probably didn't even hear any of that, because I suspect the second I said I didn't have a Gliscor, they'd fucked off to Timbuktu. But you know, if that's what they want to do, then that's what they can do. That's fine. They can go look for a trade wherever. Good for them, I guess. Hopefully they get a Gliscor, but they ain't getting one here. You know? Because unfortunately I am not giving out Pokemon. I'm doing Pokemon challenge runs and playing the game. In the same way that it says on that same box that you click on, also don't ask to join the game. Because the other thing is, of course, people just being like, "Do you want a Union Circle with me?" It's like, nope. I'm in the middle of a hardcore Nuzlocke. No, thank you. I don't have time to help you BP farm. Like, I don't want to be a dick, but, like, damn. It says it in the rules, don't ask. So, like, you know. I feel like that's my general rule of thumb these days, is if I have something in the rules and someone asks me about it, I'll just be like, check the rules, my guy. They'll read it and go, "Oh, it says don't do it." And you'll be like, yes. Don't do it then. I'm sad though, I was setting that up for ages. I was just waiting for the magic words of "Do you have a Gliscor?" And I was like, mate, I'm in here. Setting this up. Eat this one up nicely. Never happened. Never happened. Raid messages are in chat though. Grab a raid message if you, I was supposed to say if you'd like to, but it's just good practice too. Grab yourself a raid message. I don't know who we're raiding, I haven't even looked yet. So we're going to do it in a few minutes, but I better start looking, I suppose. While we listen to some phenomenal music right here. What a piece of music this is, honestly. Glorious. What a glorious theme, the old thing right here. Jubilife Village. You know what's crazy as well? I do really... This specific version of the Jubilife Village theme is just insanely goated. Like, goddamn, man. The people who made this piece of music put it together and did it. Insanity. Fair play to them. Insane. Insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. What they are. No cheese trade. Yeah, no cheese, unfortunately. However much we love cheese, no cheese today for us. No cheese found here today. No trading of any kind, even cheese. That's the rule.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Even the Liberty Prime as well. Fun. I'm just having a quick look at my list of people online to raid. I thought I'd be nice and give you a Wii Sports as well. People with the Gigantamax cheese there as well. Thank you for the G-Max cheese there too. I appreciate it very much. There's the cheese you were looking for, right? There's a cheese. Something about that Wii Sports theme is just magical. Just magical. Just special. Second. The wrong button. That's the right button. Okay. So, I guess... Well, the raid messages were already in, so I mean, you guys have already got them. Shall we start winding down? Sounds like the right thing to do, doesn't it? Let me quickly move the... Oh, it's not got the rewards request in there. Nice. Okay, how many things do we have today? Nice. Okay, just those few. Nice. I'm going to put the raid command in while the Wii Sports is going real quick. Shall we raid? I think we shall, Shags. Big stretch. Oh, I need to go get some food, man. I know it's, well, 12:33, but I need some food. I'm hungry. So, we are going to raid out in a sec. What should we raid out with Wii Sports going in the background? Wii Sports is going to end, and then I've got Juba Life queued up again afterwards. So. But, first things first, for anyone who's new here today, of course, we do have some links for Discord and stuff like that. If anyone's interested, they're just below the stream, so you can find those. You're more than capable of finding them. I'm not going to post them in the chat for you, don't worry. They're all down below stream. But the next time I will be on will be in a couple of days. My next stream will be on Sunday. I do stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So that will be the next day that I'm back. Okay, so I'll be back on Sunday with some more Pokemon. We'll be doing the third part of Scarlet and Violet's run that we've been doing today. So we'll go from Larry to the end of the gym leaders. And then the final part, which will be part 4, which will be on Thursday next week, will be the end of the Hall of Fame Scarlet and Violet runs. On Tuesdays, we're playing Skyrim at the minute, and on Wednesdays, we're playing a game called War Thunder as well, which is very fun. And yeah, it's been good. It's been a good day today, I think. It's been generally pretty fun. So, should we head off? I think we shall. Let's head out. Let's put a raid command in, and let me read through everything today that we need to do real quick. So, first things first, we'll go in reverse order because we don't do this very often. The Gigantify / Gigantamax emote from 2. I don't know why I was about to say a completely different name then for some reason. From 2. Thank you so much, 2, for the Gigantamax emote. I appreciate it very much. Naruto, on your immortal quest to get a glide score. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Even if you did try and solicit a trade, but we'll let you off this once. Spartan, thank you for the 5 Bs. And of course for the follow. And thank you for hanging out. It's been nice hanging out and having a chat with you about all things Pokemon and whatnot. And I hope you've enjoyed your time here. I say we'll be back on Sunday for the next Pokemon stream. So that's when we'll be back next. And then we have the 2 stream streaks of the day. The first one being the 5 stream streak from Mora. Thank you very much for that as well. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. And Bevan with the 205. And I've basically run out of time. But Bevan with the 205. Thank you everybody for all of that stuff today. Stream streaks, the new follows, then the bitties. I appreciate you guys very much. And thanks for hanging out with me. And I hope you have a nice weekend. And I'll see you on Sunday. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a good one.